Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Scorched Heart by Helen Harper, narrated by Ruth Urquhart. Chapter 1. I sat in Tallulah's driver's seat, clutching my already cold takeaway coffee and gazing out of the window. The car park was busier than I'd expected. I watched as a tight-faced woman gripped the hand of the crying toddler beside her and marched back to her own car. A few spaces down, two grey-suited men stepped out of their vehicle with briefcases in one hand and phones in the other. They strode towards the entrance of the building with the sure-footed purpose of people who'd trodden this path many times before and knew exactly where they were going. It was my first time here, but I'd been to places like this during my 2 years of detective training. No matter how different each building looked, or which part of London or the surrounding countryside they were located in, they all maintained the same atmosphere. Desperation mixed with satisfaction, hope combined with fear, justice coupled with revenge. Her Majesty's Prison Galloway was no different. My fingers itched, and I was sorely tempted to turn the key in Tallulah's ignition and speed away without looking back. I hadn't expected that my visit request would be agreed so quickly. With no active investigation taking place, I'd assumed that the bureaucratic wheels of England's correctional system would grind slowly, and that it would be several weeks, if ever, before I gained the access I required. And yet here I was, less than 72 hours later, with an approved appointment to meet with my parents' murderer. I'd told Lucas that I wanted to do this alone, and that it would be easier without his brooding presence at my shoulder. That had been a mistake. I'd have given half the blood in my body to have him there right now. I shouldn't have underestimated the importance of moral support. The two men, who were probably solicitors, had passed through the main door 50 metres ahead and were no longer in view. The woman had clipped her child into the back seat of her car and was muttering to herself with a dark expression as she climbed behind the wheel. She caught me staring at her and gave me a scowl and her middle finger. I didn't react. "Is this a mistake, Tallulah?" I said aloud. Needless to say, the car didn't respond. I sighed. Time to quit stalling and woman up. I stepped out and pulled back my shoulders. I was Detective Constable Emma Bellamy, and I'd been face to face with murderers before. When I died, I was reborn 12 hours later in a cloud of burning sulphurous flame. According to a certain book of enchantments that had caused as many problems as it had solved, I was the one and only Phoenix. I spent my days immersed with supernatural beings who were far more powerful than any of those incarcerated in the building in front of me. And since last week, I spent my nights with the leader of the London vampires. I could handle one human male, no matter what he was responsible for. I was more than strong enough. I adjusted the waist on my best suit jacket and marched to the prison entrance. The interior was brighter than I'd expected, with cheerful walls painted in warm amber tones and artwork apparently created by the inmates, alongside posters detailing the prison rules for visitors. I dug out my visiting order and handed it over to a uniformed guard behind a perspex screen, together with my driver's licence and warrant card. "Good morning, DC Bellamy," he said with the same professional smile I'd received from the barista when I'd ordered my coffee earlier this morning. "We have a note of your visit. Before you enter, I must ask you to complete this form." He passed over a clipboard with a sheet of paper attached. I checked over the details and scrawled down my date of birth and address before signing it at the bottom. "And I must take your photo for our records as well." I nodded and waited. Unfortunately, the flash was brighter than I expected, and I was forced to blink rapidly to clear my vision. The guard smiled at me, clearly used to that reaction. "As this is an official visit," he said, "you'll be directed to a room where you can talk to the prisoner privately. He has agreed to speak to you, but please note that he will be handcuffed at all times and that you will be separated by a screen. Under normal circumstances, this wouldn't be the case, but given the delicacy of your situation, such separation is appropriate. The allotted time for your visit is 1 hour. If you require longer, you will need to speak to the assigned prison officer and—" "I won't need longer," I interrupted. The guard's eyes met mine. There was a trace of sympathy in his expression that proved he knew exactly who I was and what Samuel Bezic had done to my family.
"Very well."
He licked his lips.
"He doesn't often get visitors, you know. His mother visited him for a time, but she's in a care home now and doesn't travel anymore. Nobody's been to see Mr. Bezic for at least 3 years.
Maybe I was meant to feel some satisfaction at the tidbit of information that there was no longer a single person who cared enough about Bezic to come and see him. Surprisingly, it only made me feel sad. He'd altered the trajectory of my life when he ended the existence of my parents, and I hated him to my core. But it made the brutal deaths of my mum and dad feel even more pointless. Samuel Bezic would die alone inside these prison walls. In the end, he'd achieved nothing more than tragedy for everyone involved, himself included. Nobody was a winner here. I passed through the metal detector and submitted to a further pat-down before a prison officer escorted me down a wide corridor to a beige-coloured door marked with the number 32. The prison officer unlocked it and gestured me inside.
"Samuel Bezic will be here shortly," he said. "He'll arrive via the opposite door. Although you will be able to see each other, you will be separated by the screen at all times."
He spoke as though he were reciting a well-worn set of rules.
"You are advised to remain in your chair throughout the meeting. I will be outside. When you are finished, knock on the door and I will escort you out. We will not be listening, but for your information, there is a camera in the corner of the room which will be recording proceedings."
I nodded, distracted. Unlike the warm tones of the entrance area, this room felt cold. It was painted in the same nondescript beige as the steel door. There was, I decided, no colour more depressing than beige. The prison officer waited until I sat down on the uncomfortable metal chair that was firmly bolted to the floor. In front of me, stretching from wall to wall, was the aforementioned screen. The lower half was made out of steel, but the top half was glass with a small vent through which conversation could travel. It was designed to prevent any physical contact between visitor and prisoner, and it looked sturdy enough. Although I wasn't afraid of Bezic, the screen was oddly reassuring. Beyond it was another chair and another door, the door through which my parents' killer would emerge.
"He'll only be a minute or two,"
the officer said, and left me alone. I crossed my legs, then I uncrossed them. I put my hands in my lap, one loose on top of the other. A moment later, I changed my mind and intertwined my fingers. "Relax, Emma. Breathe. He was only a man. The waiting and the anticipation would be far worse than the event itself. Probably." When the opposite door opened, I jumped. As I cursed myself for doing so, Samuel Bezic shuffled in and sat on the chair opposite. Illogically, I'd expected to be confronted by the same man who'd been photographed as he was bundled away from the Old Bailey after sentencing. But that had happened 25 years ago. I was no longer the small child he'd left in a pool of my parents' blood, and he was no longer a young man with a bushy moustache and a head of dark hair. For one thing, he'd gone grey. Not the distinguished silver fox sort of grey you saw in the well-to-do streets where I lived, but the dank, stringy sort of grey that would be filed immediately under images of vagrancy if the internet had its way. His skin was pale after spending decades in the prison system, while his jowls sagged and his shoulders drooped. His blue eyes, however, remained sharp. I knew that he'd busied himself over the years. He'd taught himself Arabic and a smattering of Chinese. He'd taken A-levels in history and psychology and economics and studied for a law degree with the Open University. Samuel Bezic might be a murderer, but he wasn't an idiot. I would do well to remember that. I wanted to lean across the table, smash through the screen, grab him by the shoulders and demand to know why he'd killed my parents. Instead, I smiled pleasantly and kept my voice low. "Thank you for agreeing to meet with me."
"You have no idea, Miss Bellamy, how desirable any sort of break in routine can be to an old jailbird like me."
His voice was croaky, as though he didn't use it very often. I dropped my eyes to his hands and the yellowed stains around his fingers indicating his nicotine habit. Then I looked up again. "Actually," I said, "it's Detective Constable Bellamy." Something passed across Bezik's expression, an emotion too fleeting and nebulous for me to grasp. It wasn't distaste or dislike. If I'd had to guess, I'd have said it was understanding.
My apologies, DC Bellamy. Should I infer that you're here in a professional rather than a personal capacity, then?
I met his gaze without blinking. I'm here about my parents. Such an admission would hardly be news to Samuel Bezic. He knew who I was. An odd light crossed his eyes. I watched him carefully and continued. You've never admitted what you did to them, but I'm hoping that you will to me. After all, you've been here for 25 years because of your actions. You were found guilty in a court of law. Between the witness statements placing you in the area at the time and the traces of blood found on your clothes when they were examined, there's no doubt that you murdered them in cold blood. Bezic gazed at me, then shifted his weight slightly.
Yes, he said simply. I did.
There were only 3 words, 3 simple words, but given how long he'd denied what he'd done, I hadn't expected to hear them from his thin lips. I certainly hadn't expected the surge of relief I would feel at his sudden admission.
You want to know all the details?
He didn't sound eager to tell me, or that he was going to revel in the tale. To be honest, Samuel Bezic merely sounded tired.
Right?
I swallowed. I want to know why. Why did you kill them? Bezic shrugged.
What can I say? They had everything and I had nothing. It was pure jealousy. They were in the wrong place at the wrong time.
I hadn't requested the full murder files. I hadn't wanted to. I remembered nothing from that time, nothing of the murders, and nothing of what happened afterwards. I'd been questioned at length as a 5-year-old, and I hadn't been able to offer up anything useful. Eyewitnesses were notoriously unreliable, but I didn't even have false memories of that time. However, I'd read what my uncle had kept as well as the old newspaper reports, and I knew all the basic details of Samuel Bezic's crime off by heart. All the same, I wanted to hear them from his own mouth. You lived in the same village, I stated. He grinned, baring his stained crooked teeth.
Barchapel, the very definition of Middle England.
His voice had an oddly manic edge,
more of a prison than prison itself. They call Kent the Garden of England. That might be true of some places in the county, but not of Barchapel. It's more like a cesspit than a rose-filled garden.
I hadn't been to Barchapel since the day my parents died, but I doubted Bezic's description. I'd seen photos of the place. It was small and quaint, not without its faults, but hardly a sewer. Probably the worst thing you could say about it was that it was dull. Apart from the occasional double murder, of course. You knew my parents before you murdered them?
I saw them around the place, in the pub sometimes, out walking. I spoke to your mum once when she was selling cakes at the local fete.
I leaned forward. I couldn't help myself. What did she say?
That it was beautiful weather, that she liked my T-shirt, that she was excited about the prize she'd won at the tombola.
He raised his thin eyebrows.
You were there too. You didn't speak so much as a babble. Something to do with creepy crawlies at the bottom of your garden, if I remember.
I'd been barely 5 years old. It was hardly any wonder that I'd not engaged him in a deep philosophical conversation. So she was nice to you, I bit out, but you still killed her. Bezic shrugged and looked away.
It wasn't personal, not really. I saw 2 people who had a better life than I did, and I wanted to punish them. I could have picked on anyone. It's merely unfortunate for you that I picked on your parents. I'd been in London and caught the bus home. I got into Barchapel just after 10:30 at night and didn't feel like going to bed. I went for a walk and saw the lights on in your cottage. Your parents were in there with you.
He offered me a benign smile.
If it helps, they died quickly. They didn't suffer.
A hard knot was forming in my chest. That's not what the coroner's report said. My uncle kept a copy of the report and I'd read it several times over the last week. It didn't get any easier to stomach, no matter how familiar the details became. Bezic looked down at the table.
All I can tell you is that it didn't take long, he said quietly. I was there, not the coroner. He paused. For what it's worth, I'm sorry. I was in a bad place back then. Your parents didn't deserve what happened to them. Neither did you.
You killed them, I pressed. Why didn't you kill me too? His shoulders jerked.
I wouldn't have done that. You were a kid. It wouldn't have been fair.
Fair? Fair?
The numbness which had served me so well deserted me in a rush, and a red-veiled mist descended.
You broke into our house. You stabbed my father. You slit my mother's throat. You left me in the kitchen with their bodies. You left me sitting in their blood.
Bezic winced. Yes, he said. I did all that.
Tell me what's fucking fair about any of that.
I gripped the arms of the chair, my knuckles turning white.
Tell me!
He didn't answer. I almost spat at him.
You pleaded not guilty at your trial. You've always claimed innocence.
He shifted in his chair again. I didn't want to go to prison. My chest constricted. It was becoming difficult to breathe. In that moment, I knew with sudden clarity that I couldn't do this. I had thought that I could sit across from this man and calmly question him, that I was strong enough to deal with whatever he said, but nothing could have been further from the truth. I couldn't even bear to breathe the same air as him. If I'd stayed here, I would break through the screen that separated us and kill him. I'd do it with my own bare hands, long before the prison officer outside managed to open the door again and stop me. I should never have been allowed to speak to Bezic alone. No matter what the prison authorities thought about my situation and their own precautions, I was very aware that I possessed the supernatural strength and the human will to murder the man opposite me. I was so much more than another victim.
I have to get out of here,
I muttered. I sprang to my feet, walked to the door and hammered on it.
Let me out!
I yelled.
Let me out of here!
Bezic didn't move. He watched me from his chair, those blue eyes burning a proverbial hole into my back. I thumped harder. Where the fuck was that prison officer? The heavy steel door swung open. Is everything all right? I gulped in air.
I need to leave.
The man's eyes snapped to Bezic behind me, narrowing in accusation, but I was the one he needed to be wary of. I closed my hands into tight fists and repeated my words more calmly.
I just need to leave.
He nodded. Very well. I scarpered out of the prison without looking directly at anyone or anything. It seemed to take as long to get out as it had to get in. By the time I left through the main entrance, I was running for my car. As soon as I saw Tallulah, however, I realised that she wasn't alone. Lucas straightened up when he saw me. I made a beeline for him and allowed him to wrap his arms round me. I was shaking, and I could feel my heart thumping in my chest, but Lucas's presence calmed me. He was a vampire, and yet he made me feel safe. I know you told me not to come, he murmured gently, as a stray jet-black curl of his hair tickled my cheek. But I thought you might change your mind. Given that you spent less than 10 minutes talking to Bezic, and you tore out of that front door as if demons were on your tail, I suspect I was right. Maybe he knew me better than I knew myself.
Much as I don't want to admit fallibility, I said, I'm glad you came.
I pulled back to gaze at him. You were right. Lucas allowed himself a small smile. One day, Emma, he said, you'll realise that I'm always right. Despite the circumstances, I snorted. Yeah. I punched his arm lightly, glad that his light humour gave me something else to focus on, and he grinned.
How did you know I didn't speak to Bezic for long?
I asked. Lucas shrugged. I know a few people who work here, he said with studied casualness. I was kept informed. Translation. He bribed some of the prison guards to keep him in the loop. I wondered if it had been the friendly guy at the front desk or the rules-focused man outside the door. It didn't really matter.
I wish you wouldn't do that,
I muttered, looking away. He reached for my face again and gently tilted it towards himself. I was worried. Considering your expression when you ran out of there, I was right to be.
A fleeting look of anger crossed his eyes.
What did Samuel Bezic say to you? What did he do that made you so scared?
I sighed. It wasn't him that scared me. It was me that scared me.
Lucas understood in an instant. You were afraid of what you might do to him.
I managed a nod. There was a screen separating us, but I knew that I could break through it. I knew that I could get to him, and I couldn't finish the sentence.
Lucas was silent for a moment. There was no censure in his gaze. He looked over my shoulder at the prison, a forbidding darkness flitting across his face. That's only natural.
He admitted that he killed them, Lucas. He's never done that before. I looked him in the eye, and he admitted that he was guilty.
Lucas pulled me into a hug again. Come on, he said, holding me tight. Let's get you home. Get you home. Get you home. Get you home. Get you home.
Chapter 2. Detective Superintendent Lucinda Barnes was waiting for me in the Soup Squad office when I arrived the next day. Lisa was scowling darkly in the corner. As DSI Barnes was licking the last few crumbs from a plate that looked like it had recently contained one of Lisa's cakes, I had no trouble working out why Lisa was annoyed. She took her baking seriously and wasn't always comfortable with sharing the fruits of her flowery labour. "Do you see Bellamy?" Barnes said with a perfunctory smile. "I'm glad you're here. I know it's the weekend, but I dropped by because we need to catch up. What's the situation with the Fairfax clan?" "So much for small talk." "Nothing new," I said. "A new alpha werewolf won't be confirmed until the full moon when all contenders fight it out in St. James's Park." Barnes already knew this. Why she deemed it necessary to come and ask about it in person was beyond me. "And is this Toffee woman still the most likely candidate?" I shrugged. "As far as I can tell. You should get close to her, become her friend. It'll make things easier later." "Not if she doesn't get the gig," I pointed out. "There are other Fairfax beaters who might do better than her on the night. If someone else becomes the Fairfax Alpha, they won't take kindly to the fact that I've been buttering up Toffee. Not to mention," I added, "that she very publicly proved herself submissive to Devereux Webb when she presented him with her belly right outside this building. Openly submitting to a non-ranked werewolf who's not even experienced his own first full moon won't fill the others with confidence." "Indeed." Barnes frowned. "What exactly is happening with Mr. Webb? Has he made any approaches to the clans?" "Nope. He's still living on the other side of the city. I'll allow him a few weeks to adjust to being a werewolf, then I'll approach him. He's supposed to be in Lisson Grove with the others. The law is very clear." I didn't blink. "I know that, but he's not someone I want to make an enemy of either. Right now, Devereux Webb and I have a cordial relationship. If he proves himself to be as powerful as he has the potential to be, I don't want to piss him off. I'll remind him of the soup laws in good time." Barnes sniffed. "Very well, I'll trust that you know what you're doing. But that does bring us to another matter." I already knew what she was going to say, and so did Lisa. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw her stiffen. It was probably just as well that Fred was out on patrol. At least Lisa could give a good show of pretending not to listen. Fred was hopeless at such things. "You need another detective," Barnes said. "Someone with more experience. You've done excellent work in improving relations between the police and the supernatural community, but recent events at the Talismanic Bank and beyond have proved that Soup Squad requires another pair of hands." I schooled my expression carefully. "I take it that you have a detective in mind?" Barnes answered instantly. "Detective Sergeant Owen Grace. He's keen, ambitious, and he has a strong sense of right and wrong." "I don't know him," I answered. "There's no reason why you would. He's kept his nose clean and had an unremarkable career up to now. When I say that, I mean it as a good thing. And you'll be pleased to learn that he is more than amenable to working with soups. Unlike some of the other Metropolitan Police officers who thought that anyone with soup blood was automatically scum." "Okay," I said. Until I met DS Grace, I was prepared to keep an open mind. "He'll be your superior officer," Barnes said, "and you'll be expected to answer to him. I expect there'll be something of an adjustment period to begin with that might prove awkward." "I'm not planning on causing any problems," I said stiffly. Barnes offered me a kind smile. "I know, neither is DS Grace, but problems can arise when one detective is more knowledgeable than another. You are, after all, a soup yourself, and that gives you an edge that DS Grace might find difficult, given his seniority. Fortunately, I have an idea about how to ensure that he finds his feet." I was wary now. "Go on." "You visited Samuel Bezic yesterday." It wasn't a question. "I followed all the correct procedures," I said, instantly on the defensive. DSI Barnes held up her hands. "I'm not suggesting otherwise, Emma. To be honest, I'm surprised that you didn't visit him before now. Did he provide you with any answers about what happened to your parents?" I looked down. "Other than finally admitting that he was responsible for their murders, not really." Barnes pursed her lips. It's not just your parents that you must have questions about. You have extraordinary, unique powers that seem to have sprung from nowhere. You must wonder about those too." "Of course I do." I folded my arms. I wasn't sure where DSI Barnes was going with this, and I definitely wasn't sure that I liked it. "I don't know how much of a close eye you keep on the news, but there was a rather nasty murder in Kent last night." I squinted. What did a new murder in Kent have to do with anything? Unless... "In Barchapel, to be precise," DSI Barnes continued. I stiffened. Icy fingers of dread trickling down my spine at the mention of the village where I'd spent the first 5 years of my life. "There has been a suggestion that rogue soups were involved. I very much doubt it, but once a rumour like that starts, it's difficult to stop it. Alas, the Metropolitan Police don't have any jurisdiction so far away from London, even though I'm certain we could offer assistance." She paused, her silence heavy with meaning. "You could offer assistance." I swallowed. Barnes waved a sheet of paper at me. "I've taken the liberty of booking your leave. I have the paperwork ready to go. You just need to sign it." "Leave?" "You're due a holiday. Given all that has occurred recently, this would be a good time for you to take it. You can have 2 weeks' break to recuperate. I hear that Kent is very nice at this time of year." Barnes smiled blandly. "At the same time, it will allow DS Grace to settle into Soup Squad under his own terms. It will make things easier for both of you in the long run if he can find his own way. Not that I think you would interfere, but because everyone needs the opportunity to develop their own ways of doing things." "I'm not sure that I need a holiday in Kent," I said carefully. "You want to find out more about what happened to your parents, and we all want to find out why you are what you are. A visit to Barchapel might answer those questions. I've contacted the local police and suggested that you might pop by. They might take advantage of the opportunity to pick your brains about soup activity to help them with their ongoing murder investigation. It's a win-win situation for everyone." Barnes hesitated, and I realised that she was actually quite unsure of herself. "You don't have to do this if you don't want to. It isn't an order, Emma. It's not even a request. But the opportunity is there if you'd like it. Barchapel might not have any answers for you, but it could be a good place to start. You can head there first thing tomorrow morning." I dropped my hands by my sides, but otherwise didn't move for a long moment. Then I saw Lisa give me a small nod of encouragement. She was right. I'd already set the ball rolling. I'd spoken to my uncle and read everything he had relating to my parents. I'd been to see Samuel Bezic. Perhaps now was the time to step things up a gear and find out more about my past. Why was I, of all people, the Phoenix? Did my parents' death have anything to do with my inability to stay dead? And would Barchapel offer any clues? I swallowed. Then I walked up to Barnes, took the sheet of paper, and scrawled my name on the dotted line.
"If you wait a couple of days, I can come with you," Lucas said. He gave the grimy train a dubious look. I can drive.
I can drive too, I said lightly, but Tallulah doesn't do well on country roads, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with the train. I like trains, I added firmly. When you finish your business here, you can join me. A country break might be fun. I bet the people of Barchapel have never even seen a vampire before. You'll give them a thrill.
I'm not sure I'm the sort of thrill they'll be after, he muttered. He ran a hand through his ink-dark hair. But very well, he said grudgingly. They'll be more likely to open up to you if I'm not around to begin with, I suppose.
I smiled. Be kind to Detective Sergeant Grace.
Lucas snorted. I plan to stay well away from Soup Squad. You're the only police officer I like.
He handed me a bag.
Here.
I blinked. What's this?
Sandwich, flask of coffee, a few snacks.
I'm going to Kent, not Australia.
Lucas gave me a long look. I want to look after you. If the only way you'll let me do that is by making sure you have lunch, that's the way it'll be.
Thank you, I whispered. It might only be a packed lunch, but the gesture spoke volumes. Lucas dipped his head and his mouth descended on mine. He pressed my body to his, holding me so tightly I wasn't sure he'd let me go. I wasn't sure I wanted him to. His rough stubble grazed my cheek, but the heady taste of him and the searing heat as he touched me meant that I didn't care. My senses swam.
You can still change your mind,
he murmured. I closed my eyes. No, I said. I have to do this. I drew a breath and stepped back. I'd better go. The train's about to leave.
Take care, Emma. I'll see you in a few days.
He gave me a dark glower.
Don't die in the meantime.
I smiled confidently. Right back at you, Buster. Then I heaved both myself and my suitcase onto the train. After squeezing my bag onto one of the higher shelves in the luggage compartment, I walked down the aisle to find my seat. Lucas was still on the platform, watching my every move through the window. I gave him an awkward wave just as the whistle sounded and the train doors closed. Lucas mouthed something. I squinted. Wait, did he just say...
He loves you, said the elderly man opposite me.
The train began to pull away.
That's sweet.
I stared at Lucas on the platform as we moved further and further away. In fact, I kept staring until he was nothing more than a dot in the distance. Then I drew a shaky breath. We'd only been sleeping together for a week, and neither of us had made any sort of commitment. He must have been saying something else, or he was simply making sure that I wouldn't forget about him. After all, he was the vampire lord, and he liked to be in control. Whatever. The one thing that I knew for certain was that I wouldn't forget Lord Lucas Horvath, no matter what else this little trip threw at me. Threw at me. Threw at me. Threw at... Chapter 3. It was barely an hour from London St Pancras Station to Appledore in Kent, where I had to change onto a bus. Strangely, despite the hollow sensation in my chest at leaving Lucas behind, it felt like I was embarking on a mysterious adventure. I was certainly leaving behind any sense of familiarity. I'd lived in the deepest, darkest Kentish countryside for the first 5 years of my life, but I had only brief flashes of memories from that time. As the train left London and trundled through more open landscapes, I felt like I was travelling in a foreign country. I reached for my laptop and flipped it open, then absent-mindedly pulled out the flask of coffee from Lucas's bag. I unscrewed the lid and inhaled the rich aroma before pouring myself a cup while I waited for the train's Wi-Fi to connect. Watch enough television and you'd be forgiven for thinking that most murders are committed for complicated reasons and as a result of careful planning. The reality couldn't be further from the truth. The vast majority of unlawful killings are committed for the most mundane of reasons, with little or no forethought. The vile and violent husband who beats his wife so hard that the impact finally kills her. The drunken brawl down the pub that starts over a minor disagreement and ends in tragedy. The drug deal gone wrong. Murder is rarely complex and never glamorous. Still, 650 souls had been lost to murder in the previous year in the United Kingdom, and almost a quarter of those crimes remain unsolved. Usually that was down to lack of actionable evidence rather than lack of suspects, not to mention that police officers can spend weeks tracking down threads that end up having nothing to do with someone's death. Murder is messy, but so are people's lives. Contrary to public belief, it was rare that such murders were attributable to soups. Supernatural crimes hit the headlines and sold newspapers, however, so they were widely publicised. Follow the tabloid press in Britain, and you'd be forgiven for believing that soup crimes involving human victims occurred on an almost daily basis. I was also aware that certain police squads would allow whispers of soup involvement to filter through communities in order to be granted greater resources to solve crimes. It was all about politics and money, neither of which helped improve the public perception of supernatural citizens. Despite what DSI Barnes had said, I doubted that the recent Barchapel murder actually had anything to do with soups. I wasn't with the Kent police, and I wasn't an official part of the investigation, so I didn't have any police files relating to the killing, but there was plenty on the local news and on social media. 2 days earlier, a 46-year-old man had been killed on his way home from a night out. His body was discovered the following morning by a dog walker. Reportedly, his jugular had been ripped out. No doubt that was what had given rise to the speculation about soups, because, in theory, either a vamp or a werewolf could have been responsible for that sort of injury, but so could a human. Although the press weren't releasing his name, a quick search on Twitter revealed that the unfortunate victim was called Patrick Lacey. He'd worked as a local handyman doing minor home repairs for the people of Barchapel. No doubt his job meant that he was well known, but I couldn't find many people who openly admitted to feeling sad about his death. Quite the contrary, in fact. I read various posts online from people who thought that his volatile nature meant he was always going to end up in an early grave. There was one comment in particular that gave me pause. Underneath one of the first news articles posted online by the Kent Chronicle, Mick239 had written, "That's what you get for being friends with a sick killer." A sick killer? There was only one sick killer from the Barchapel area that I was aware of, and I'd been talking to him through a glass screen the previous day. I stared at the comment, rereading it several times. My reverie was broken by a loud tut from the elderly gentleman seated opposite. I glanced across, wondering if he was irritated that I was reading articles about a brutal murder, but his attention was focused on something going on in the next carriage. "Cockroaches," he muttered in disgust. He ran a hand through his thinning hair, and I noted the brief tremble in his fingers and the ashen pallor of his skin. He realised I was watching him and turned to me. "It's always the same on these trains at the weekend," he explained. "Gangs of kids, scabby little insects who scurry around and cause trouble." He shook his head. "The girls are usually worse than the boys. If the train guard was doing his job properly, they'd be turfed out at the next station and banned from travelling on this route. But of course," he waved an irritated hand, "there's never a train guard in sight when you need one." He sighed. "Don't mind me, dear. Train guards are a particular bugbear of mine." I pulled a face and grunted, hoping to convey sympathetic agreement without commitment, and leaned over so I could get a better look at what was going on. I might be officially on holiday, but I was still with the police. I had responsibilities that I couldn't ignore. The man was right. Through the glass door that led beyond this carriage into the next, I could see half a dozen teenagers standing in the aisle, clustered around a seated passenger. They were displaying the sort of surly snarls that were virtually an adolescent art form. Whoever the passenger was that they targeted, it was clear they were harassing them. I slowly closed the lid of my laptop and pushed my lunch bag to one side. The elderly man gave me an alarmed look. "You shouldn't get involved," he advised. "Sometimes they carry knives." I almost hoped they did. I smiled at him. "Don't worry about me," I murmured. "I've got this." I stood up and smoothed down my clothes before walking up the aisle and pressing the button to open the door. It slid open with a smooth whoosh, and I heard the taunting voices of the group of teens. "Your mum's psycho like you. She's on meds, right?" one of the girls said to the seated victim. She was dressed in a tight T-shirt that displayed her midriff and was emblazoned with glittery words that stated she was no angel. Indeed. "Are they good ones? Did they get her high?"
"Oh," sneered the boy next to her, "I bet they're good. Get us some, will you?" I adjusted my cuffs and sauntered towards them. "Hey," I called out in a friendly voice. "What's going on?" As if they were a single amorphous being, the teens turned towards me. No Angel screwed up her face. "Fuck off, lady." My expression didn't alter. "Dear me, such language." I paused. "You know, swearing at the police is likely to end up in arrest." It wasn't, of course. There was no specific offence that dealt with swearing alone, but this lot wouldn't know that. I embellished even further. "The last person who swore at me is doing 6 months in jail." They all looked me up and down. "You're not police," one of the boys muttered. "Where's your uniform?" No Angel thumped him round the back of his head. "Idiot," she said. She looked at me. "Prove it. Prove you're a copper." The others were starting to shuffle backwards. That wasn't unexpected. Bored teenagers like these, especially when they were in groups, could give the impression that they were feral and unstoppable and had a total disregard for authority. But despite their loud mouths, they'd back down quickly once challenged. I'd been that age once, and I wasn't convinced that I'd been any different. However, No Angel was bolder than the others. In my experience, that meant she had less to lose. I reached into my pocket and drew out my warrant card. The girl slunk forward and stared at it. "Detective Constable Emma Bellamy," I said, allowing her a long gawk. "Fucking hell," she muttered. She raised her head, a defiant tilt to her chin. "You can't arrest us for swearing. It's a free country. Free speech and all that." I decided that I liked her. "You're right," I said. "I can't arrest you for swearing." I gestured towards the passenger they'd been haranguing, a young lad who looked about the same age but who had flushed skin and scared eyes. "Unless other people are feeling distressed or harassed." "We weren't doing nothing," No Angel said. She jabbed the boy in the seat with her elbow. "Were we, Al? You ain't distressed." I wouldn't allow their victim to be drawn into a pointless peer-pressured denial. "I know what I saw." I gave her a meaningful look. "Perhaps you lot should find another carriage to sit in." She sniffed. "Stinks in here anyway." She allowed a beat to pass. "Of pigs." I put on my most disapproving expression, the one that had cowed various werewolves and vampires into at least a semblance of submission. But No Angel was unimpressed. She turned away, though, and marched down the aisle into the front carriage, with the others following. The boy they'd been bothering watched them go before he spoke. "They'll only be worse next time. You didn't do me any favours." "They're bullies. There are things you can do and people you can talk to who can help." His expression was even more contemptuous than No Angel's had been. "I've read the leaflets," he muttered. "Bullying is about power and dominance and fear," I added. "Their fear and yours." He looked away. "They've got nothing to be afraid of." "Everyone's afraid of something," I said softly. "Some of us just show it more than others." I studied him. "I can help if you—" "I don't want your help." I knew enough not to push him. "OK," I said, "but if you change your mind, I'm sitting in the next carriage until Appledore." He crossed his arms. I sighed and pulled out one of my cards. "I really am with the police," I said. "If you change your mind and want some help, or if they bother you again, you can call me on this number." He took the card but didn't say anything. I waited another beat before walking away. "Wait," he called out. I stopped and looked over my shoulder. "Yes?" "This says you're with Supernatural Squad." "I am." "But that means you—" He blinked rapidly, and his voice dropped to a whisper. "You know Supes." His expression was suddenly more awed than fearful. That was more like it. I wish more humans had that sort of reaction. "Vampires and werewolves and ghouls and pixies and gremlins," I thought for a moment. "And a satyr." I smiled and waited for the inevitable barrage of questions. Some people despised Supes and some people venerated them.
Neither attitude was ideal, but the latter was often easier to deal with, especially when it played to my advantage. The boy's head dropped, and he read the card again, this time with a trace of excitement. Alas, that didn't last long. Detective Constable Emma Bell. His face whitened abruptly.
You're going to Appledore?
I watched him more carefully now. Barchapel, actually. He swallowed.
I don't want your card,
he whispered. He flicked it towards me and it fluttered to the floor by his feet.
I don't want your help.
He turned away, resolutely refusing to look at me again. You know who I am, I breathed. His reaction had nothing to do with my position at Soup Squad and everything to do with my name. You're what, 15 years old? How would you know who I am?
You said you can't arrest someone for swearing, he mumbled into his chest, ignoring my question.
That's right.
Then, he gulped in a breath, fuck off. Fuck off away from me.
I wanted to sit down next to him and ask why he was so afraid of me and what he knew, but he was still a child and I was in dangerous territory. I nodded and reluctantly backed off. Okay, I said, okay. I curled my hands into fists, a gesture born of frustration rather than anger, then shuffled towards the door. I prayed that he'd change his mind and start talking again, but he didn't. I returned to my seat, wishing there was another way I could approach him. Whoever he was and whatever he knew about me, he was done talking. There was nothing I could do that wouldn't be my own version of harassment. But when the train pulled into Appledore and I got up to retrieve my bag, I noticed that the boy was also preparing to disembark, and my card was no longer on the floor by his feet. By his feet. By his feet. By his feet. Chapter 4. The boy disappeared from the station platform with far greater haste than I expected. By the time I'd hauled my suitcase out and looked around, there was no sign of him, and I could only assume that someone with a car had picked him up. I grimaced in irritation and located the bus service I needed. Given that all 6 of the other teenagers were heading in the same direction, it wasn't hard. Fortunately, they gave me a wide berth, although I could feel all their eyes on me, especially when I boarded the bus after them for Barchapel. I settled into a seat at the front and tilted my head to listen in to their conversation. They didn't mention either the boy or my presence. Instead, they seemed to be discussing the likelihood of a relationship between 2 of their teachers. No angel seemed to particularly enjoy the imaginary salacious details. After a while, I zoned out and stared out of the window at the passing countryside. None of it looked familiar. Even when the bus pulled into Barchapel itself, and I felt my heart rate increase with tension, I couldn't identify any of the streets or buildings. As far as this corner of Kent was concerned, my memory was drawing a total blank. I thanked the bus driver and got off in the small town square. The teens piled after me, giggling and whispering. One by one they disappeared without a second glance, other than No Angel, who threw me a dark look. Maybe she suspected that I was following her. I offered her a perfunctory smile, and she tossed her head and stomped off. Shrugging, I checked my phone for directions, then headed towards the Bird and Bush Inn where I'd reserved a room for the next few days. I kept my eyes sharp, looking for a sign of either the boy or something that might jog my memory. Surely the pretty scented roses that lined the narrow streets, or the play park and the row of little shops would bring back some forgotten detail. Nothing did, however. In the end, I gave up trying and walked briskly to the pub. There was no reception, so I headed for the bar, where a yawning man, probably a couple of years older than me, was polishing a pint glass. The only customers were a couple in the corner who appeared to be tourists, judging by the map spread across their table and their well-worn hiking boots. It was gone too. The lunch rush was probably over. Dropping my suitcase by my feet, I cleared my throat. If the boy in the train had recognised my name, perhaps other locals would as well. For all I knew, my parents' murder was still big news in Barchapel a quarter of a century after it had occurred. "Hi," I said brightly. "I'm Emma Bellamy. I have a room booked." The barman yawned again.
"Sorry,"
he apologised. He put down the glass and offered me a smile.
"Late night."
He took out an old-fashioned appointments book and flipped it open.
"What did you say your name was?"
"Emma," I replied. "Emma Bellamy." I kept a close eye on his expression, but he didn't react to my words other than to frown as he searched for my booking.
"Oh yeah, here you are."
He glanced up.
"I have a couple of messages for you."
I raised an eyebrow. A couple? Good grief, I'd only just left London. The barman slid an unmarked envelope across the counter. I opened the flap and drew out 2 small scraps of paper which had clearly been torn from a lined notepad. The first message was simple and to the point. "I hope you had a good journey. I will be at the local police station on Bowman Street until this evening if you would like to call in. Regards, DCI Harris Boateng." Boateng was probably the senior investigating officer looking into Patrick Lacey's murder. The message didn't give much away as to whether he was pleased or dismayed by my appearance in Barchapel, but either way, I appreciated the time he'd taken to get in touch. The second message was slightly more cryptic.
"All for one, D'Artagnan. Kiss."
There was no name attached, but I didn't need to ask the barman to know that it was from Lucas. I gazed at the little kiss, wondering if he'd told whoever had written the message to include it. Probably. I smiled and pocketed both bits of paper. "Thank you."
"No problem."
The barman gave me a key.
"Your room's on the 2nd floor. There's no lift, but say the word if you want a hand with your bags."
"I'll be fine," I told him. I was stronger than I looked. Much stronger.
"Cool."
He nodded.
"Breakfast is from 7 till 10 in the room across the way. If you need anything else, just give me a shout."
He offered a lazy grin.
"Enjoy your stay."
I wasn't sure enjoy was the right word. I thanked him anyway and went up to drop off my suitcase and freshen up. I put all thoughts of contrary teenagers out of my head. I had more important things to worry about, and I was determined to hit the ground running. Precisely 9 minutes later, I was back in front of the Bird and Bush Inn. Although I knew I should offer DCI Boateng the same courtesy he'd shown me and make the local cop shop my first port of call, there was somewhere else I had to go first. I couldn't rest until I did. I tilted my head back and raised my face to let the afternoon sunlight warm my skin. Then I sucked in a deep breath of fresh country air and checked the map on my phone. It was less than a 10-minute walk. I strolled along the street, paying close attention to both my surroundings and the faces of the few people around me. I received some curious glances, but there were no shocked gasps of recognition. Neither did anyone appear nervous or frightened as they wandered around the village. Either the inhabitants of Barchapel didn't care about another brutal murder on their doorstep, or they were of the same opinion as the keyboard warriors who believed that Patrick Lacey had got what was coming to him. By the time I turned right into a narrow lane, there was no other living being to be seen apart from a few contented-looking cows in a nearby field and a large crow that was hopping along the hedgerow next to me, searching for tasty bugs. I rechecked the map to make sure I was heading in the right direction, then squared my shoulders. There was no longer a pavement, so I was forced to walk along the road. It curved to the left, leading towards the next village, 6 or 7 miles away. Instead of following it, I pivoted right, and that was when I saw it. I might not have had any memories of the Barchapel streets, but gazing at the tumble-down cottage, barely visible through the thick hedges, was akin to being drenched in ice-cold water. This I remembered. With my heart in my mouth, I picked my way through the thick undergrowth until I was standing on the wide, weed-covered path that led to the front door. There was what had once been a garden to either side of me, although it had seen better days. I noted an old fire pit and the messy detritus of crisp packets, bin bags, beer bottles, and even a rusty shopping trolley. Despite the rubbish, the overwhelming scent was of the honeysuckle that curled along the whitewashed cottage wall before snaking round the corner toward the boundary fence. I closed my eyes, inhaling the heady aroma of summer and remembering. We had picnics out here. My mum would make the sandwiches, cutting them into the tiny triangles that I insisted on. My dad would lay out the old tartan rug and pour the drinks, not just for us, but for Toby the teddy bear and Polly Dolly. I would run and play and skip and scream. A sob escaped my lips. No. I opened my eyes. No. They were dead, and nothing would change that. I'd allow myself to feel sorrow and grief, but I wouldn't let my emotions get the better of me. Not now. I shoved my hands into my pockets as if to ward off stronger feelings of pain. Then I walked up to the cottage door. It was covered in a thick layer of grime and had been fastened with a heavy, rusted padlock. The windows were boarded up. Nobody had lived here for 25 years. The cottage was on the very outskirts of Barchapel and partially hidden by the overgrown vegetation. It had been boarded up after my parents' murder and slated for demolition, but I guessed it was a case of out of sight, out of mind. The only people who came here now would be curious hikers and errant teenagers looking for somewhere to party. Perhaps that included No Angel and her buddies. I licked my lips and reached for the padlock to see if it could be opened. As soon as my fingers grazed the cold metal, there was a loud screech from behind me. I jumped and spun, my heart pounding against my chest and my hands automatically reaching for my crossbow. Stupidly, I'd left it locked in my suitcase at the burden bush. Nobody was there, only the crow. It must have followed me. It blinked at me from its perch on top of the old shopping trolley, its dark beady eyes fixed on mine. Then it screeched again. Shoo! I waved my hands towards it. The crow didn't move. Shoo! The bird raised one wing and stretched it out, looking away from me to examine its feathers. Its beak dipped as it prepared to preen. Get lost, bird! It ignored me. I rolled my eyes. Freaky feathered bugger. Weren't crows supposed to be super intelligent? Couldn't this one work out that it wasn't wanted? I cursed and turned my back on it. It was only a damned bird. I reached for the padlock again, shaking it to see if I could pry it loose. When that didn't work, I drew in a breath. Sorry, Mum, I muttered. I tensed my muscles and slammed my shoulder against the old wooden door. It sprang open on my first attempt as the metal bolt holding the padlock in place broke loose. I was getting good at breaking down doors. In fact, these days I barely even thought about it. The interior of the cottage was gloomy, dark, and smelled of damp. I pushed the door open all the way and stepped across the threshold. There was no furniture inside. All I could see was more rubbish in the corners and old wallpaper peeling from the walls. But I didn't need furniture to tell me what each room had been. There was a sudden blueprint in my mind's eye. Straight ahead there was the bathroom. Beyond that was my parents' bedroom, and after that was the room I'd slept in. Standing here, staring down the dirty hallway, was a very strange experience. It was almost as if the past had suddenly come to life. More in wonder than in sorrow, I tiptoed forward on the balls of my feet as if walking normally would disturb more ghosts than I could deal with. I swung my head from left to right, marvelling at the flood of images that were running through my mind like a film. The door frame to the small living room caught my attention, and I paused to crouch down and check it. There, etched into the paint with a marker pen, were tiny notches, each one rising just that little bit higher. 12 months, 15 months, 18 months, all the way up to 5 years old. I brushed my fingertips against each one. I had been loved by my parents, of that much I was sure. I spent some time wandering from room to room and allowing myself to enjoy what memories I could dredge up. It was only when I felt wholly ready that I entered the kitchen. This was where they'd died. This is where I'd been found, wailing loudly in a pool of blood next to their bodies. I didn't remember any of it, but I'd read the coroner's report and the news clippings that my uncle had cut out and secreted in the old box in his attic, together with the rest of the things he'd kept from that time. None of it had been easy reading. Stepping into the room where my parents had been murdered and my life had changed wasn't exactly a walk in the park either. I tried to maintain a clinical, professional eye. I was no forensic technician, but I'd been trained in the basics of crime scene investigation at the academy. Plus, I knew enough details of the crime to know what had happened. My parents had been sitting at the kitchen table, and I'd probably been asleep in the next room. Samuel Bezic had entered, brandishing his knife. He'd gone for my mother first, using her as a weapon to keep my father back. I tried to imagine where each person had been. I tried to think like a detective, but the blood was my undoing. Even now, after all these years, traces of it were still visible. No longer vivid red, but a murky shade of brown. It was barely recognisable against 25 years of dust and grime, but I knew what it was. It arced across the walls and kitchen cupboards in a macabre dance. I gazed in sickened horror. My parents' blood was everywhere. From somewhere there came a strange low moan. It took a moment before I realised that I was making that sound. It wasn't fair. Why could I live through several deaths and resurrect, and they couldn't manage even one? Why should I be special? I choked, my breath ragged and pained. The horror and fear and agony they must have felt, the sheer amount of their blood. I couldn't breathe. My chest was tight, and there was a loud roaring in my ears. "Calm down, Emma. Calm down." I dropped to my knees and placed my palms flat against the grimy linoleum. I was already older than they had been when they died. How could that be real? How could Samuel Bezic have walked in here and done that to them? I should have attacked him in the prison when I had the chance. I'd go back. I'd speak to him again. And this time I wouldn't let him get away. Fuck the consequences. I stood up, realising that my jeans and my hands were filthy. My nose twitched. I'd need to go to the Bird and Bush, change and get out of Barchapel. I could be in London before dinner time. Then I jerked. That smell. Oh my God, that smell. With trembling hands, I raised my fingers to my nose and sniffed. My mouth went dry. I wasn't imagining it. I sniffed again, then let out a cry and collapsed again, only this time it wasn't out of grief or pain, but confusion. I scrabbled at the floor, brushing away as much of the debris and dust as I could. There were the old bloodstains, but that wasn't all. There was a darker stain too. It wasn't brown, and it didn't look like old blood. It seemed to be a scorch mark. Something had burned here. Something sulphurous and strong. I stared at the mark. There was only one explanation, and I should have considered it earlier. I'd accepted what I'd been told as the gospel truth and hadn't questioned it further. But I had to question it now. It wasn't only my parents who had died here. It looked like I had died too. Died too. Died too. Died too. Chapter 5. Lucas answered the phone on the second ring. "D'Artagnan, is everything all right?" I opened my mouth to answer and suddenly realised that I couldn't speak. "Emma?" He sounded more concerned. "Emma?" I drew in a shaky breath. "I'm here. Sorry, I'm here. I swallowed the lump in my throat. I needed to hear your voice." "What's happened?" I found the words and gave him a brief rundown of what I'd discovered in the cottage, in my childhood home. "I have to admit," he said, "it had crossed my mind that's what had happened." "You should have said something." He sighed. "It's obvious the thought hadn't occurred to you, and I didn't want to plant ideas that might cause you more pain. You've clearly put a lot of effort into putting the events of your childhood behind you, and you take care not to dwell on the past. I'm not only talking about your parents." "You mean Jeremy too?" I said flatly, referring to my ex-boyfriend who'd murdered me. Twice. It didn't seem wise to stir up old ghosts when you'd found your own way of coping. He hesitated. "Are you sure you're doing the right thing? You don't have to stay in Barchapel, you know. I can pick you up and get you back to London right now." I shook my head, for my benefit rather than his. "I've started this," I said softly. "I have to finish." "Okay." I liked that he didn't try to persuade me otherwise, or to ask whether I was sure. Lucas took my answer at face value, respected how I felt, and acted accordingly. He wasn't all big bad vampire lord. "I'll be there in a couple of hours," he continued. "Whoa." "No," I said. "You told me you've got business to take care of." "I can delegate." His voice was brisk. "You need me more." "I don't. You have your own responsibilities and I'm okay. Now that I've spoken to you, I feel much better." I wasn't even lying. I added more softly. "Don't give me more things to feel guilty about. There's nothing for you to do here, and a million things for you to take care of in London, not to mention 1,000 vampires. I'll see you on Thursday like we planned.
Emma.
It's fine. I'm fine. Besides, I'm on my way to the local police station to find out more about this other murder. There's no point in you heading here and then cooling your heels because I'm too busy doing my job to worry about anything else.
If you change your mind, Lucas said, all you have to do is say the word. I'll drop everything and come running in a heartbeat.
The lump in my throat was making a return. I know, I said. Thank you. I started walking down the country lane and into Barchapel. The sun was still shining, its warm, cheerful rays at odds with my turbulent thoughts. As I turned the corner, my eyes narrowed when I saw the crow sitting on the low-hanging branch of an oak tree nearby. I glared at it, and it cawed once before flapping off. I sniffed. It probably wasn't the same bird I'd seen earlier, but its departure gave me some satisfaction. I reached for my phone once more. Lucas had given me the emotional support I needed, but now I wanted more practical assistance. Fortunately, I knew the perfect forensic pathologist to help me out.
Emma!
Laura greeted my call, upbeat as usual. How's my favourite zombie? Very funny, I told her, but I don't want to eat your brains so much as pick them. Laura must have heard something in my voice, because she immediately grew serious. What is it? I plucked at an invisible speck of lint on my sleeve. I don't suppose you ever took samples of the, residue that's left over when I resurrect? What kind of death scientist do you take me for? Of course I did. Testing the stuff that you leave behind when you die and come back to life again is my new hobby. Not that I've got anywhere with the results, beyond working out that there's a mixture of dead skin cells, elemental sulphur, and nondescript ashes. She paused. Why? I bit my lip. If I sent you an old sample from a historic crime scene, could you compare the two? It would depend how old we're talking. She sounded excited. Why? Is there someone else who's a phoenix? Have you found evidence of someone like you? Not exactly. It's me. Old me. It's possible that I died and was reborn when I was a little kid. I could almost hear the cogs turning in Laura's brain. I'm confused. When did this happen? Why didn't anyone notice that you died? I'd never told her about what had happened to my parents. I'd never spoken about it in detail to anyone other than Lucas. It's kind of a long story. Most things with you tend to be, she said dryly. Where are you? A place called Barchapel in Kent. It's about 30 minutes' drive from Appledore. Uh-huh. And do you have a proper sample kit with you? Because if you don't, there'll potentially be too much cross-contamination, especially with such an old scene. It'll be dodgy trying to take proper readings without the proper equipment. I grimaced. I don't have anything like that. I'm on my way to have a chat with the local police, though. I can get a sample kit from them. Laura sniffed. I know there's been a brutal murder in Barchapel because yesterday evening there was a request for a locum pathologist to help with the investigation. I imagine the local constabulary already have their hands full and won't be impressed by a city dweller like you sauntering in and making demands about investigating decades-old crime scenes. I have some holidays saved up. I'll be there by this evening. I'll take the samples myself and test them straight away. That's really not necessary, Laura. You don't have to... She interrupted. On a scale of 1 to 10, how important is this to you, Emma? 11. Important, I said quietly. Then shut up. Dean and the others can hold the fort here. Where are you staying? I didn't deserve friends like her. At a pub called the Bird and Bush. I'll be there by 9 tonight. Make sure to have a pint of ale waiting for me. Frankly, that was the least I could do. It wasn't difficult to locate the small police station. It was a stone's throw away from the bus stop where I'd arrived. I did my utmost to put my discoveries at the cottage to the back of my mind and present my best game face. Regardless of my own concerns, the Kent police were working on an active murder case. There was a small front desk with a tired-looking uniformed policeman sitting behind it. No doubt this was the local Bobby. DCI Boateng and the rest of the murder squad would be visiting temporarily from Maidstone while the investigation into Patrick Lacey's killing was underway. For all I knew, they were also staying at the Bird and Bush. I supposed I'd find out soon enough. I smiled at the young officer and tried to look friendly. He probably hadn't had much rest over the past few days. A brutal murder would be well out of his usual remit of petty burglaries and complaints about noise from local residents. "Hi, I'm Detective Constable Emma Bellamy. I'm here to see DCI Harris Boateng if he's available."
"PC Robert Rothsey," the man said, managing a nod of acknowledgement. "Do you have your warrant card?"
I passed it over and watched his expression as he glanced at it.
"You're with Supernatural Squad."
He blinked.
"Does that mean—"
I held up my hands. "I'm not here in any official capacity. It's doubtful the Soups had anything to do with your murder. This is a courtesy call more than anything, although I think DCI Boateng is expecting me." Rothsey half turned and picked up the phone to inform Boateng of my presence. When he was done, he looked back at me. I raised my eyebrows and waited.
"Do you know any vampires?"
he asked finally. It was just as well that Lucas was still in London. Even the suggestion of Soups by association was more than enough for the people here. "I do. A lot of them," I told him. He flinched, and I saw his hand go to his neck involuntarily. He leaned forward and dropped his voice to a whisper.
"Please," he said, "does garlic work against werewolves as well as vampires?"
"Pardon?"
He hooked a finger under his collar and drew out a piece of string. Attached to it were several wrinkled cloves of garlic.
"Oh dear. I'm afraid it doesn't," I said, "and as I've already mentioned, it's highly improbable that Patrick Lacey was killed by a Soup." Rothsey gave me a disbelieving look.
"I saw the body," he said with a note of dark horror. "No human could have done that."
The spatters of old blood in the cottage kitchen flashed into my mind. "Humans are capable of just about anything," I told him sadly. The door beside the front desk opened, and a man in his early 50s stepped out. His face was weather-beaten. There were laughter lines around his eyes, and only a few strands of hair on his head. He immediately reminded me of Tony, the detective at Soup Squad who'd been my mentor for little more than a day. It wasn't so much his appearance or his age, but the expression in his brown eyes, knowing, cynical, but also warm.
"DC Emma Bellamy."
He put out his hand.
"I'm DCI Boateng. It's good to meet you at last. Thank you for coming all this way."
I took his hand and shook it, pleased by his firm, confident grip. I doubted I'd be batting away any daft questions about garlic from him. "It's my pleasure, sir," I said.
"Tell me," Boateng asked. "My wife was nipped by a chihuahua yesterday morning. Should I be worried she's going to turn into a werewolf?"
I took an involuntary step back, then realised that Boateng's eyes were twinkling. He must have heard PC Rothsey through the door. I laughed. "I think she'll be all right." He grinned at me and glanced over at Rothsey. I instantly felt sorry for the younger man, whose face was suffused with red.
All right, he muttered. "I get it, but we've not had a murder here for a quarter of a century."
He looked at Boateng defiantly.
"And you can't tell me that it doesn't look as if Soups are involved. It doesn't pay to be too careful."
Instantly contrite, I gave him a quick smile. "You're absolutely right. I'm sorry. And there's no such thing as a stupid question. If there's anything you want to know about Soups, anything at all, don't be afraid to ask. Not long ago, I wasn't all that different to you, and I didn't know a damned thing about them. Sometimes I get so immersed in my work that I forget that." Rothsey nodded, while Boateng gave me a surprised look of approval.
"I will add my own apologies. That was uncalled for on my part. There's a time and a place for banter, and this isn't it."
He gestured to the door.
"Why don't you come through, Emma? Then I can show you why both Robert and myself are so convinced that Soups are involved. I hope it's not the case, but the evidence certainly points towards the supernatural. More concerned now, I nodded soberly and followed him. Chapter 6. The Barchapel police station might have been very small, but it was bustling with activity. As I walked behind Boateng, I saw the evidence board plastered with a photo of Patrick Lacey and various details about both his life and death. As I became aware of the serious expressions and buzz of concentration from the assembled police officers, I imagined that it would have been like this when my parents were killed. There wouldn't have been laptops and smartphones, but the intensity would have been the same. Something about that thought was oddly reassuring. Boateng acknowledged various people, but didn't pause until we reached the small room he'd clearly commandeered as his office. He closed the door and sat down, gesturing at me to do the same. "You know, Emma," he said without any further preamble, "there's no chance that the murder of Patrick Lacey is in any way related to the murder of your mother and father." He was heading straight for the elephant in the room. I wasn't surprised that he was aware of my connection to Barchapel. Either DSI Barnes had told him, or he looked into my background himself. I'd have done the same thing in his position. As far as he was concerned, I was an upstart stranger striding into the middle of his investigation with scant experience. I met his eyes and spoke as frankly as I could. "I'm not here to insert myself into your investigation, sir. I'm with the Metropolitan Police, and I'm well aware that I have no official capacity or authority to investigate in Barchapel. I'm not particularly experienced as a detective, but I do know soups, and I think I can offer some assistance in that regard. But if you'd prefer that I stay clear, I will fully understand. Officially, I'm only here on holiday." Boateng leaned back in his chair and crossed his legs. "We both know you're not here for a holiday. And while I agree that you don't have a lot of experience in terms of time served, you've proved yourself as a detective. I've done my homework. You've produced incredible results over the last few months." I inclined my head. "Thank you for that." I straightened my shoulders. "I can't deny that the main reason I'm here is because of my parents. But their murderer is already behind bars. Samuel Beswick was arrested 3 days after he killed them, and I have the police here to thank for that. Justice was served and—" I suddenly stopped short. Boateng gave me a curious look. "And what?" And when I'd asked Beswick why he hadn't killed me, he'd obviously been horrified at the thought. He'd said it wouldn't have been fair to kill a child, and I'd believed him. If the sulphurous soot I'd found at the cottage really was evidence of my death, had he been lying? To what end? It didn't make sense. "Nothing," I said. I shook my head, attempting to dispel my thoughts. "Maybe we should get to the point. Why are you so sure that Patrick Lacey was murdered by a soup?" A tiny frown marred Boateng's forehead as I shifted gear. He watched me for a moment or two and then shrugged. "Very well. There are a few indications." He opened a drawer, took out a folder and laid it on the desk between us. Patrick Lacey was 46 years old. He held up a photo of him. As you can see, he kept himself in very good shape. He held a black belt in karate, judo, and his Krav Maga skills have been highly spoken of. He was very fit and remarkably strong. I gazed at the photo. I knew exactly what Boateng was implying. A human would find it difficult to overpower Patrick Lacey, but a soup wouldn't. "It's one thing to hold your own in a gym. It's quite another when you're taken by surprise and attacked outside at night." "True," Boateng conceded. He reached for another A4 photo and gave me a warning look, preparing me for what was to come. Then he handed over the photo. "But there is also the manner in which he died. Take a look. Lacey's body was found in a narrow snicket that leads between the back of 2 rows of houses." It was a clear shot of Patrick Lacey lying face up, his head slumped to one side. "This was taken at the scene before his body was moved?" Boateng nodded. "The evidence indicates that he died where he fell.
He slid another photo across the desk, a close-up that focused on Lacey's face and neck. I stared at it. "This wound," I said, "the one on his neck, it's the only one."
"The only one,"
Boateng told me.
"Patrick Lacey died because his throat was ripped out. You see the ragged edges around the skin? The preliminary report suggests those are teeth marks. Last time I checked, there weren't any wild wolves or grizzly bears wandering around the Kentish countryside. We've sent samples off to the lab in Maidstone to see if we can get any DNA hits. If something bit into Lacey, we'll know about it soon."
His tone was grim.
"It certainly looks as if that's what happened."
I nodded slowly, though it wasn't actually the wound that had given me pause. It was the lack of blood splatter. Lacey's face was clean. There wasn't so much as a smudge of blood on his skin. There also appeared to be very little on his clothes, although he'd been wearing a dark T-shirt, so there could be plenty of blood droplets that weren't visible. "Is there any suggestion that the killer cleaned him post-mortem?" I asked carefully.
Boateng gave me a small smile. "None. In fact, Lacey still has traces of beer around his mouth to prove that his face wasn't wiped clean. It seems almost inconceivable, doesn't it, that a fully grown man could suffer such a terrible wound, yet not be covered in his own blood afterwards."
"What about the ground?" I asked.
"Specialists are still examining the scene. There's some of Lacey's blood around where his body was found." He shrugged. "A few teaspoons worth, perhaps. Yet he lost almost half of the blood in his body. It appears as if whoever killed him also drank his blood."
Boateng fixed me with a long look.
"I think you'll agree that's not typical human behaviour."
I shook my head slowly. No, it wasn't, but I was far from ready to declare this a supernatural crime just yet. "If you wanted to cover up evidence of a premeditated crime, you'd do well to pin the blame on Soups."
"Indeed," Boateng agreed. "It's important not to jump to conclusions. But even if there aren't illegal Soups living in the Barchapel area, it would be easy for someone based in the London enclaves to make a short trip here to take care of Mr. Lacey. I don't imagine it took you very long to get here from the city."
"It didn't." I paused, but I had a good reason to come. Why would a London Soup want to kill a man living in the Kent countryside? Did Patrick Lacey have any London connections?
Boateng shrugged. "Other than an aunt he's not seen for years, and a few old friends who moved there and who he seemed to have lost touch with, none that we can see. We've looked into his recent movements, and it doesn't appear that he'd visited London for months. However, none of what I've mentioned so far is the real reason why we suspect Soup involvement."
I raised an eyebrow. "Go on." He slipped another photograph out of the file and laid it in front of me, then another and another. I studied each one in turn.
"These are images of the ground around where Patrick Lacey's body was found," Boateng told me. "He was discovered just after 6 o'clock on Saturday morning by a local resident called Maria Payne, who was out walking her dog. There had been some rain during the previous evening, and the ground was soft enough to form some partial marks. We've taken impressions of her shoes. You can see Mrs. Payne's footprints here."
He indicated some indistinct marks.
"The first police officer on the scene was PC Robert Rothsey, who you met just now. Despite his lack of knowledge about Soups, he is a diligent and careful constable who understands how to approach a crime scene. He took the time to put on overshoes, and he kept his foot treads to a minimum, retreating as soon as he'd established that Mr. Lacey was beyond reviving."
Boateng pointed again at the first photo.
"We've established that these prints are his."
I nodded. Shivers of trepidation were starting to burst through my veins.
"Naturally, we also took impressions of Mr. Lacey's footprints."
He gestured to the second photo.
"The evidence indicates that this particular trail marks his approach from the west side, which is also the direction that Mrs. Payne came from. And then here," he tapped the third photo, "is a series of different prints that come from the opposite direction, the eastern side."
I squinted. The marks were smudged, but I could tell they looked like heavy boot prints heading towards the spot where Lacey had been found. Even I could see they were markedly different to both Lacey and Payne's footprints. "Okay," I said slowly, still not quite understanding.
Roughly 10 meters away from Patrick Lacey's body, these unidentified prints disappear. There's a section of harder ground where no footprints are visible.
Boateng withdrew one final photo.
But after a few meters, there's enough soft earth that the trail continues, except the boot prints have been replaced by these marks that continue to the location of the body.
He turned the photo around so I could see it. I sucked in a sharp breath. Forming a perfectly straight line that headed directly to where Lacey was found dead were several gigantic paw marks. "What kind of dog does Mrs. Payne have?" I asked, staring at them.
"A miniature poodle,"
Boateng answered.
"Named Jimmy. I met him yesterday, and I can confirm that he's a vicious little chap, even more so than the chihuahua that nibbled on my wife."
He held up his hand, and I spotted a few small bruises around the base of his thumb.
"But I can also guarantee that there is no way on God's green earth that Jimmy made those paw prints. We've measured them. Even a Great Dane doesn't have paws that large. We haven't established exactly what manner of creature made those marks. We suspect werewolf, but we could be wrong. But the prints are not human, I promise you that."
He leaned back once more in his chair and regarded me carefully. "No," I said quietly. "They don't look like werewolf prints." I met Boateng's steady gaze. "But I have to agree reluctantly that they're not human either." "You're right, sir. It does look like a soup murdered Patrick Lacey. Patrick Lacey. Patrick Lacey. Patrick Lacey." Chapter 7. DCI Harris Boateng was less concerned with politics and county divisions than he was with solving Patrick Lacey's murder and catching the perpetrator. Without being prompted, he handed over a hefty wad of photocopied files relating to the evidence they'd gathered so far. Equally helpfully, Boateng suggested that PC Rothsey escort me to the scene of the crime first thing in the morning, once I'd had time to read the reports. For my part, I sent text messages containing the image of the paw prints to the 3 werewolf clan alphas. I also sent them to Lucas and Lisa, both of whom obviously held no allegiance to the wolves and possessed more knowledge about the others than I did. There were any number of others, ranging from pixies to ghouls to gremlins. Like the werewolves and the vampires, they were legally bound to live within a specific area in London, covering Lisson Grove, Soho, and several streets in between. I couldn't think of any other soups who made prints of the size and nature of those found at the scene of Lacey's death, but that didn't mean such soups didn't exist. As expected, the alphas messaged to say that the paw prints were not werewolf. Lady Sullivan went a step further and told me that I was a fool for suggesting such a thing and that I should stop staring at feet and focus on dealing with the problem of Devereux Webb. I ignored that and read the messages from Lisa and Lucas. Neither of them could offer any immediate answers. Lucas said he'd ask around and signed off with a kiss, which made my heart foolishly miss a beat. Lisa texted with a baffled question mark and followed it up by telling me that D.S. Grace was an idiot. He hadn't even lasted a full day before she'd pronounced judgment upon him. Oh dear. I told Boateng what I'd learned, which was precisely nothing, and texted them both back with notes of thanks, and a kiss of my own for Lucas. Clutching the files tightly to my chest, I scurried to the Burden bush. Much as I might have wanted to use this trip to focus on my parents, it was obvious that Patrick Lacey's killing would have to take precedence. Apart from newly appointed DSO and Grace, I was the country's sole Soup Squad detective, and this certainly looked like a soup murder. For the good of the innocent soup community and any further potential victims, not to mention poor Patrick Lacey, I had to alter my focus. But that didn't mean I couldn't spend a bit of time finding out about my mum and dad. The bar area was far more crowded now, with a late Sunday tea-time crowd clustered round tables and perched on stools. There was little doubt in my mind that most of them were locals. There was no better way to find out more about Patrick Lacey than talking to people who might have known him, so I deposited the files in my room. I cursed the absence of a room safe and squeezed them into my suitcase instead, zipped it up and clipped on a small padlock as insurance. After carefully locking the door, I hurried down to the bar and ordered an orange juice. It was time to get to work. Sidling up to an old guy wearing a flat cap and sitting on his own at the end of the bar, I made my opening gambit. It wasn't the most eloquent of beginnings. "Hi there, I'm Emma." He didn't even look in my direction. All he did was grunt and take a sip of his beer. I took a deep breath. "It's possible," I said, wishing I didn't have to use my parents' deaths in this way, "that you knew my mum and dad." 2 birds with 1 stone, I told myself, inwardly exulting when he turned towards me and looked me up and down. I would soften him up by telling him who I really was, then go in for the kill and learn what I could about Patrick Lacey while his guard was down. "Who are your parents?" he asked. "They're dead, but they were Mark and Diane Bellamy," I replied, pleased that there was no catch in my voice. "They lived in the old cottage on the edge of the village, the one that—" "I know which one you mean," he interrupted. His gaze was assessing. "So you're their kid. I didn't think we'd ever see you again." "I joined the police." I managed a light shrug. With the recent murder here, I thought this was my chance to come and see what I remembered, as well as do some good. "Bit gruesome, innit?" he asked. "Coming back to the place where your parents were murdered to investigate a murder?" "Yeah," I answered honestly. "I suppose it is." I hesitated. "So, did you know them? Did you know Mark and Diane?" His reply was slow in coming. "I did. What happened to them rocked this place for years. Now we're back to where we started." He took a grim sip. "More death." A blonde woman in her mid-40s wandered over from a table in the corner to catch the barman's attention. The man next to me called to her. "Guess who this is, Julie? Bet you can't guess." She glanced towards me. "You've got me there, Bill." Her voice was flat and disinterested. "I can't guess." She ordered a gin and tonic and raised her eyebrows. "Go on, who are you?" "She's little Em," Bill said, speaking for me. Julie stared at me. "You mean—" "Yep." Her demeanour changed in an instant, transforming from tired exasperation to astonished excitement. "Oh, my God! Oh, my God!" She leapt towards me, and for one alarming moment I thought she was going to attack me. Then she grabbed hold of my shoulders and pulled me into a tight embrace. "Em, little Em, what happened to you? Are you all right? I worried about you so often over the years." She squeezed me tighter, her floral perfume wrapping around me until I almost smothered. "You keep holding her like that, she ain't going to be breathing for much longer," Bill observed. "Oh, my goodness." Julie released me and stepped back. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you." She shook her head in amazement. "I'm just so happy to see you. The last time I saw you, you were this high." She indicated a point on her thigh. "I used to babysit you." She grinned at me before sobering up. "I was so upset with what happened. We all were. That man, Samuel Bezic," she hissed. "Hanging's too good for him." "You knew Bezic?" I asked. "Oh, yeah." She bobbed her head. "Used to think he was a decent guy until he did what he did." She shuddered. "Even got it on with him one time after a night out here." She glanced at me, and her expression altered. "But you don't want to hear about that. Tell me about you. Where have you been all these years? I want to know everything." "She's with the police," Bill said from behind my shoulder. "Police?" Julie jerked. "You're here for Patrick?" "Yes." "Wow," she whispered. "Talk about your chickens coming home to roost." I frowned. "What do you mean?" Julie's eyes met Bill's. "You know, because of Patrick and your parents." I stilled. "What about Patrick and my parents?" "You know." "No," I told her. "I don't know." "Well, he was the one that found them, wasn't he? And you? He went round because Mark, your dad, had asked him to fix a leaky tap. He knocked on the door, walked in and—" She gave an awkward shrug. "Saw what had happened. He was never the same afterwards. I think finding you and seeing all that blood is what made him so angry all the time. What do they call it? PDST?" "PTSD," I whispered. I stared at her. I hadn't read that part in any of the news clippings or the court summary. I hadn't known that Patrick Lacey found my parents, that he'd found me. "That's a hell of a coincidence," Julie burbled. Uh-huh. I couldn't quite wrap my head around it. Blimey. I took a sip of my juice. I was desperate to know about my mum and dad, but this was a real chance to ask more about Patrick. There would be time for my parents later. I had to focus on the crime in front of me. Inadvertently, I tightened my grip on my glass. There was a sudden cracking sound, and orange liquid spilled everywhere as the glass shattered in my hand. Shit, that wasn't supposed to happen. Fucking hell! Julie whipped a bar towel off the counter and started dabbing at my skin. "Don't move or you'll cut yourself." She glared at the barman. "I told you those glasses were cheap and nasty," she castigated him. "Em here could have been seriously injured." "I'm fine," I managed. "It was my fault." "Psh, don't be ridiculous." The barman rushed round with a dustpan and brush in his hand. "I'll get this cleaned up. Don't worry. I'm sorry about that." "It was my fault," I said. It really was my fault. Sometimes I didn't know my own strength. "You've got it all over your lovely shirt," Julie tisked. She dabbed some more with the towel, but only succeeded in spreading the orange stain. I smiled at her and held up my hands. "It's okay," I insisted. I knelt down and helped the barman with the last few shards. "There's no use crying over spilt orange juice." "Oh, hen." Julie gazed at me. "That's just the sort of thing your mum would have said." She sighed. "You'll really like her." I bit the inside of my cheek. "I have a room upstairs," I said. "I'll just go and change." "Good idea." Julie nodded vigorously. "You go do that." "Will you stay?" I asked. "I won't be long." She smiled. "I can hang around for a bit. I'll have to get home soon and get dinner on, but I've got some time." "Thank you." I looked at Bill. "And thank you, too." He offered a gruff sniff. "No problem." Breathing hard, I raced up the stairs and into my room. Breaking that glass had been stupid. I knew it had happened because I'd let my emotions get the better of me, but that didn't make it any better. I stripped off my shirt and darted into the bathroom to wipe off the worst of the sticky juice. As soon as I turned on the tap, however, there was a strange loud squawk that had nothing to do with the pub's plumbing. What the hell was it? I leaned back so that the rest of the room was visible through the bathroom doorway. Nothing looked different. I frowned and decided that I must be imagining things, when suddenly there was another loud squawk, followed by frantic tapping at the window. For fuck's sake! It was yet another damned crow, perched on the windowsill and staring at me with sharp, beady eyes. The window was propped open a few inches to let in the warm summer breeze. I should have been grateful that the bird hadn't squeezed into my room through the gap, but I wasn't. "This is ridiculous!" I exploded, my voice echoing round the room. I spun round and dropped my shirt, preparing to thump on the window and scare the bird away. I stomped round the bed, and then there was a creak from behind me. A second later, a large hand clamped over my mouth, and another reached for my throat and began to squeeze, 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 squeeze. Chapter 8. Gah! I shifted my body and heard a pane creak as I moved. Floorboards, I decided. That's what that noise was. I was lying on old floorboards. My nostrils flared. The acrid stench of sulphur clung to the air. Oh, for fuck's sake. "Morning, Emma." I opened one eye and squinted. I was still in my room at the Bird and Bush. Sitting in the old armchair opposite the bed, with her feet tucked up underneath her, was Laura. I groaned and heaved myself up, grabbed the duvet from the bed, and wrapped it round my body. "I died again, didn't I?" I said flatly. I'm afraid so. Her expression was both concerned and sympathetic. I'd have moved your body to the bed, but I figured you probably didn't want to set the whole pub alight when you resurrected. The floor seemed the best option for minimising the damage. I looked down. There was a vast scorch mark on the wooden floorboards where I'd been lying. I winced. Laura stood up and grabbed hold of the edge of the rug near her feet, dragging it across to cover the burn. Almost. There was still a bit of charring visible around the edges. There, she said cheerfully. As good as new. Then her grin vanished, and she gave me a long look. Trouble follows you around like a bad smell from a skunk, she said. What happened? Who did this? I glanced at the small clock on the dresser. It was just after 6 a.m. It always took me 12 hours to resurrect. That meant I died almost instantly after that hand had reached for my throat. As I looked round the room, my gaze settled on the large armoire in the corner. My mouth thinned as I stalked over to it and flung open the door. It creaked loudly. There, smack bang in the centre of the damned thing, were 2 large, booted footprints. Someone was in here, I said darkly. They came in here, hid in this fucking wardrobe, and when I came into the room, they jumped out and... I gritted my teeth. Bastard. I was almost as annoyed with myself as I was with my damned would-be murderer. I was too strong to allow someone to kill me so easily. I'd been taken completely unaware, and I died almost instantly. I should have, and indeed could have, done more. That is not good, Laura murmured. No, not good at all. Another thought occurred to me. Fuck, I hissed. I'd left Julie waiting in the bar and had never returned. She probably thought I'd done a runner. I balled my hands up into fists, clenching them so tightly that they hurt. Did you see who the killer was? Laura asked. I shook my head. No. I made a face. But they were strong, really strong. I didn't have any time to react, and these days I'm pretty powerful and very fast. Whoever it was, they didn't hesitate. Unbelievable, I growled to myself. Unfucking-believable. Why did this keep happening to me? I arrived here just before 9 last night, Laura told me. I checked in and tried to call you. When you didn't answer, I knocked on your door. I knew you were expecting me, and the bloke downstairs told me you hadn't gone out, so I persuaded him to open the room up and let me check on you. She raised her eyebrows. We're sisters now, if anyone asks. It's the only way I could get him to unlock the door for me. Did he see... I gestured to my body. No, when I saw your feet I knew what had probably happened, so I made sure he didn't spot anything untoward. That was good. Plenty of people in London were already aware of my ability to avoid death, but I didn't imagine such a revelation would go down particularly well in the little village of Barchapel, especially not in the light of Patrick Lacey's murder a few days ago. I examined your body, Laura said. I can't be entirely positive without x-rays, but it looks as if your neck was broken. From the bruises and the lividity, I reckon the murderer started by trying to throttle you and then snapped your bones. If it helps, I don't believe you suffered. She looked at me anxiously. All I could do was shrug. I must have blacked out almost immediately because I had no memory of it. The only thing we can be sure of is that he wouldn't have expected you to reawaken, Laura continued. Whoever did this was strong, and from the size of those boot prints in the wardrobe and the marks on your neck, it was someone large. I'd lay money that it was a male. I glanced back at the wardrobe. Those boot prints. Another thought occurred to me, and I reached for my suitcase. As soon as my hand fell on it, I sucked in a sharp breath. The padlock was broken. Whoever had killed me had forced it open. I flipped open the lid. My clothes were still there, and so was my crossbow. Much good it had done me. But the files pertaining to Lacey's murder were gone. This was no opportunistic murder, I said. It's obvious I was deliberately targeted. And I was targeted because of Patrick Lacey. I wasn't so much angry as filled with an incandescent rage that was powerful enough to make me shake uncontrollably.
Never mind that Barchapel was a small place and that I was confident I'd find my latest killer within days. Never mind that I'd sprung back to life yet again and could already feel the surge of strength my reawakening had created. Whoever had ended Patrick Lacey's life had ended mine as well, and in the very village where my parents had also been murdered. I would rampage through this damn place until I found the person responsible, and then I'd ensure that they never experienced freedom again. Fuck them. The fury that coursed through my veins and arteries wouldn't settle until justice was done. Not that anyone would have known how I was feeling from the way I was sitting primly at the table in the breakfast room at the Bird and Bush. My crossbow was beside me. From now on I was keeping it beside me at all times, just in case. My phone dinged and I slid it out. Lucas. My heart fluttered momentarily as I opened his text message. I missed having you next to me when I woke up this morning. Did you sleep well? Kiss. I stared at it, wondering whether I should phone and speak to him directly. Instead, I took the coward's way out. I slept like the dead. And then, but I missed you too. Kiss. I waited to see if he would message again, but nothing appeared. Sighing, I put the phone face down and looked up as the waitress approached. "Good morning," she chirped, pad and pen in hand. Fortunately, she didn't clock the crossbow by my side. "What would you like this morning?" "Coffee, orange juice, full English, and to speak to the manager," I said with a bright smile of my own. The waitress blinked. I'm with the police," I explained. "I need to ask the manager a few questions as a matter of urgency." I cast a glance around the room. "Do you have CCTV here by any chance?" Her eyes widened a fraction, and her sunny demeanour slipped. "I don't think so. Is there a problem? Has something been stolen from your room?" My life, I thought irritably. "If I could just speak to the manager, or the owner," I said. "This place is owned by a brewery, and the manager won't be in until lunchtime." I sniffed and shook out my napkin. "Very well, I'll make sure I'm around when she arrives." Whatever. "If you could let him know that I need to speak to him, that would be helpful." The waitress scratched her neck, her discomfort painfully visible. "Sure, I can do that." Laura, freshly showered and changed, ambled in and took the seat opposite me. The waitress looked at her warily, clearly wondering what fresh hell was now going to be forthcoming. "Can I please have a double espresso and scrambled eggs on toast?" Laura asked. The waitress nodded and scribbled down the order before departing at high speed. Laura raised an eyebrow. "Something you said. This isn't an anonymous hotel with hundreds of rooms. Someone must have seen whoever sneaked into my room. I'll find out who is behind all this." I glared round the room at the other guests. As I'd suspected, they were all police officers, here for Patrick Lacey's murder investigation. I recognised a couple of faces from the station, but even if I hadn't, their auras and body language screamed police. Their combined presence hadn't stopped me from being murdered, however, and none of them displayed even the faintest trace of shock at my living, breathing appearance. Laura nodded. "You have my every confidence. I give it 24 hours max before your killer is brought bang to rights." She grinned at me. "I bet your Lucas isn't very happy about what's happened." I looked down. I haven't told him," I admitted. "I'm a bit ashamed that I was overpowered so easily. The last thing I want is for Lucas to think that he has to protect me or look over my shoulder to make sure that I'm all right, especially when it's obviously unnecessary." "Either that," she murmured, "or you don't feel that you completely trust the Lord of all Vampires and you want to retain some independence." I looked at her, and she smiled back serenely. I didn't have time to deny what she'd said because the waitress returned with the coffee. Besides, there were other matters to discuss. "I'll go to the station and get hold of DCI Boateng. I need a second set of files to replace the ones that were stolen." "Will you tell him how the files were lost?" I nodded. "I think so. It relates to Lacey's murder, so I'll have to come clean about it, including my recent death. Whether he believes me or not is another matter." "I'd like to be a fly on the wall for that one." Laura's smile was tinged with worry. "I'll wander over to the cottage and get those samples.
I've only got my portable lab kit with me, but it shouldn't take too long to confirm that you died here when you were a child. And you know that I'll be happy to look at any of the evidence concerning Lacey if it will help. I owe you, Laura, I said quietly. Big time. She dismissed my words with a wave of her hand. My business is death as much as yours is. This is my calling. I sighed. Yeah, death was my calling too, unfortunately. Harris Boateng looked as fresh as a daisy. By the time I arrived at the Barchapel police station, he'd already given the morning's briefing and was poring over what appeared to be a stack of statements. Judging by the pile of paper in front of him, his officers had spoken to just about every resident in the village.
"Good morning, Emma," he said, looking up. "You look well rested."
I might say the same of you, sir," I said. I motioned towards the door. "Do you mind if I—"
"Go ahead."
I closed the door and sat down opposite him. I unstrapped the crossbow and placed it on the desk between us. Boateng gazed at it, but didn't comment. I drew in a deep breath. "I have a confession to make."
"You're a soup who possesses the inability to die."
My mouth dropped open.
Boateng shrugged. "When DSI Barnes told me you were coming to town, I didn't just look up your professional record. There are a lot of rumours about you dying and coming back to life, although nothing has been confirmed, and most people think it's bullshit."
"You don't?"
"Actually," he said easily, "until about 20 seconds ago, I did think that."
I stared at him, then realisation dawned. Boateng had outplayed me. He'd manipulated my reaction to his words in order to learn the truth before I had the chance to tell him myself. "Touché," I managed. He grinned.
"It's not every day a Kent copper like me meets a soup, especially not an immortal soup. What's it like?"
I grunted. "It's not immortality. I still age like everyone else. And being a soup is not as much fun as you might think."
"I can believe that."
He leaned forward.
"So why did you come in here to tell me this?"
"Because," I said baldly, "last night someone broke into my room at the Bird and Bush, waited for me to return, and killed me. I only resurrected a couple of hours ago." This time it was Boateng's turn to look astonished.
"Oh,"
he said.
"Oh."
"They also stole the files you gave me." He rubbed the back of his neck.
"Oh."
I didn't see who my killer was. I wanted to leave Laura out of this, so I didn't mention her. But I'm fairly certain they broke my neck. Lacey's killer also went for his throat, which suggests some similarities between our deaths, although my jugular wasn't ripped out like Lacey's was. Right now, I have to assume that the files were the motive for my murder. Who knew that I had them? Boateng took a long moment to answer as he continued to wrestle with the revelation of my recent death.
"Any number of people," he said finally. "It was no secret. Half the police officers in this building probably knew."
"And they could have mentioned it to others, or been overheard mentioning it." He stiffened.
"We might not be the Metropolitan Police, but we do know how to conduct ourselves. Perhaps someone saw you carrying the files out of here."
"Perhaps." I paused. "There's a set of boot prints in the wardrobe in my room. I'm no expert, but they look pretty similar to the ones that were found close to Patrick Lacey's body."
Boateng's face darkened. "I see."
"And there's something else," I continued. "One of the locals told me yesterday evening that Patrick Lacey was the person who discovered my parents' dead bodies."
"Yes," he said quietly. "I knew that."
"You didn't tell me."
"As I've already said, there's no reason to link what happened to your family to what happened to Patrick Lacey. It's merely an unfortunate coincidence. In fact, if you read the files I gave you, you'd have seen the section concerning your parents' deaths. I included his witness statement from back then."
"I didn't get the chance to look through them. I was hoping I could get another copy."
"I'll see what I can do, but I think it would be best if you don't remove anything from the station from now on. We don't need more sensitive material going missing. I'll send a couple of forensic guys round to your room at the pub. We'll take a look at these boot prints of yours and see what else turns up. You should call the pub and tell them to expect someone."
He watched me.
But remember that Lacey was not well liked in Barchapel. He had violent tendencies and frequently got into fights. Our working theory is that either there's an illegal soup living nearby, or one was passing through, and Lacey rubbed them up the wrong way.
After our conversation yesterday, I'd have agreed with you, but my murder puts a different spin on things.
Unless, Boateng countered, I'm not the only person who's heard the rumours about what you are, and the Pope was worried about what you might uncover.
They wouldn't have killed me if they'd heard the rumours. They'd have known that murdering me would be a wasted effort.
True, he conceded, but it's not a secret that you're from Soup Squad. That alone could worry the perp.
It was possible. I tried to think dispassionately, but it wasn't easy. I wouldn't normally place much credence on online comments, I said, choosing my words carefully. But someone mentioned that Lacey had been friends with a killer. Unless Barchapel is heaving with murderers, whoever made that comment must have been referring to Samuel Bezic.
I don't know a great deal about that particular crime, Emma.
Boateng's voice was gentle.
It was a long time ago. But given the nature of this place, I imagine many people were friendly with Mr. Bezic.
I thought about what Julie had said last night. She'd implied some sort of brief romantic relationship with him. Boateng was probably right. I'd put it on the back burner for now, but I wouldn't forget it. He sighed.
At least we know one thing from your murder.
What's that, sir?
If the same person killed you as killed Lacey, they haven't left the area. The population of Barchapel is less than 8,000. It shouldn't be hard to find our killer.
I set my jaw. Oh, I'll find them all right. He gazed at me for a long moment.
We will find them.
He drummed his fingers on the desk.
As far as I'm concerned, nothing has changed from yesterday. I can't include you on the official investigating team as anything other than a consultant. You're not part of the Kent Major Crime Team, and our bureaucracy is as much of a nightmare as the Mets. However, it's important that we work with and not against each other. My view on that hasn't changed. I still believe that a soup is responsible, and so I need your help. I'm not giving you free rein, Emma, but I will allow you considerable latitude as long as you share your findings.
It was far more than I'd hoped for. I inclined my head. Naturally.
Robert is ready to take you to the crime scene. I'll get that team to your room at the Bird and Bush ASAP.
It's probably best if you don't tell many others that I was murdered, I said. I don't want to be forced into giving a demonstration of what I can do, and not everyone will be as calm about the news as you've been.
Boateng laughed. Believe me, detective, the last thing I'm feeling while looking at you is calm. Frankly, you terrify me. But don't worry, I'll leave your death out of the equation for now. I doubt anyone will believe me. It will remain between us. Can I ask just one thing, though?
I felt a sudden rush of wariness. Go on.
Can I feel your pulse?
I shrugged and held out my wrist. Boateng took it and pressed his fingertips to its soft underside. What's the verdict? I asked.
You seem to be alive, DC Bellamy.
I met his eyes. And I'm going to stay that way. I paused. At least, I am if I've got anything to say about it. Say about it. Say about it. Say about it. Say about it.
Chapter 9.
PC Rothsey was hopping from foot to foot outside the police station. His expression was similar to one I'd noted on Fred's young face, puppy dog enthusiasm and excitement. Rothsey had probably been hoping that a murder investigation would involve running around like James Bond or Jason Bourne and bringing swift justice to a cruel world, not sifting through paperwork and questioning local residents. This little outing was probably the most thrilling thing that had happened since he'd first attended the crime scene. He beamed at me as I approached.
Hi, DC Bellamy.
It was impossible not to smile back. Hi.
I brought you coffee.
He pressed a disposable cup into my hands.
It's from the shop round the corner. It's really good. I wasn't sure how you like your coffee, so I got some sachets of sugar to go with it.
No sugar. I took a sip. This is perfect. Thank you. His grin was so wide it seemed to split his face in two.
You're welcome. I was right, wasn't I? It's definitely a soup that killed Lacey.
He nodded rapidly, agreeing with himself.
I knew it as soon as I saw the wound. Werewolf, huh?
Well, I demurred, I've checked on the paw prints at the scene and they don't appear to be from a wolf. Rothsey visibly deflated. It was quite extraordinary to watch.
But what else could it have been?
I don't know yet. Something that wears heavy boots and likes to hide in wardrobes as well as on dark pathways. People always think of vampires and werewolves, but there are all sorts of other supernatural creatures. The Supe who attacked poor Mr. Lacey is clearly one of the rarer beings.
Rothsey's eyes were wide. Like what?
I'm not sure yet. It's best to keep an open mind and evaluate the evidence before we jump to any conclusions. I know a lot about Supes, but my knowledge isn't encyclopedic, and there's always more to learn. Why don't you lead the way to the crime scene, and we'll see what's there first? He offered up another happy little hop, then pointed to his right.
We can walk, he said. It's not far.
I followed his lead. So, I said, keen to know more about Barchapel and its residents, because any information might lead to more details about me and my parents. Have you always lived here?
No, Rothsey replied, disappointing me. I grew up in Appledore, and then I was posted to Maidstone after I qualified as a police constable. I only moved to Barchapel about a month ago, so I'm still getting to know the village.
It takes time, I said, sipping more of my coffee. You'll get there. The young policeman nodded enthusiastically again.
I will. You should know that it's not the first time there's been a vicious murder in Barchapel. The last one was a double murder, though it wasn't committed by Supes, and it was years ago. The bloke who did it is still in prison, and he's as human as you can get. His name is Samuel Betwick.
Beswick, I murmured without thinking. Rothsey flung me a surprised look.
You know about him?
I took a gamble and opted for the truth. It was probably round half the village by now. It was my parents who were killed. Rothsey paled, and I realised that I'd wrong-footed him for the second time in 2 days. You weren't to know, I said, and it was a long time ago. He stared at me.
If they were your parents, that means you were found...
His voice trailed away. Yeah, I said. I was, but I don't remember anything about it. I suppose that's a good thing. He swallowed.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. As anyone who's ever suffered a similar loss will know, you spend as much time consoling others about what's happened as you spend feeling sorry for yourself. That was why, up until now, I'd rarely mentioned what had happened to my parents. It was usually easier to keep quiet on the subject. Usually. Do you know much about what happened back then? I asked. Do people round here talk about it?
Not much, Rothsey mumbled, clearly still convinced he'd made a terrible gaffe.
I stopped walking and turned to him. It wasn't Lacey's murder that drew me to Barchapel, I told him. It was what happened to my parents. I still have some unanswered questions about that time, including why the hell I'm able to keep dying and returning to life. You're the local Bobby here. Any local gossip, no matter how salacious or grubby, is useful. Rothsey's eyes flicked to mine and then away again. I held my breath. So he did know something. I waited, hoping what he was about to say wouldn't shatter too many of the few warm memories I possessed.
Maybe some things are better left unsaid, he hedged.
I didn't press him. I simply waited. Fortunately, my tactic worked. Rothsey ran a hand through his hair.
Look, he said, this is only hearsay. It's not necessarily true. Like I said, I've only been here a month or so, and I wasn't even born when Samuel Beswick killed your parents. Stories can take on a life of their own and change to fit the circumstances, so...
I held up my hand. I get it, I said calmly. I'm not expecting to hear the gospel truth. I just want to know what whispers you've heard in your short time here. I won't attribute them to you, and I'll take anything I hear with a pinch of salt, I promise.
Rothsey sighed. Fine.
He turned and pointed towards the east of the village.
There's a large manor house over there, on the far side of Barchapel. Back in the day it was owned by the Sterling family. They were the landed gentry around these parts. These days it's owned by a woman called Miranda James. She's a bit off the wall.
What does that mean?
He shrugged awkwardly. In another time, she'd probably have been burned at the stake for being a witch. She likes crystals and tarot cards and palmistry. She has a reputation in the village for being weird. I was already annoyed on Miranda James's behalf, but I kept my own counsel. Go on. Rothsey's reluctance was growing. I've heard several people say that she used to be a looker in her youth and that she, He cleared his throat. She, had flings with some of the men. So? He looked at his shoes. Apparently, she was shagging Samuel Bezic at the time your parents were killed. The reason he killed them is because she was also having an affair with your dad. I blinked. That was a new one on me. I wasn't foolish enough to believe that my parents were angels simply because they died young, but I'd never heard anything along those lines before. I couldn't recall seeing anything like this in the newspaper reports from the time. Surely, if there was any suggestion it was true, it would have been used against Bezic in his trial because it gave him a strong motive to kill. Sorry, Rothsey muttered. That's okay. I pursed my lips. Clearly, I'd have to talk to Miranda James at some point, even though I didn't think there was any truth in this story of an affair. It probably didn't happen, Rothsey added hastily. And the James woman is nice, but she isn't all there. My eyes narrowed. Because she likes crystals. Registering my irritation, Rothsey shifted uneasily. I believe she has mental health issues. She's not dangerous or anything like that, but she does draw attention to herself. Sometimes she shouts at things that aren't there, and sometimes, especially on a clear night when you can see the moon, she dances naked in the fields. She's harmless, though, and her son helps her a lot. I lifted my head. Her son? He's just a teenager, but he keeps her on the straight and narrow. He's a good kid. Rothsey frowned. Weird new age name, though. Albion, I think. Albion. No angel had called the boy on the train Al, and one of the boys she'd been with had taunted him about the medication his mum was taking. Then I thought about the way he'd reacted to my name. There was a very good chance that we were talking about the same boy. I'd definitely be paying Miranda James a visit, sooner rather than later. Thank you, P.C. Rothsey, I said thoughtfully. Thank you indeed. Patrick Lacey's murder was so recent that the investigation was only in its infancy. A small forensic crew was still at the crime scene, and the path remained roped off with the police tape. We approached the first officer on duty to register our names and pick up whatever protective equipment we needed. We're almost finished here, the white-suited technician said cheerfully. I don't think there's a scrap of ground that we've not covered. Protective booties will be enough. She passed over the disposable plastic coverings, and P.C. Rothsey and I dutifully pulled them over our shoes. Come on, she said once we were ready. I'll walk you through the scene. The technician led the way to a small gap between two fences and pointed to where the path began. The last sighting of Mr. Lacey was back at the square. He was caught on CCTV and spotted by an eyewitness. That was just after 11 p.m. on Friday. We've walked the route several times. Even inebriated, it would have taken him less than 15 minutes to walk to this point. She glanced at Rothsey. I'm told this path is unofficially called Lover's Lane by the locals. Yeah, he said. It leads round the back of several streets and it's well used. For walking, he added quickly. Not anything else. She appeared amused by his faint embarrassment. Well, she demurred, we did find a used condom amongst the other rubbish. It was in the undergrowth by the side of the path, and unfortunately was some weeks old, so it's of no use in this investigation. It's been bagged and tagged, but I doubt you'll get much joy from it. I couldn't imagine getting any joy at all from an old used condom, but I understood what she meant. Did you pick up anything else that you think is useful? I'm afraid not. There was quite a collection of litter, but most of it seems to have been blown in or been here for some time. It'll all be carefully examined, but it's a relatively clean scene. She pulled a face, apart from all the blood and the bird shit, of course. I paused, thinking about that damned crow. Bird shit? Can you tell me what sort of bird it came from? The technician squinted. No, not a Scooby. Rothsey gave me a confused look.
aware that I'd sound unhinged if I started babbling about feathered creatures that were following me around and attempting to warn me about murderers hiding in my wardrobe. I quickly changed the subject. "The entrance to the path is quite well concealed," I said.
"Yeah," Rothsey agreed. "It's even harder to spot from the other side where it ends."
I rubbed my chin. That made it more likely that the perp was a local, especially if Boateng was right and they'd approached from the opposite direction rather than following Patrick Lacey from behind. The technician walked ahead of us onto the path.
"The ground here is quite hard," she said. "We don't pick up Lacey's footprints until several metres in."
We moved along until the first yellow tag was visible.
"Here we go."
I knelt down and gazed at the print. There were raised ridges around the toe, although the heel was rather smudged.
"We've taken several casts," the technician said. "It's definitely from Patrick Lacey's shoes. So are the others. See here?"
I followed her finger.
"He stumbled slightly and collided with these bushes. Too much beer to maintain a straight line." She shrugged. "We've all been there."
"Indeed." I asked the question all the same. "You're sure that it was a stumble and not part of the attack?"
"That's what the footprints tell us."
"It's quite obvious that the attack began further up. Here, I'll show you." As we followed her, more and more yellow tags appeared along the way to indicate where evidence had been found. By the time the path widened, there were dozens of them. I didn't need to look at Rothsey's face to know that this was where Lacey's body had been discovered. The ground here was a mess. It took a trained eye to point out what had happened.
"So," the technician explained, crouching down, "you can see from this partial footprint that Lacey stopped here."
I couldn't see that at all, but I was prepared to bow to her greater knowledge. She indicated another mark.
"He took a step back here," she said, "and here. Then he started to twist as if to leave in the opposite direction. Unfortunately for him, he didn't get very far." She gestured to a far larger imprint. "He fell onto his left side here and died, probably within seconds. These sections," she pointed out more of the numbered tags, "indicate where his blood was spattered. There's not a lot of it, which is surprising given the way he fell and the amount of blood loss he suffered."
I gazed grimly at the spot before looking up. "And his attacker? Where are those prints?"
The technician grinned. "Over here. And this is where things get interesting." She picked her way over with PC Rothsey and I close behind. "The attacker came in from the opposite direction. We're assuming that these boot prints were made by the killer. From the size of the prints and the heavy marks in the ground, I'm sure you're looking for a large male." She paused. "A very large male. He has to be at least 120 kilograms.
Wow. Our nasty little perp was not so small then. "Okay," I nodded. "What else?"
"From the moment he steps onto the path until here," she said, indicating another section, "he doesn't alter his speed in any way. He doesn't run, he doesn't change pace. Nothing." It was little more than 6 metres to where Lacey had died. I looked at Rothsey.
"How dark does it get here? Is it possible that the attacker didn't notice Lacey until they were almost on top of each other?"
The young policeman shook his head. "You can't see them from here, but just over that hedge there are streetlights for the road opposite. It's dark, but it's certainly not pitch black."
The technician agreed. "We checked it ourselves last night. Both Lacey and his attacker would have had a clear view of each other for quite some distance." That gave credence to the idea that it was something Lacey had said or shouted out that had enraged his killer. The footprint suggested that the perp had not considered attacking Lacey until he got close to him. I angled my head and spotted the section from the photograph that Boateng had shown me. While many of Patrick Lacey's footprints were smudged or difficult for a layman like me to read, the killer's were far clearer. Heavy boot print, heavy boot print, heavy boot print, 2-metre gap devoid of marks, then several animal paw prints. Assuming it was a creature similar to a werewolf, it appeared to have shifted from human form to animal in mid-air. I stared at the first animal print. It was massive. I'd been sure before, But now I was positive. This definitely hadn't been a wolf. The largest werewolf I'd ever seen was Devereux Webb, and even his paw prints wouldn't be this size. "We've undertaken several comparisons," the technician said, with a meaningful look that suggested she was about to say something important. "The closest match we found to this paw print is that of a Kodiak bear. Kodiak bear. Kodiak bear. Kodiak bear. Kodiak." Chapter 10. A Kodiak bear? A werebear? Was such a thing even possible? But if werewolves could exist, it stood to reason that there were other such creatures. I'd certainly never heard of any werebears, and I wasn't sure anyone else had either. P.C. Rothsey, who seemed even more thrown by the suggestion than I was, shoved his hands into his pockets when we re-emerged from the path and started mumbling to himself, his words a stream of incoherent panic. He twisted away, pacing up and down the pavement in agitation. I ignored him and took out my phone. Lisa took her sweet time answering. "Good morning," she said, sounding as if it were anything but. "You have reached Supernatural Squad. You are speaking to Lisa May, the civilian inquiry clerk. What is the nature of your inquiry?" Lisa?" I asked. "What's with the formal introduction?" Usually she answered the phone with little more than a grunt. "Oh," she sniffed, "it's you. Detective Sergeant Grace has given me a script to read from. He doesn't think that I'm professional enough and has decided to put words into my mouth. Literally. When the fuck are you coming back?" "In about 2 weeks," I told her. "As you well know, D.S. Grace has a lot of experience, Lisa. If he thinks that answering the phone in a more..." "He told Devereux Webb that he has to move to Lisson Grove within 7 days or he'll arrest him," she interrupted. I winced. I doubted that had gone down well. I was starting to get the feeling that I'd have a lot of mopping up to do when I finally returned to London. "It'll take D.S. Grace a while to get used to Supes. I'm sure he'll become more diplomatic as time goes on." "You're talking out your sweet arse, Detective Constable Bellamy," Lisa said. "Yeah, probably." "Look," I said, "I'm calling with a question. You know those paw prints I sent you yesterday? The prints that aren't from any kind of werewolf? Those are the ones. It's been suggested that they were made by a bear. A werebear." Lisa didn't say anything. "Lisa? Is this some kind of joke? A werebear? What the hell?" "You've never heard of such a creature?" "Of course not. You're losing it, Emma. All that dying has messed with your head." Lisa snorted. "A werebear? As if..." I didn't take offence at her tone. "I'm only saying that this is what the evidence is pointing towards. Do you know of any soup like that?" "No." Her derision was clear, but then her tone changed slightly. "But I looked into those prints you sent me, and I couldn't find any other soup that might have made them. Are you sure this isn't some kind of strange prank?" I pursed my lips. It could be. It seemed odd that Patrick Lacey's footprints were smudged and difficult to read, while the perp's prints were so clear. "I'm not discounting anything at this point," I said honestly. "Don't let a bunch of country yokels fool you into thinking that there are monsters where there are none." "Country yokels? You do realise that I'm from Barchapel too?" "Enough said." Lisa sniffed. "I'll do some research into werebears, but I can already tell you that they don't exist." "Thanks, Lisa. Just hurry up and get back here before D.S. Grace decides to organise Secret Santa or something." "It's July, Lisa." "Exactly." She drew in a breath and put on a silly voice. "Thank you for calling Supernatural Squad. Your inquiry has been noted, and we will make every effort to address it as quickly as possible." Then she clicked her tongue in exasperation and hung up. There was no point in worrying about what trouble D.S. Grace was creating at Soup Squad. For one thing, I wasn't there, and even if I had been, there was nothing I could do about it. He was ranked higher than me. Besides, between my own recent murder and that of Patrick Lacey's, my hands were full. "Well?" P.C. Rothsey appeared in front of me. "What have you learnt? How many werebears are there? What can we do to stop them?" I don't have any information yet about what sort of creature might have killed Mr. Lacey, I said, and it's still possible that—
Silver,
he said suddenly, interrupting my attempts to keep him calm.
It works against werewolves, right? It must work against werebears. I'll get some silver. I'm sure my mother must have some. I'll ask her.
Rothsey's mum might have some silver jewellery, but it was highly unlikely she had any silver bullets. Stop it, I said sternly. I know you're afraid of soups, and I know that what happened to Patrick Lacey is horrifying, but there's no precedent for this attack, and we don't know who or what is behind it. The majority of supernatural creatures are not cold-blooded murderers who patrol the Kentish countryside looking for victims. I spotted a passerby on the opposite side of the street, shopping bag in hand. She was watching us, wide-eyed and pale. I dropped my voice. Our job is to protect the people of this country. Going into a blind panic at every hint of danger won't help anyone. You're better than this, PC Rothsey. Remember your training. He sucked in a shaky breath.
Yes, you're right. He bobbed his head. Sorry. I'm sorry.
It's fine. I patted him on the shoulder. You should get yourself to the station and have a mug of tea. I'm going to call my boyfriend and see if he can help us. It sounded strange calling Lucas that. He wasn't a boy or a friend, and I wasn't really sure what label I could put on our relationship right now.
Why would your boyfriend be able to help us?
Because, I said, he's Lord Horvath. I hadn't thought it would be possible for Rothsey to get any paler, but he did.
But,
he whispered, stepping back to put as much distance between the two of us as he could.
He's a vampire.
Yes, he is. His eyes went immediately to my neck.
Are you a vampire?
No, I replied calmly.
Does he drink your blood?
Not if he can help it. Rothsey took another step back. The poor man didn't know what he was doing. He was torn between excitement at having a serious crime to investigate and outright terror at the ramifications of that crime. On the odd occasion when he wasn't letting his fear of soups get the better of him, he'd proved to be calm and capable of thinking on his feet. I shook my head. The ignorance of the general population as far as soups were concerned had a lot to answer for. You've helped me a great deal this morning, I told him. Thank you for that. And don't worry, whoever did this to Patrick Lacey will be caught. We'll all see to that. Rothsey didn't say anything. He simply nodded, turned on his heel, and fled. Lucas didn't answer his phone, so I left a quick message asking him to call me back. Then I walked in the direction of the bird and bush. With any luck, the manager would be in by now, and I'd find out who'd been hanging around last night and could have gained access to my room. I didn't get very far before I spotted a familiar face watching me darkly from the other side of the road. "What's up, Piggy?" No Angel called. At least she was consistent in her contempt. I lifted up my head and walked over to her. "Not in school today?" I asked. "Suspended, ain't I?" I raised an eyebrow. "Why's that?" "'Cause the head's a Nazi." I gave her a long look, laden with meaning. "Fine," she muttered. "I got into a fight, all right? It wasn't my fault, but I got the blame. I always do." She nodded in the direction I'd come from. "You investigating Lacey's death?" "I am." "Vampire did it?" "No," I said. "I don't think so." "It was a vamp." Her confidence was unwavering. "Changed into a bat and flew down, then attacked him. It's true. I know it is." "Vampires can't change into bats." "Says who?" I sighed. "Me. Listen, I want to talk to you about the train yesterday, about the boy you were bullying." No Angel's eyes narrowed. "I ain't a bully." I didn't say anything. Her cheeks flushed faintly red. "I ain't." "There were 6 of you being nasty to one boy. Very nasty. How else would you define bullying?" Her voice faltered. Sometimes you needed someone to put a mirror up to your actions to become aware of them. "Shit." She kicked at a small pebble. "He's rich, lives in that big house, thinks he's better than the rest of us 'cause he's got money. Little Lord Fauntleroy." She kicked another pebble.
He ain't better than me.
What's your name? I asked gently.
I don't have to tell you.
No, you don't. I put out my hand and she eyed it as if it were a venomous snake. I'm Emma. No Angel's bottom lip jutted out.
Chloe,
she muttered. She shook my hand limply. I smiled. Nice to meet you, Chloe.
What's that?
She asked, pointing at my back and shifting the conversation away from herself. A crossbow.
Cool. Can I have a go with it?
No.
Why not?
We both knew that I didn't have to explain why I couldn't hand over a lethal weapon to a teenager. Let's continue our chat about what happened yesterday instead, I said. Chloe rolled her eyes.
Do we have to?
We do. I paused. Do you think that boy really believes he's better than you? Because it seemed to me that he was just afraid. I'd be afraid if 6 people started taunting me.
Albion's not afraid. He's just weird.
I tried not to let my triumph show on my face. So I'd been right. He was Miranda James's son. From what I've heard, things are pretty tough for him. Having money doesn't always make your life easier. I expect he probably thinks he'd rather not have money if it meant he could take a trip into London without worrying about who he was going to meet on the way home and what they were likely to do to him. It's easy to think bad things of others. It's much harder to put yourself in their shoes and realise that they're only human too. Her face twisted into a snarl.
He doesn't know what it's like to have a hard life. He should put himself in my shoes.
Maybe he should, I said, without altering either my tone or my expression. Maybe we should all do that more. Chloe looked at me suspiciously, as if I were trying to trick her with clever words.
It's all right for you, innit? Bet you come from a nice family. Bet you had it easy growing up. Bet you've got it easy now.
Everyone has their own darkness and difficulties, Chloe.
Yeah.
She looked away. Her expression didn't yield much, but I hoped I was getting through to her. Did you know Patrick Lacey? I asked, changing tack. Chloe looked away.
A bit. He wasn't as bad as people said. My mum knew him a little. She sniffed. And I saw him get into a fight once. He had a good right hook.
She said the words as if she'd heard them from someone else, but didn't really understand what they meant.
My mum said he was all messed up because one time he walked in on another murder. 2 people dead in their house.
She leaned forward on the balls of her feet.
The house is still there. It's all locked up and you can't get in, but I can show you where it is if you like.
I know where it is, but, I added quickly when her face dropped. Thanks for the offer. She shrugged.
I'm busy anyway.
Then I won't keep you. I hesitated. You obviously have a lot going on, Chloe, but you're bright and quick-witted and you don't let anyone walk over you. I bet that underneath that tough facade you're a lot more sensitive than you pretend to be. You don't have to attack everyone to win at life. You don't have to put others down or bully them to make yourself feel better. It won't make you feel good. Be the best version of yourself that you possibly can be, and there are no limits to what you can achieve. Chloe's mouth turned down, and she waved a derisive hand.
What if this is the best version of me already?
The sudden vulnerability in her voice was heart-rending. It's not, I told her. I know it's not. Unfortunately, Chloe simply snorted and turned away. Turned away. Turned away. Turned away. Chapter 11. The bar in the Burden Bush was surprisingly busy for a Monday. There were more people than there had been yesterday afternoon, and the hum of chatter combined with the aroma of hearty pub grub created a convivial atmosphere. While the happy crowd might be good for the pub's tills, I wasn't convinced their presence would help my cause. I needed to speak to the manager without fear of interruption, and I suspected he'd be rather busy. As soon as I caught the barman's eye, however, he nodded an understanding and called through to the back. A moment later, an unfamiliar man appeared wearing a short-sleeved shirt that was open at the neck, just enough to display a veritable bush of curly hair. He didn't smile. I dropped my gaze to his feet. He was wearing battered trainers, not heavy boots. "I'm the manager here,"
I heard you wanted to talk to me, he said. His eyes drifted to the crossbow strapped to my back. He was more nervous than he wanted me to realise. If I was going to get anywhere with my questions, I'd have to find a way to put him at ease.
Yes, I beamed. Thank you so much for taking the time. You're obviously very busy.
It's summer. He scratched the back of his neck. The schools might not be on holiday yet, but we still get a lot of visitors at this time of year.
I can see why, I said warmly. This is a lovely pub.
He shot me a confused look. He'd been expecting a strongly voiced complaint rather than a compliment. He glanced around, checking that no other customers were in earshot. There are police upstairs in your room. I believe you think someone broke in.
Someone did break in, I said. Some important files were stolen from my bag. I'm with the police too, and those files are very sensitive. This is a serious matter.
The manager held himself stiffly. There's no sign of any tampering with the lock. If you're suggesting that it was a member of staff... I seriously doubted my murderer worked here.
No, I told him. I'm not.
I raised my chin and spoke frankly.
I'm sure you're aware of what happened to Patrick Lacey on Friday night, Mr.
Smith, he said. Clive Smith. And yes, I am.
Did you know him well?
I banned Patrick Lacey from here about 6 months ago. He caused too many problems and there was one fight too many. From what I heard, he ended up drinking at the Royal across the square. It was only a matter of time before they banned him from there too. If he hadn't been killed, it would have happened before the month was out. The man was a menace. I can't say that I'm weeping over his death.
Another thought seemed to occur to him, and he hastily added,
I didn't wish him dead, though. I wouldn't wish that on anyone, and I certainly didn't have anything to do with what happened to him.
I understand. I appreciate your honesty, Mr. Smith.
I smiled at him to indicate that I had no reason to suspect him of murder.
The thing is, there's good reason to believe that whoever broke into my room upstairs also killed Mr. Lacey.
Clive Smith sucked in a sharp breath and turned pale. He hadn't been anticipating that.
That's why there are people up there looking for any scraps of evidence that the culprit might have left behind, I continued. Do you have CCTV here?
The other police asked that, he muttered. I've given them a copy of the footage from the last 24 hours. Would you like one too? I can give you whatever you need, but I've had a look through myself and there's nothing suspicious.
I hadn't expected Smith to be quite so keen to pass over the footage to anyone who asked, but he was no doubt desperate to keep the bird and bush's name out of the dirt. If anyone got wind that a vicious murderer was breaking into guest rooms, nobody would ever stay here again. A theft was bad enough. Murder was on an entirely different level. I nodded enthusiastically, indicating that the CCTV would be helpful. Smith appeared relieved. That suggested he really had looked through the footage and was confident that none of his employees were up to anything suspicious.
I'm sorry about this, he said, wringing his hands. I'll have you moved to another room. We're very security conscious. To be honest, I can't believe it has happened.
This time I didn't smile reassuringly. We're dealing with a nasty criminal, Mr. Smith. Someone who will stop at nothing. Can you think of anyone who wanted to harm Patrick Lacey?
Only half of Barchapel, but I don't know anyone capable of murder.
OK. Can you provide me with a list of all the guests who were staying here last night, and a list of your regular customers?
I can do both, he answered instantly, although all the overnight guests at the moment are policing from Maidstone.
Everyone needs to be checked out. You'd be surprised what sort of people are capable of murder, I said.
Smith's eyes met mine. I know who you are, he whispered suddenly. Everyone was talking about it last night. You're Emma. Your parents were the Bellamys.
I eyed him. He didn't look much older than me, so I doubted he'd known my mum and dad, but I asked the question anyway. Were you here back then? Do you remember it happening?
I'm sorry, I only moved here about 10 years ago.
He laughed humorlessly.
I came from London with my wife because we wanted to be somewhere that felt safer.
He shook his head.
What a joke.
I'm sure it's a lovely place to live, and it's normally very safe. Bad things can happen anywhere. The manager pulled a grim face. I have one more question, Mr. Smith, I said. I need you to answer it honestly. He jerked.
I'll do my best.
Is there anyone living in Barchapel who you either know or suspect of being a soup?
A soup? Smith looked flabbergasted. But soups have to live in London. They're not allowed to live here.
As I'm sure you know, not everyone follows the letter of the law. I pressed on. Is there anyone you can think of?
No, God, no.
He was horrified at the idea. He stared at me.
Is there a soup here? Did a fucking soup kill Lacey?
He blinked as he realised belatedly that he'd sworn.
Mind my French.
He blinked some more.
Are we talking vampire or werewolf? There's old Mrs. Timpson out by Killock Farm. She's really short. Maybe she's a pixie. But no, she couldn't have killed anyone, not unless she ran over them with her mobility scooter. Is there really a soup here, in Barchapel?
This probably wasn't the time to tell him that he was talking to a soup right at the moment. We're investigating all possibilities, Mr. Smith. It's merely one avenue we're exploring. I smiled. Now, if you have that CCTV handy...
I'll make you a copy now.
He shuddered.
A soup. Here. What is the world coming to?
Clive Smith was far more upset by the thought of a supernatural creature in his village than a murderer. People, I decided, could be very, very weird indeed. I introduced myself to the two forensics officers who were still working their way through my room, painstakingly searching for anything that might offer a viable clue. They told me their names were Barry and Larry.
We know,
Barry said with a self-mocking grin.
We've heard it all before. We've been working together for a while.
It probably didn't help that they were as similar in appearance as in name. Both men sported thick, bushy moustaches that immediately put me in mind of Magnum P.I. They were both thin and wiry, although Barry's paunch was more pronounced than Larry's.
If you can't remember which one of us is which, Larry said, then Blarry usually works. One of us will answer.
They smirked at each other at the inside joke.
I've got to say, Barry told me, when we were pulled away to look over your room, I thought it was a waste of time. But it certainly looks as if you were right. The boot prints and the wardrobe were a perfect match for those found next to Patrick Lacey's corpse. As you can see,
he waved a hand around the room.
We've been dusting for fingerprints. On the one hand, this is a far better place to get a decent partial print than the scene at the path. On the other hand, it's a hotel room. We've already pulled at least 20 different prints and we've only just started.
That didn't surprise me in the slightest. I'd have been shocked if they found any fingerprints that would lead us to a suspect. It was enough for me that they'd established that Lacey's murderer and mine were one and the same.
The one thing that doesn't make any sense, Larry told me, is this mark here.
He pointed to a large scorched area on the floor. So much for the rug covering it up.
As far as we can tell, it's a burn mark, and it was caused by some kind of chemical fire. Judging by the ash residue, it happened very recently.
Don't spend any time on that, I said quickly. It's not relevant.
You don't know that.
Barry frowned.
I asked the manager, and he said he'd never seen anything like it before, and that it was definitely new. Was this mark here when you checked in yesterday?
Honestly, I repeated, the burn has nothing to do with anything. Barry and Larry exchanged glances. Damn it. I didn't want to have to tell them how to do their jobs, but the last thing either of them needed to do was waste time trying to work out what caused the scorch mark. I changed the subject, hoping I could shift their focus onto something more useful. Have you managed to work out how he got in? Larry brightened.
Oh, yes, that part was easy.
He stepped over to the window.
Tree, branch, shimmy, squeeze.
I edged over and peered out. It would have been an easy enough climb across the branch, then up and over to the window, but reaching the branch wouldn't have been simple. It was 3 meters from the ground, and there were no obvious footholds on the tree. Barry knew what I was thinking.
Any portable foot ladder could have been carried here and propped up beneath the tree. If it was angled over at this side, not only would it have been hidden from sight by anyone passing by, it wouldn't have left any impressions on the ground. That's the pub garden down there, and it's all been patioed over. Once we've finished up here, we'll check it out to see if we can find anything to prove our theory."
I nodded distractedly. It hadn't occurred to me to worry that the window had been left open. I should have known better. I sighed and turned away. Then I froze and stared at the tree. Fuck.
"Have you spotted something?" Larry asked eagerly.
Well, it would draw their attention away from the burn, if nothing else. "There," I said, "on the side of the tree." I pointed. "Can you see that?" He followed my finger, drawing back when he spotted it.
"Well, I'll be... Barry, come and see this. It's a claw mark, right?"
Barry peered out.
"Damn, it certainly looks like it. No cat made that mark. It's too large and too deep."
I pinched off a headache. No, it was definitely not a cat. Barry and Larry joined together in a gleeful chorus.
"Soup!"
"Yeah," I sighed. "Soup, soup, soup, soup." Chapter 12. As I moved my things into my new room, I brushed off as much of the fingerprint dust from each item as I could. Then, with my hands absently caressing my crossbow, I ran through the CCTV footage which Clive Smith had given me. Although there weren't many cameras positioned on the second floor where the guest rooms were, there were plenty downstairs, and all of them provided clear images. Alas, no one looked out of place. I spent considerable time scanning the footage for large men who looked to be over 120 kilograms in weight, but there wasn't anyone who fitted that profile. Barry and Larry were right. My killer had avoided any areas where cameras were present by coming in through the window. I was beginning to suspect that whoever they were meticulous, unruffled, and experienced at committing heinous crimes. I spent longer than I should have done watching the flickering video of Julie checking her watch and looking around for my return until she finally murmured something to Bill beside her and left. I'd have to find her later and apologise for disappearing. Goodness only knew what sort of excuse I could make. Deciding that I couldn't avoid telling Lucas what had happened for much longer, I tried his phone again. He still wasn't picking up. Pursing my lips and hoping I wasn't reading too much into his sudden silence, I called Laura instead. "I've had an exceptionally productive morning," she told me. She sounded considerably bubblier than I felt. "I'm at the cottage. I don't think there's any doubt, Emma. You were murdered at the same time as your parents. I've taken samples from the mark on the kitchen floor. It's degraded over time, but there's more than enough residue for me to make a comparison, and the size of the burn is that of a child's body." I didn't say anything. "Emma?" Laura asked. "Are you still there?" "Yeah," I managed. "I'm here. I ran a frustrated hand through my hair. "I don't know, Laura. When I was found, I was alive. There was never any suggestion otherwise that I'm aware of. But it takes 12 hours for me to resurrect. That means it was a horrendously long time before anyone noticed what had happened. I didn't see any mention of burn marks in the news reports. I've not read all the murder files, but so far I haven't come across anything that suggests a fire. And the one person who could have given me more information was murdered on Friday night." I closed my eyes. "I died," I whispered, "and so did my parents. But they didn't wake up again." I muttered a curse. "If I could remember something, anything." "Oh, Emma." Laura's tone was full of sympathy. "It's completely natural that you can't remember. Trauma, especially childhood trauma, often triggers amnesia. It's the brain's way of protecting itself. There must be something I can do to force the memories to return. Hypnosis, maybe, or therapy." I paused. "Are there any drugs that might help?" She sighed. "There are ways to recover old memories, but it's not an exact science. To be honest, if your brain has chosen not to remember a particular event, it might be wise not to try and bring it back. And even if therapy or something along those lines does trigger memory retrieval, it doesn't happen instantly. You can't click your fingers and suddenly remember. It's a long process. And no, there isn't a wonder drug for this sort of thing. I don't think there should be either." Maybe she was right. Maybe it was better not to remember. It wouldn't change anything. My mum and dad would still be dead, no matter what memories I dredged up, and the man who killed them would still be behind bars. Except, despite Samuel Bezick's bald admission of guilt, I was no longer wholly convinced that he was a murderer. If he'd killed me too, why hadn't he told me when I visited him? It was hardly something he'd forget. Why had he recoiled at the suggestion of murdering a child if he'd slit my throat just like he'd slit my mum's? "I'll call in a few favours and get hold of the forensics reports from back then," Laura told me. Obviously, technology wasn't as developed as it is now, but it wasn't the Dark Ages, and there's bound to be some mention of the scorch marks. I'll see what I can dig up. Thank you. I'll speak to DSI Barnes and see if I can get access to the full murder files. And, I heaved in a breath, I'll see if I can get another appointment to talk to Samuel Bezick. This time it was Laura's turn to hesitate. "Are you sure that stirring up the past in this way is a good idea?" "No," I answered honestly. "But the reason I've not looked into my parents' murder before now was because I thought I already had all the answers. Now all I've got are questions instead." "Okay," she said. "I'm sure we can find at least some answers. You're nothing if not tenacious. Have you got anywhere with finding your more recent murderer yet?" I grimaced. "No." I bit my lip. "Most people don't get murdered, Laura, but it happens to me a hell of a lot. Do you really think it's a coincidence that I've been killed twice in Barchapel?" Laura answered immediately, indicating that she'd thought about this too. "Truthfully, Emma, where you and your abilities are concerned, I have no idea at all." DSI Barnes told me she'd email all the files on my parents' deaths by the end of the day. She was surprisingly amenable to the request, although I was certain it was because of her desire to know more about my mysterious abilities than anything else. Either way, I wouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth. Right now, however, I had another target in mind. The manor house belonging to Miranda James wasn't in Barchapel itself, but on the road leading into the village. As I trudged towards it, I realised that I must have passed it when I was on the bus the previous day, but it had been obscured from view by overgrown hedgerows and towering oak trees. There was a small gatehouse, which would have been occupied by someone from the estate once upon a time, but which had clearly been empty for years. A set of rusting iron gates lay open next to it. Judging by the moss-green ivy that curled up them, they hadn't been moved for several months. I couldn't resist trailing my fingertips along a stem and plucking an ivy leaf. As I strode up the long drive towards the house, I shredded it into tiny green flecks. I probably ought to have invested in a stress ball or a fidget spinner. There was far too much nervous, angry energy fizzing around my blood. The driveway curved its way through the trees. Although there were no signs of human life, there were certainly enough insects. I slapped irritably at a small fly that seemed intent on harassing me and noted a marching parade of ants heading into the undergrowth. It was difficult to be sure, but it seemed that Miranda James owned a considerable amount of land, and Chloe had been accurate in her assessment of Albion James's wealth. I certainly hadn't expected such a long driveway. If I'd known, I'd have tried to borrow a bike or ask someone for a lift. Eventually, the drive levelled out and the house came into view. I let out a low whistle of admiration. The manor wasn't as large as I'd expected, given the long driveway and the surrounding land, but it was still a grand house. It stood 3 stories high and had an immaculate whitewashed facade. Wisteria wound up from the ground at the far left before stretching its tendrils across the stonework and curling round the base of the windows. I'd been prepared to be impressed by Miranda James's home, but I hadn't expected to be charmed. Parked to the right of the house was a vintage Volkswagen camper van. Despite its age, it appeared well maintained. I spied brightly coloured fabrics through its pristine windows, and I knew without getting close that the interior would smell strongly of incense. Perhaps, I mused, I should have brought Tallulah after all. I could have prevailed upon Miss James to work some of her magic on my old Minnie. She appeared to have something of a Midas touch. I felt some of the knotted tension leave my body as I approached the front door. Then, however, I heard a loud caw behind me, and my heart almost leapt out of my chest. I turned and narrowed my eyes.
It was another damned crow, or the same damned crow. I took a step towards it, and it cawed again. "What are you?" I asked. "What do you want?" "It's a crow," murmured a melodic voice, "and I expect it wants some worms." I was startled and swung towards the house. The front door had opened, and a woman was watching me with an odd smile on her face. My senses were supernatural and developing all the time, but I'd not heard so much as a whisper of her approach. She had long dark hair bound into a single plait that reached almost to the base of her spine, and she was wearing a long, flowing, multicoloured skirt with a loose top. I eyed her many bangles and necklaces and wondered why they hadn't jangled when she opened the door. Her feet were bare, and she had intricate henna patterns on her arms. I wouldn't have been surprised if she'd suddenly produced a crystal ball and said that she'd tell me my fortune if I crossed her palm with silver. "Miranda James?" I asked. She tilted her head slightly in affirmation. "My name is Emma Bellamy, Detective Constable Emma Bellamy." She didn't so much as blink. "Well then," she drawled, "I suppose you'd better come in." She spun round and disappeared into the house as silently as she'd arrived. I swallowed, and with one backward look at the crow that was still watching me, followed her inside. The interior of the manor was as beautiful as the exterior. There wasn't a mote of dust, and every surface was shiny and streak-free, even the gigantic mirror at the end of the rose-coloured hallway. I glanced down, worried suddenly that I was trekking in dirt. Should I have taken off my shoes? But surely she would have said something if she'd wanted me to go barefoot. All the same, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was making the place look untidy simply by being there. When I spotted a large cobweb in one corner and its 8-legged occupant, I felt a brief flicker of relief until Miranda's voice called from the kitchen, "That's Boris. He's lived there for years." How did she know what I'd been looking at? I swallowed uncomfortably and went after her. "Would you like a cup of tea?" she inquired. "I don't allow caffeine in the house, but I have plenty herbal versions. I picked up the most delicious nettle and elderflower tea at the farmer's market in Appledore last week. I can highly recommend it." I scratched my head. Having a drink inside a witness or a suspect's house could put them at ease, and it allowed police officers a chance to view them in their natural surroundings. Even so, I wasn't convinced I wanted to drink tea made from stinging nettles. All the same, I managed a nod and a smile. "That sounds lovely. Thank you." She nodded as if she'd expected nothing else, opened a cupboard and drew out 2 mismatched china cups and saucers. There were no mugs with silly sayings in this kitchen, neither did there appear to be any electrical appliances. There wasn't even a kettle. Miranda filled a heavy iron teapot with water from the sink and placed it on top of the Aga before tossing some dubious-looking tea leaves into a china teapot and placing it on the counter. "Please," she said, waving at the kitchen table. "Sit." I unstrapped my crossbow and placed it on the floor by my feet before plonking myself down one of the wooden chairs. I was surprised how comfortable it was. Then I told myself to stop prevaricating and get on with my job. "You didn't ask to see my identification," I said, in what I hoped was a gentle rather than a combative tone. "Do you normally welcome strangers into your home with such warmth?" Miranda raised her eyebrows. "You're hardly a stranger, Emma. You used to play here all the time. You even stayed the night sometimes so your parents could go out." "You know who I am." It wasn't a question. She smiled at me and sat down opposite me. "I do, although I wouldn't have recognised you. You've changed quite a lot since those days. But Albion told me he met you on the train, and I've heard the whispers in the village. There's no gossip quite like small-town gossip, you know." "I'm beginning to realise that," I said. "You live in London?" "Yes." "And you work with supernatural beings?" "I do." I was starting to think that I was the one being interviewed. I drew in a breath and wrestled back control of the conversation. "I have several questions to ask you about what happened 25 years ago to my parents, as well as what happened on Friday to Patrick Lacey." I took up my phone and flicked it to record, watching her carefully to see if she objected. A flicker of sadness crossed Miranda's face. "Poor Patrick," she sighed.
Such a troubled man. The teapot on the stove juddered. Miranda rose elegantly to her feet and scooped it up, pouring the hot water into a smaller china pot which she carried to the table and deposited between us. "Biscuit?" she asked. "I baked them this morning." I shook my head. "No, thank you." There was an odd rustle from the open window. I glanced over, stiffening as a crow flapped through, circled twice round Miranda James's head, and settled on her shoulder. "No," she said sternly to the bird. "You're not getting a biscuit. You've already had 3 today. Any more and you'll be too fat to fly." The crow dipped its head and nibbled her earlobe. "Now," Miranda continued, "what would you like to know?" I simply stared. Stared. Chapter 13. Miranda James certainly had the ability to unsettle people down to a fine art. I looked from her to the crow and back again. In the end, I asked the only question I could. "Miss James," I said, "are you a soup?" She smiled faintly. "Why? Do I look like a soup?" I remained silent, encouraging her to fill the gap and provide me with an answer. She seemed more amused than irritated by my lack of response. "No, Emma," she told me. "I'm not a supernatural being. I do not have fangs. I do not turn furry. I am neither a creature of the night nor a fey conjuration. The blood which runs through my veins is wholly human." She held out her wrist. "You are welcome to take a sample if you wish." "That won't be necessary right now," I said. That didn't mean I wouldn't change my mind later. I pointed at the crow. "Is that a pet?" "It's a wild animal," she said, not entirely answering my question. "Miss James?" She pulled a face. "Please, call me Miranda. Miss James makes me sound like a secretary." "Very well. Miranda. It's not usual, is it, to have a wild bird at your beck and call?" She reached up and gently stroked the bird's head. It shook out its feathers and made an odd crooning sound. "She comes and goes as she pleases. I'm not her mistress. But," she said, looking amused, "no, it's not usual. I raised Vel from a chick after she was abandoned by her mother. I imagine that's a situation you can relate to." I chose to ignore that last comment. "Vel, as in Velcro." She flashed a sudden impish grin which utterly transformed her face. "Not my idea, unfortunately. Albion christened her. That boy does have an interesting sense of humour." We'd get to Albion later. "I was attacked in my room at the Bird and Bush last night," I said baldly, leaving out any mention of my death and subsequent resurrection. "A crow was tapping at the window and squawking right before it happened. It was almost as if it was trying to warn me." "She likes to look at her own reflection," Miranda said. "No doubt it was a coincidence." She looked me up and down. "I'm sorry to hear you were attacked, though. Are you all right?" "I'm fine." I folded my arms. "Let's move on," I said briskly. "You mentioned that Patrick Lacey was troubled. Can you elaborate?" Miranda sighed and poured the tea. Its colour was disturbingly similar to that of urine. "He never recovered from what happened with your parents all those years ago," she said, "and he was so very angry about Sammy." My spine stiffened. "Do you mean Samuel Bezic?" "Yes. What happened was an absolute travesty." She passed me a cup of the yellow tea. "It still is." I didn't touch the tea. Instead, I stared very hard at Miranda and chose my next question very carefully. I didn't want to put words into Miranda James's mouth. "A travesty? For whom?" "For everyone," she said simply. "You know, Patrick used to visit Sammy quite often, but the trips to Galloway only made him more angry. In the end, Sammy told him to stop coming." My mind flicked back to the comment I'd read online. Friends with a sick killer. So it was true. Patrick Lacey had been mates with my parents' murderer. With my murderer. Did Patrick believe that Samuel Bezic was innocent? "Oh, no." Miranda gave a small titter and raised her delicate china cup to her lips. "He didn't believe it. He knew it. She took a small sip and closed her eyes momentarily in satisfaction. "Drink up, dear," she murmured. "It's best while it's scalding hot." My hands remained where they were. There was a dull roaring in my ears. "So you think that he's innocent too? If that's the case, why haven't you approached the police? Why didn't Patrick Lacey?" "Oh, you poor summer child. I forget that you're still young enough to believe in justice and truth and fairness for all." My eyes narrowed, but I let her continue uninterrupted. "We went to the police many times, but they decided they had their man, and the Crown Prosecution Service agreed. So did the jury." There was a tinge of melancholy to her voice that reverberated through my bones, chilling my soul. "There were traces of my parents' blood found on Beswick's discarded clothes. Eyewitnesses placed him in the vicinity of the cottage around the time of the murder." "All that is true," Miranda agreed. I lifted up my chin. "I visited Beswick in prison just a few days ago," I said. "He confessed his guilt to me." Her eyes suddenly grew sharp. "Did he indeed?" "Yes," I bit out. "He did." "You're a police officer, Emma. You must know that people lie for many weird and wonderful reasons." I kept my voice even. "There is nothing wonderful about murder." "No," she said quietly. "There is not." She gestured again to my cup. Reluctantly, I picked it up and took a gulp. It actually tasted pretty good. I drank some more, without taking my eyes away from Miranda for a second. "If Samuel Beswick didn't kill them, who did?" She shrugged. "That I don't know." She reached out one henna'd hand and encircled my wrist. Her fingers were ice-cold against my skin. "But whoever murdered your parents is pure evil. I can guarantee you that." She looked away, but didn't remove her hand. I had the distinct sense there was a great deal more that she wasn't telling me. "Were you having an affair with my father?" Her eyebrows shot up and she drew back. For the first time, I genuinely surprised her. "Good grief! No, I was not. Who told you that?" She put her hands up. "Wait, don't answer that. I don't need to know." She shook her head in exasperation. "There's been a lot of village gossip about me over the years, so I shouldn't be surprised that people think I was sleeping with Mark Bellamy. I did enjoy myself in those days." She smirked. "But Mark only had eyes for your mother. Besides, at the time I was involved with Sammy." She paused. "How else do you think he ended up with your parents' blood on his clothes?" "What?" I straightened up, my heart suddenly racing. My skin felt clammy, and the hairs along the back of my arms rose up. "What do you mean, Miranda?" I asked, keeping my body very, very still. She looked at me sadly. "Are you sure you want to hear this? It won't change the fact that your parents are dead. It won't bring them back." She ran the tip of her finger round the rim of her china cup. "They're not like you, Emma," she said quietly. "There's only ever one phoenix at any one time, and it's you. Not your mum or your dad. I had to make a terrible choice." Her eyes met mine. "And I chose you." The kitchen walls started to close in on me as my chest constricted, and I found it hard to breathe. Something indecipherable clawed at my heart. "What? How?" I tried to find the words. "But—" Miranda smiled gently. "What I'm about to tell you is sacrosanct. You cannot ever repeat it. Not to anyone. Not ever." I didn't know what to say. "What is going on here? What—" There was a loud thud, and I jumped half out of my chair. The crow flapped upwards, then fled out of the window without a backward glance. I heard heavy, shuffling footsteps from the hallway. Without thinking, I reached down for my crossbow, my fingers curling around the cold metal shaft. Albion appeared in the kitchen doorway. "I'm home," he grunted. "What's for tea?" His gaze fell on me, and his expression immediately shuttered. I hastily removed my hand from the crossbow and tried to smile. "Hi there." It was more of a croak than a greeting. Albion looked at his mum. "What's she doing here?" I told you she would come, Miranda said. She has questions. His young face spasmed into a snarl.
She shouldn't be here. He looked at me. I thought you'd be at Roseland's with the other coppers.
I frowned. Roseland's? What was that? My phone buzzed in my pocket. I ignored it, but Miranda jerked her head towards the sound. You should answer that, she said. It might be important. I slid it out almost mechanically, my mind still whirring with what she'd said before Albion had interrupted. I glanced at the screen. Boateng. I held it up. I'll take this in the hallway, I said. Miranda smiled serenely. Albion glared. I headed out, passing underneath Boris the spider. I could hear Albion arguing.
She shouldn't be here. She shouldn't have come. If you get ill again...
My phone was still ringing as I moved out of earshot. This is DC Bellamy, I said.
I've been trying to reach you, Boateng said. We're at a park near the square. Roseland's. It's small, but you can't miss it. You ought to get down here as soon as you can.
This isn't a good time, I began.
DC Bellamy, he said. Emma.
There was something in his voice, something dark. What? I asked. DCI Harris Boateng sighed.
There's been another murder.
I left the manor house at high speed, after extracting a hasty promise from Miranda that we would continue our conversation at the earliest opportunity the next day, and receiving another vicious glower from Albion. This time I didn't pause to enjoy the scenery as I ran down the long driveway towards the main road. I didn't even waste time looking around for that bloody crow. I simply put my head down and sprinted, briefly aware that, after my latest death, I was stronger and faster than before. I emptied my mind of Miranda's revelations and the hundreds of unanswered questions that burned within me. Another unlawful killing put all the residents of Barchapel in danger. My parents' death, and even my own supernatural existence, had to be put on the back burner. Boateng had been right. It was easy to locate the park. In fact, I'd passed it on my journey to the cottage yesterday. Even if Barchapel hadn't been such a small place, I would have found it easily, thanks to the large group of pale-faced residents and the flashing lights of the assembled murder squad detectives. I skirted round the card, waving at the two officers next to a temporary barricade. DC Bellamy, I said, hardly even breathless after my run. DCI Boateng is expecting me. I held up my warrant card. The nearest officer nodded. Wait here, she said. I'll get someone to escort you in. You'll need to be suited up. For the second time that day, I pulled on disposable white booties and clambered into a paper suit designed to minimise contamination of the crime scene. I'd just finished pulling the hood over my hair when another white-suited figure appeared. Rothsey looked even paler than normal.
She's this way, he said without bothering to say hello.
She? I hesitated. I hadn't expected that. Most serial killers tended to choose similar victims. Switching genders wasn't unknown, but it wasn't usual. My blood chilled further. I'd already decided that the perpetrator was a serial killer. If they were also a soup, the consequences for the supernatural community in London could be catastrophic, and things there were already on a knife edge. Rothsey didn't answer. He pointed to the park gate.
I'll show you,
he said, his voice thin and thready. The first crime scene technicians to arrive had been busy. A makeshift tent had been erected to hide the body from prying eyes, and there were people everywhere combing through the park grounds. I spotted Barry and Larry, their faces only just visible, kneeling by a patch of ground and wearing identical frowns to go with their identical moustaches. Boateng popped his head round the corner of the tent and hailed me.
Emma, he called, over here.
I trudged towards him, watching where I stepped in case I trod on any vital evidence. I half expected PC Rothsey to join me, but he hung back. The excitement of a murder investigation had well and truly worn off for him. I wetted my lips and joined Boateng, whose grim and unsmiling expression did nothing to put me at ease.
You got here quickly,
he commented. He pointed at the tent.
She was found less than an hour ago.
His lips thinned,
not by little kids, fortunately. A local was taking a shortcut through the park and spotted her. We're taking a statement from him back at the station.
OK. I absorbed his words with a nod. Any preliminary indications on timing or cause of death?
It looks as if she was killed in the same manner as Lacey. Her throat has been ripped out, but there's very little blood. As to time of death, well, it's barely even tea time, he told me. This is a far more public place than the alleyway where Lacey was found. Obviously, we still have a lot of people to talk to, but as far as we can work out, a playgroup left the park just after 3, and there were no signs of the victim or any would-be killer then. The woman was found not long before 5. The man who found her called it in at 4:48 p.m.
I looked around, frowning. It was a sunny day, close to the end of the school year. There's a primary school near here, isn't there? I asked. Why wasn't the park busy? Surely plenty of kids would have headed here after they were let out.
It's sports day, Boateng said. School has run over.
He held up a gloved hand.
And don't ask me if we should be grateful. Although no children were here to end up dead or dismayed, it gave the killer an opportunity he wouldn't have otherwise had.
I clenched my jaw. Patrick Lacey on Friday, me on Sunday, and now another victim on Monday. This was starting to feel like murder by numbers. Can I see her? I asked.
Follow me.
I ducked my head and stepped into the tent. There was no cloying, sickening scent of blood in the air, but I could smell death. I gazed at the prone body of a woman, face down with her head turned away from me. One of the technicians moved back so I could get a look at the wound on her neck. I sucked in a sharp breath. It certainly seemed the same as Lacey's, although in the flesh it was far grimmer than in a photograph. I knelt down to take a closer look and jerked back. Shit.
What is it?
Boateng asked. I know her, I whispered, sort of. Bile rose up from my stomach and I suddenly felt lightheaded. I was talking to her last night in the bar at the Bird and Bush. Her name is Julie.
Chapter 14.
I stayed at Roselands for some time, watching Boateng and his team carry out their painstaking job of searching for evidence and helping them interview everyone who lived nearby, as well as all those who had come to gawk. The atmosphere in Barchapel might not have changed in the aftermath of Patrick Lacey's death, but it was different now. One victim shouldn't be treated differently to another, but whereas the Barchapel residents had barely blinked at Lacey's murder, they were devastated by Julie's. I wondered if children would ever be allowed to play in that park again.
It's not right,
an old man who lived nearby told me, shaking his head.
She was a good person. She didn't hurt anyone, and she always looked out for people. She volunteered at the homeless shelter in Appledore on her days off, you know.
He tutted.
This is just like what happened to the Bellamys. You think lightning won't strike twice in the same place, but here we go.
A woman of a similar age, who I guessed was his wife from the way she looked at him, elbowed him sharply in the ribs.
What was that for?
He muttered. She flicked her eyes to me and away again.
I was only saying.
He glanced at me.
Oh.
His expression tightened.
You're her. You're little Em.
He took a step back. I was starting to think that my identity was more of a hindrance than a help. I kept my face bland and professional. When was the last time you saw Julie? I said, keen to keep them focused.
Just this morning,
he told me.
She was on her way to work at the care home over the way. She smiled at me and waved and said hello. I bet she didn't think that she'd end up like this.
He choked back a sob. His wife made a murmur of shocked agreement and reached for my hands.
You're so like your mother, she said. It's hardly surprising that you went into the police, given what happened. How are you? You've often been in our thoughts and prayers.
I'm good. I managed to smile. Can you tell me if you've noticed anyone strange or suspicious hanging around the village lately? Her hands fluttered.
There are so many people coming and going at this time of year. We get a lot of tourists, you see. Some pass through for an hour or two and some stay for longer. It was the same when you lived here. I've never been one for talking to the tourists, but your dad was. He was such an inquisitive fellow, always chatting away. He died so young. It's so very tragic." She sighed heavily. "Oh, Emma, I'm sorry. What Samuel Beswick did to your family."
There was a pointed cough to the side of us. I looked over and saw Boateng. I made my excuses to the couple and walked over to him. "Did they have anything useful to offer?" he asked.
"Not really, sir. A few murmurs about the numbers of tourists passing through. Do you think a tourist might be responsible?"
"We've tracked down as many holidaymakers as we can, and there have been plenty of requests for information put out via the media, but nothing useful has turned up."
Boateng's mouth thinned.
"With this second death to contend with, I'm all out of theories. From what we know about the timing and location of both deaths, I suspect we're looking for a local."
I lowered my voice. "Are there any local residents who might be secretly Soup?"
Boateng looked uncomfortable. "The only person whose name has come up is a woman called Miranda James, but it seems unlikely that she's the culprit. She doesn't have an alibi for Lacey's murder beyond being at home asleep with her son in the house, but there's no motive and nothing to tie her to the supernatural beyond local gossip, and she's certainly not a heavy-built male."
"Indeed. And while she might not have a solid alibi for Lacey's murder, she's got one for Julie McIntosh." I pointed to myself. "Me. I was with her."
"Ah."
He scratched his chin.
"Well, she didn't seem like a likely suspect."
He sighed.
"I have to say that I don't like this. I don't like it at all. I can't shake the feeling that there's far more to this than murder. I don't suppose you've turned anything up?"
He didn't sound particularly hopeful, and he was right not to be. "Unfortunately, most people seem more keen to talk to me about my parents and what happened to them than anything else."
Boateng looked unsurprised. "If most of the village know who you are, that's only natural. However, I don't think it will be helpful for you to continue with any more interviews, Emma. The waters are muddied enough without potential witnesses focusing on a decades-old crime that's already been solved."
I wanted to argue, to say that it was possible my parents' murder hadn't been solved. But until I heard more from Miranda, I didn't have much information to provide, and I knew that Boateng was right. If everyone I questioned veered onto the subject of my parents rather than focusing on the two immediate murder victims, my skills as an interviewer would be wasted. "Okay," I conceded. "I understand. But I hope you don't mind if I continue to help your investigation wherever I can."
"Well, now you mention it."
Boateng gave me a long look.
"I'm not sure your assistance will be required for much longer. Barry and Larry have something they think you should look at."
I raised an eyebrow and glanced round. The mustachioed pair were in the same section of park as they had been when I arrived, still crouched down and sifting carefully through the earth. I nodded at Boateng and joined them. "I hear you might have something for me." Barry glanced over and flashed me a quick smile.
"Indeed. Take a look at this, detective."
He gestured to the patch of ground in front of him. Larry moved to the side so I could get a better view. When I saw what they were focusing on, I sucked in a sharp breath. There were two sets of prints in the soft earth next to a pretty rose bush. The first set was chillingly familiar, two clear, heavy boot prints. The second, placed about a foot in front of them, was a gigantic paw print. It looked exactly the same as the mark that had been found at the site of Lacey's death. Once again, it looked as if whoever wore the boots had transformed in mid-air before landing on a single paw. I stared at the prints, then I drew back. No. Barry and Larry looked at each other. I thought I saw a flicker of a smile at the edges of Larry's mouth.
"Go on."
"It doesn't make any sense," I said. "It was credible in the alleyway where Lacey was found because there were several distinct trails, and we know that attack happened at night. Not to mention that there was a gap of a couple of meters where no prints were visible. But it's a different story here. Looking at these prints, our suspect is a supernatural being who wears big boots but can still transform in a split second." I shook my head.
I don't buy it. I've seen plenty of werewolves shift from human to wolf and back again. It's a fast process, but it's not that fast. The gap between human and animal prints here is a foot at best, and the earth underfoot is far softer than the alley. There will be a mess of prints on the ground, not merely a few perfectly formed ones. And what the hell happens to the boots after he transforms? Werewolves' clothes burst off if they don't take them off first. Have you found any scraps of material?
No, Barry said, and nothing like that was found in the alleyway, Larry added.
So either the killer is walking around naked apart from his boots, or he calmly takes off his clothes and springs out of his boots before transforming. That hardly seems likely. I stared at the prints. It might have worked in the dead of night in a deserted alleyway, when your victim is 3 sheets to the wind and can't walk in a straight line, let alone pay attention to what's in front of him. It wouldn't work here. I paused. I don't think this is a soup. I think it's someone trying to make us look for a soup. I expected at least one of them to disagree, but neither of them did.
The prints are highly suspicious too, Larry told me. Like you, we were prepared to take them at face value at the first murder scene, although we had some questions. But what we saw in your wardrobe and now see here is making us think otherwise.
Go on.
They're too perfect. Footprints are rarely perfect impressions. He gestured to the nearest boot print. But these are about as perfectly formed as you could ask for. He swiveled round. Take a look at the park. This is the only section where the ground is soft enough to form a clear print. But why would you enter at this point? The fence is high, and if you walked in through the gate, you wouldn't leave any marks behind because the path there is covered with asphalt. And if you really had to hop over the fence rather than walk in like a normal person, surely it would make more sense to choose the section over there, where it's lower and easier to climb over.
Larry was right. We're supposed to find these footprints, I said grimly, and not just these ones, but the ones at all the crime scenes. Whoever the killer is, he planted this evidence because he wants us to believe he's a soup who can transform himself into a gigantic creature mid-step. I don't think this is a soup crime at all. It's human. No wonder we can't find any match for the prints except for a Kodiak bear that most definitely wouldn't be prowling around the little village of Barchapel without anyone noticing. No wonder no attempt was made to hide the claw marks on the tree outside my room. We're being played. Barry and Larry straightened up and folded their arms simultaneously like some kind of bizarre boy band.
DC Bellamy, Barry said. We concur.
DCI Boateng appeared at my shoulder.
You've been very helpful, Emma, and this is no reflection on you or your abilities. But if no soup is involved in these murders, then...
You neither want nor need Soup Squad's help, I finished.
Fuck.
Chapter 15. Much as I wanted to remain at the Roseland scene to see what else might be uncovered, I knew that it would be a wasted effort. If a soup wasn't involved, my presence would only confuse matters. It was important that the focus was on looking out for the right sort of person, not on the supernatural. It also didn't help that I caught people staring at me every time I glanced towards the small crowd of anxious locals beyond the cordon. Yeah, everyone knew who I was by now. I shouldn't have been so quick to admit my identity in the bar the previous night, though if I hadn't, I'd never have spoken to Julie. My shoulders sagged. Much good that conversation had done either of us. I forced my darker thoughts away and mulled over what I'd learnt so far. The trouble was that I was invested in Barchapel now, and not just because of my parents. I might not have spoken to her for long, but Julie had been kind to me, and I'd never had the chance to apologise for disappearing. She hadn't deserved what had happened to her. For that matter, neither had Patrick Lacey. And what if there were more victims yet to come? I gnawed on my bottom lip as I walked slowly back to the burden bush. Dusk was approaching. Miranda wasn't expecting me until the following morning, and I suspected that it would be far easier to talk to her when Albion was safely out of the way at school. In the meantime, I had to find a way to prove to Boateng, Rothsey and the rest of his team that, even though the perp might be human, a Soup Squad detective on the periphery could still be useful.
Laura was leaving the pub just as I arrived. She smiled at me, but I could tell from the focused light in her eyes that she had other things on her mind. She was carrying a small suitcase. "I've heard about the latest murder," she said grimly. "If we include you, that makes 3 deaths in less than a week. It beggars belief in a small place such as this. Tell me about it." "What worries me most," I said, "is that there might be more deaths." "I think everyone's worried about that," she said. "Look, I know how important it is to find out the truth about what happened to you years ago, and I retrieved the forensics reports from back then. From what I've read, the scorch marks were present when your parents' deaths were discovered and they were examined at length. The conclusion appeared to be that Samuel Bezic tried to set the bodies alight to hide what he'd done. Obviously, we both know that's not the case. It's frustrating that more wasn't made of it at the time, but I don't suppose the investigators could have ever imagined the truth." I gave a humorless laugh. "No, I don't suppose so. But it does make me wonder what else they might have missed. There are a few other details in the reports that might be worth picking up on. There is bagged evidence still available that I can look at, but it's being held in storage, so it'll take a day or 2 to retrieve. Because I have to be careful with the chain of evidence, it can only be viewed under specific lab conditions, and my room at the Bird and Bush won't cut it. The nearest suitable facility is in Maidstone, so unfortunately I won't have any new information for you for a while yet." I debated whether to share what Miranda had already told me, but I sensed that Laura had more to say. I pointed at her suitcase. "It's a decades-old crime, and we have a far more recent one to worry about. You're on your way to Maidstone now, aren't you? To the morgue?" She nodded. "Julie McIntosh's body is being transferred, and Patrick Lacey's is already there. The pathology team is short-handed, so I've offered my services, and they've accepted. Given the short space between the murders, they desperately need any clues or evidence that will point them towards a suspect. I hope you don't mind." I widened my eyes, astonished. "Goodness, no. People are dying, Laura, myself included. We can't let the bastard who's doing this get away with it, and we can't risk him hurting anyone else. I knew you'd understand. Believe me, I'm worried too. Unfortunately, it's unlikely that Supes are involved, and I'll be shut out of the investigation. I don't want that to happen. Not now." We exchanged glances of mutual determination. Then Laura raised her fist and bumped it with mine. "All for one," I murmured. I ordered a pot of coffee and took it up to my room. Because of the day's events, from my resurrection to Miranda's revelations to Julie's death, adrenaline was still buzzing around my system. The last thing I needed was caffeine, but I knew the crash would come soon, and I wanted to stave it off and remain alert for as long as possible. I had a lot of work to do, and I couldn't afford to doze off. I slid my laptop out of my bag, glad that it hadn't been stolen along with the files on Patrick Lacey. As it powered up, I called Lucas and was relieved when he finally answered.
"D'Artagnan," he purred. "How are you?"
"I'm good," I told him. "How are you? I felt like you were avoiding my calls earlier."
"I was stuck in meetings all day. The council are being particularly intractable on the licensing for the new club. There's no law that states we can't run a business outside Soho, but that doesn't mean the authorities won't put up as many stumbling blocks as possible." He released an exasperated breath. "I'm not giving up. If we expand into other areas, we can connect with more communities and dispel some of the idiotic myths about Supes. I'll get what I want sooner or later." He paused. "I always do." That was definitely true. "Is there anything I can do to help?" "No, it's in hand. And it'll be better for you in the long run if you keep out of the negotiations. I appreciate the offer, though. How are things going in Barchapel?" "Not great." Laura's suggestion that I still didn't entirely trust Lucas flashed into my mind, and I wrinkled my nose. "There have been a couple more deaths since we last spoke." There was a beat of silence. "Murders?" "Yeah." "By the same person?"
"It looks like it." I fiddled with my cuffs. "One of them was mine." There was a long pause, so drawn out that I wondered if Lucas was still there. "Hello?"
"I'm here," he growled. "What happened?"
Sticking to the facts, I gave him a brief précis.
"You need to get out of that pub and find somewhere else to stay."
I remained calm. "There isn't anywhere else. All the other accommodation is filled by either tourists who booked months ago or by other police officers investigating the murders."
"It's obviously not safe, Emma,"
Lucas argued. "It's fine. I'm fine. I can't actually die, remember?"
"We don't know the limits of your phoenix powers."
No, we didn't. But I was beginning to think that Miranda James might. "I'm working on that." Lucas spit out a curse.
"Emma."
"I've got this. Besides, the more often I die, the more powerful I become. I'm in this for the long run, Lucas. And this killer isn't as smart as he thinks he is." I outlined what we'd learned about the footprints. "He's not a soup. He's just trying to make us think he is. His days are numbered."
"I sincerely hope so."
He didn't sound optimistic. "You worry about your problems with the council, and I'll worry about things here." I ran my tongue over my teeth. "What are you wearing?"
"Huh? Are you trying to turn this into a booty call, Emma?"
"Is the thought so very unappealing?"
"I'm not convinced that you can tell me you've been murdered again, then try and turn me on a moment afterwards."
I felt a surge of wicked delight. "Really? Not even if I told you I wished I could unbuckle your belt right now? Slowly unzip your trousers and then trail the tip of my finger along the trail of dark hair that leads down? Use my tongue to—"
"I'm still in their council headquarters,"
Lucas said, sounding gratifyingly strained. I laughed. "Another time, then." His voice was rough.
"Count on it."
We said our farewells and hung up. That had ended better than I'd hoped. I understood Lucas's fears because our roles had recently been reversed when I'd had to witness his death and subsequent resurrection. Resurrection of sorts, anyway. I knew where he was coming from. I also knew that I would be fine. I didn't stay dead, unlike Patrick Lacey, Julie McIntosh, and my parents. I tapped the keyboard on the laptop, pleased to see that DSI Barnes' email had come through with the files relating to my parents' murder. I left it unopened for now and checked for messages from Lisa. Nothing yet. Reaching for my phone again, I called the Soup Squad office. "Hey," I said, before Lisa could launch into her mandated script for a second time. "It's me." "Good," she replied briskly. "I was about to call you." "How are things?" "As you might expect. There's no sign of Fred and I'm stuck in the office with Grace breathing down my neck." "Is he there right now?" "He's upstairs," she said sourly, "inspecting the weapons. Maybe we'll get lucky and he'll shoot himself in the foot with one of the crossbows." My fingers tightened round the crossbow on my bed. Although I felt attached to it now, not that long ago I could barely hold it upright. Everyone had to begin somewhere. "Lisa," I began. Yeah, she muttered. "Do you want to hear what I found out about werebears or not?" That could only mean she'd discovered something useful. I frowned. "Actually," I said, "we're working on a different theory now. It's more than likely that the Barchapel perp is only pretending to be a soup." "Are you trying to tell me that I've wasted my day researching supernatural bears?" No research is wasted, Lisa. It'd be really helpful if you could send through what you found. But—" I could almost hear her roll her eyes. "But what?" "But I could also use any details of murders committed by humans where soups have been implicated, ones that happened before I joined Soup Squad and that I don't know about already but which occurred in the last 2 years. You don't need to search for them yourself," I added hastily, "but if you could point me in the right direction so I know where to look, I'd be really grateful." Lisa sighed audibly. "The Met Intranet has everything you need, but you won't find much relevant to your Barchapel murder. I can probably tell you what you need off the top of my head. I've had to transfer the files for all of the recent cases to our database and have a good memory." "You're amazing," she sniffed. "I know. There was a nasty killing in Manchester about 18 months ago. A young man was found down by the docks. At first glance he seemed to have been savaged by werewolves, but a simple DNA test discovered that he'd been attacked by dogs, not wolves. Whether the animals were trained to be killers and ordered to attack him, or it was simply bad luck, is still up for debate. His murder was never solved. I remembered that one. It had been big headlines at the time. As I recalled, the man who'd died had been involved in a gang and pissed off several local drug dealers by dealing on their territory. Okay. I nodded to myself. What else? A woman died inside her home in suspicious circumstances. I can't remember the name of the town, but it was somewhere near Wales. Her husband claimed she'd met a vampire, invited him in, and the vampire had attacked her. Puncture wounds were found in her neck, but they weren't deep enough to pierce her jugular. Surprise, surprise, her dear hubby was eventually found guilty of killing her. That one happened last Christmas. It didn't sound a likely fit. Any more? A mother and toddler killed in a hit-and-run in Scotland about a year ago. Nobody was found guilty for that one, but the other vehicle involved was abandoned a few days later, and there were some strange black fibres on the driver's seat. They didn't match any known animals, so a soup killer was put forward as a possible theory, but the fibres didn't match any known soup species either. As far as I know, the case is still open, but no longer actively being pursued. Tragic as it was, a hit-and-run didn't fit the pattern. Neither did a toddler, for that matter. And, Lisa continued, her tone decidedly matter-of-fact, there was a man killed late October last year in London. An eyewitness stated that he'd seen a bat fly down from the sky, transform into a vampire, and stab the man in the chest. Vampires can't turn into bats. No, she said dryly, and the eyewitness in question was discredited when he changed his mind later and said it hadn't been a vampire at all, but an alien who'd come down in his spaceship. The victim survived and later identified a known violent offender. Is that it? That's all you'll find on the database for the last 2 years. There was a pause. I suppose, she said grudgingly, I could send an appeal out to other forces and see if there's anything that's been missed. If you wouldn't mind. I would mind, Lisa said. I would mind a lot. I grinned. But you'll do it? Yes. But I don't think you'll get anything more. Soup Squad wasn't involved directly in any of these investigations, but we were always notified when there was a chance of Soup involvement, especially in serious crimes. Damn it. I'd hoped to uncover something that I could present to Boateng that would not only be useful, but would allow me to stay involved in the current investigation. So far, it didn't sound like it. You really don't want to hear about how there's apparently a man-bear creature in Siberia that seduces local women before eating them out of house and home? Apparently he's incredibly handsome. I scratched my head. And you don't want to know about the woman in Cornwall who thinks her teddy bear collection is enchanted? Or that bugbears aren't merely irritating peeves, but actual supernatural creatures who eat children? Send me all the details. I'll look through them. Yeah. I will. Whatever. Lisa hesitated. You will take care of yourself down there in Kent. I smiled slightly. Don't worry about me. Because the last thing Soup Squad needs, she added, is to be stuck with D.S. Grace as its only detective for the next 5 years. I'm touched by your concern for my well-being. As you should be. Her voice altered slightly. Stay safe, Em. You too, Lisa. To Lisa. To Lisa. To Lisa. Chapter 16. With no other recent cases to link with Patrick Lacey and Julie McIntosh's murders, I was suddenly at a dead end. Talking to more of the local residents would be a wasted effort if they were going to focus on what had happened 25 years ago instead of what was happening now. I could wander out of my room and see if there were any tourists lurking around who might have seen something, but Boateng would already have ensured they'd been questioned. Unwilling to sit on my hands and wait for information to come to me, I found the email from Lucinda Barnes and opened it up to read the files on my parents' deaths. Regardless of what Boateng kept telling me, there was a link between their murders and these recent ones. It was tenuous, but I had to follow it. It was unlikely that the historic files had previously been digitalised, but Barnes had made sure they were scanned in so I could retrieve them. I appreciated the effort, even if I couldn't suppress my shiver of anxiety at the thought of reading the gory details. Unlike the old press clippings and the conclusions from the court proceedings and coroner's report, the police investigation wouldn't skimp on the more traumatic evidence. I had to set aside my personal feelings and view these old case notes dispassionately, but it was easier said than done. I poured myself a cup of strong coffee, then drew in a very long, very deep breath and scanned through the list of document titles to find what I wanted. Eventually, I located the folder marked Witness Interviews and opened it up. There were a lot of names. I ran my eyes down them, located Patrick Lacey's, and clicked on it. When I saw what the file contained, I sent a brief prayer of gratitude to the detectives who'd been assigned to my parents' murder. They'd certainly been thorough. Then it occurred to me that their attention to detail was because there was considerable doubt over Samuel Bezick's status as main suspect. Those detectives weren't around any longer, and I couldn't ask them about it. One had died, one was in a nursing home, and the other had decamped to warmer climes in Australia. I stopped trying to second-guess their motives and focused on what was at hand. There wasn't just a signed statement from Patrick Lacey, there was a video as well. With my heart in my mouth, I pressed play. The video had been recorded in an interview room, quite possibly in the police station a stone's throw away from where I was now. It was low definition, and the sound quality was terrible. All the same, when I saw Patrick Lacey's features gazing dolefully down at the table in front of him, I swallowed hard. This version of Lacey wasn't the hardened man with a propensity to start fights. This Lacey was ashen and shaking, clearly disturbed by what he'd seen. He looked impossibly young, as if he were barely out of school. There was acne on his chin and cheeks, and his hair was a mess. As if he'd somehow heard my thoughts through the screen across the span of 25 years, he reached up and tried to smooth it down. He only made his dark curls look even more unkempt. The detective with him, who remained out of shot, introduced himself as D.I. Filsworth. He asked Lacey to explain what had happened in his own words. Lacey bit his lip and dropped his hands. Then he began. Mark Bellamy asked me to go round and fix one of the taps. I'd done work like that for him in the past, so it wasn't unusual. I told him that I wouldn't make it to his place until later in the day, but my earlier appointment was cancelled, so I ended up at the cottage much earlier than I'd expected. What time was that? The detective asked. Just after 10, I think. Lacey reached into his pocket and drew out a packet of Lambert and Butler. He tapped out a cigarette and placed it between his lips with shaking hands. Do you have a light? There was a rustle, and Filsworth's hands came into shot, flicking a lighter. I watched, marvelling. This was 1995, but it was a different world. These days you'd get short shrift if you asked a detective for a light inside an interview room. Patrick Lacey sucked hard, and the end of the cigarette glowed. When I got to the cottage, I knew something was wrong. The gate was open, and the Bellamys always made sure it was locked because of their kiddie. They didn't want her to get out and go wandering down the road. The cottage front door was open too. He shrugged helplessly. I just had a bad feeling about it, and I could hear her crying. You mean the child, Emma? Yeah, her. She kept on wailing and wailing. I've heard kids cry before, course I have, but this was different. She sounded different. It was obvious she wasn't crying about something daft, you know? I clenched my jaw. Then, remembering what had happened to my glass of juice yesterday, I put my coffee cup to one side. I called out, Lacey said, but I couldn't hear anyone apart from the kid. So I walked up the path and popped my head into the house. It smelled funny, wrong. It was like... He dropped his head. It was like blood. He shuddered and took a moment to compose himself. You didn't see or hear anybody else? Filsworth asked. There was an odd half-beat before Lacey answered. No, he said. No one. I frowned and leaned forward, rewound the video and watched both the question and the answer again. It was a strange pause. It didn't appear to be born out of residual trauma, but neither did it appear to be a lie. And yet something about that skipped second of time seemed off. I puzzled over it for a moment or two before continuing.
What about Samuel Bezic? Did you see him?
Patrick Lacey blinked.
No, he was in London. He came back though, didn't he? He got off a late bus on the night that the Bellamys were murdered. It wasn't Sammy.
Lacey looked even paler than before.
It wasn't him, I promise you. You can't say that for sure, Mr. Lacey. You already told us you didn't see anyone.
He dropped into a whisper.
I didn't. What happened when you approached the cottage?
Patrick Lacey took a moment before answering, obviously still thrown by the suggestion that Bezic was the killer. When he spoke, his words were halting.
I knew it was going to be bad from the smell and the sound of the kid crying. I knew I was walking into something terrible, but I couldn't help myself. I just kept going. I walked into their cottage and followed the sound. And I found them in the kitchen.
Tears started rolling down his cheeks. My own tears rose unbidden. I bit down hard on the inside of my cheek and forced them back. I could cry later. The detective spoke softly.
Can you describe what you saw, Patrick?
Lacey shrank into himself.
There was blood. There was a lot of blood. Diane was lying on the floor by the far wall. She was on her back. Mark was opposite her, but he was face down. The wee one, the kiddie, was in between them.
Did you touch either Mark or Diane?
No.
The cigarette in Patrick's fingers continued to burn, although it was a long time since he'd taken a drag. The ash on the tip fell onto the table, but he didn't notice it.
I knew,
he said, his voice barely audible.
I knew they were already dead. I grabbed the kid and ran out of there. I ran all the way here with her in my arms.
I stopped the video, my breath shallow and my chest tight. Lacey's words didn't jog my memory, but they did conjure up a whole world of agonising hurt. Then I froze. Wait a minute. Samuel Bezic had got off the bus from London just after 10:30 p.m. If he'd sprinted directly to the cottage, he would have reached it by 10:45 p.m. My parents' times of death had been estimated closer to midnight, but none of that made sense, not if I'd died too. It took exactly 12 hours from the point of my death for me to resurrect. I had been alive when Patrick Lacey had walked into the cottage, and all the evidence suggested that I had died with my parents. Patrick Lacey's time frame only allowed for 10 hours, 11 at best. My shoulders slumped in horror. My parents must have been killed earlier than the reports claimed, and that could mean only one thing. Samuel Bezic definitely hadn't killed me, and therefore he probably hadn't killed my parents either. I sped through the other files, desperate to find any evidence that would refute what Patrick Lacey had said, but it all matched up. The bus driver and 3 passengers placed Samuel Bezic on that 10:30 bus. It arrived in Barchapel on time. Patrick Lacey arrived with my bloodied, wailing body in his arms at the door of the Barchapel police station at 10:18 the following morning. It was there in black and white. I might have already had my suspicions, but to have Bezic's innocence confirmed shattered everything. He'd admitted his guilt to my face, and now it seemed that he'd been lying. The walls of the room were closing in on me. Blood was pulsating through my ears, and it was difficult to think straight. I had to get some fresh air. I had to get outside. I headed for the door before spinning back, reaching for my crossbow and hoisting it onto my shoulders. Then I ran out, darted down the stairs, and burst through the front door to suck oxygen into my lungs. Samuel Bezic hadn't killed my parents. He'd been in prison for 25 years, but he hadn't killed them. I took a moment to compose myself. I smoothed my shaking hands up and down my thighs, rubbing them until I started to feel normal again. My breath, which had been coming in short, painful gasps, became more regular. The tightness in my chest remained, but the cool evening air was helping. I'd been smacked in the face with the truth. Now I had to work out what to do with it. There were police everywhere, knocking on doors, stopping passers-by, and desperately searching for clues as to who had murdered Julie and Patrick. I watched their progress dully for several moments before deciding that I had to get away and find somewhere quieter. I ducked my head and crossed the street. A pair of hikers were trudging towards the pub, their expressions grim, and I knew they'd heard about the latest murder. Their massive backpacks engulfed their bodies, making them walk with slow, heavy footsteps. Judging by the way they were moving, they packed everything but the kitchen sink. I stepped off the pavement to get out of their way, aware that they'd noticed my crossbow even in the dim light. Then I paused and stared at them again. The man who killed Patrick Lacey, and presumably both me and Julie McIntosh, was estimated to be 120 kilograms. That made him a heavy guy. But what if it wasn't his own body that weighed that much? What if his weight was because of what he was carrying? Like some kind of supernatural bear? It would explain the instant transformation that the footprints in the park had suggested. I frowned. It didn't explain anything else, however, and it was a daft idea. I shook my head and continued on my way. Boating's people would be working at Roselands for as long as the light allowed, but I had no desire to head back there. Instead, I went to the only place I could think of, marching quickly with my head down until I reached the overgrown hedgerows and the small gate that led to the old cottage. I paused for a moment outside, then I pushed open the gate and walked into the garden. The door to the cottage was closed, and there was a shiny new padlock and bolt in the place of the one I'd broken. No doubt that had been Laura's doing. I gazed at it briefly before turning over a large squat log and sitting on top of it. I drew out my phone. I had to do this. I couldn't put it off for any longer. Anyone serving at Her Majesty's pleasure usually couldn't receive phone calls from the outside world. They weren't at a holiday camp after all. But I was a serving police officer, and where there was a will, there was a way. After pondering the fastest way to get what I wanted, I located DSI Barnes' phone number and called her up. "DC Bellamy," she answered, her tone more formal than usual. "What is going on down there? I've seen the report about the second murder, and I can't say I'm feeling good about the situation." "Me neither." I picked up a stick and drew a random shape in the dirt by my feet. "Although I have to tell you that it's looking increasingly unlikely that there's any supernatural involvement. I'm not sure whether to be relieved by that or dismayed. How is the SIO managing?" "DCI Boateng is very capable. He's doing a good job." "Not good enough if more people are being killed," Barnes retorted. There wasn't much I could say to that. "He's a good detective," I said lamely. "But that's not why I'm calling. I need to speak to Samuel Bezic again." "So, speak to him. You don't need my permission to do that, Emma. Make another appointment to see him." I tossed the stick aside. "I need to speak to him as a matter of urgency. I was hoping that you could contact the governor at Galloway and arrange for me to phone him." There was a beat of silence. "This is highly irregular. I fail to see what could possibly be so urgent that you need to talk to Bezic immediately, unless you think he has some information that might help with the recent murders." Now there was an idea. "I'm following a particular lead," I said vaguely. "Go on." "I can't say any more about it at the moment, but Samuel Bezic might be in a position to help." Barnes muttered something under her breath. She probably knew I was blowing smoke up her arse. I crossed my fingers. "Very well," she said. "Give me 5 minutes and I'll see what I can do." She hung up. I stayed where I was, staring at the cottage and thinking. Minutes ticked by. The sun had all but disappeared, and I checked the time. It was after 9. I probably wouldn't get to speak to Bezic until tomorrow morning. I wasn't sure I could wait that long. There was a rustle in the bushes to my right. I glanced over and stiffened when I spotted the crow. It hopped out and tilted its head, eyeing me. I swung my head around, wondering if this was another dire Corvid warning, but there was no one else there. It was just me and the crow and the silent ghosts from the past. My phone rang, making me jerk upright. I answered it, aware that my pulse was increasing. "Hello? Is this Detective Constable Bellamy?" I swallowed. "Yes." "I'm Archibald Jenkins, Assistant Governor at HMP Galloway. I've received your request for a call with Samuel Bezic."
We tend to appreciate such matters being confined to office hours, Detective. We're not here at the beck and call of the police.
I kept my voice brisk and level. This is an emergency, Mr. Jenkins. Lives could be at stake.
So I'm told. All other prisoners are already under lockdown for the night. Under any other circumstances, I would have to refuse your call.
I already knew there was a but. I smiled to myself. Jenkins sighed.
But here you go. I will have to limit you to no more than 10 minutes. When you hear the beep, you will be connected with Samuel Bezic.
Thank you, I began. Jenkins didn't hear me. He'd already disconnected. A few seconds passed, then a high-pitched note sounded. My body stilled as Samuel Bezic's voice filled the line. He sounded uncertain.
Hello?
Keep it professional, Emma, I told myself. Hold yourself together.
This is Detective Constable Bellamy, I said. We spoke the other day.
Bezic's response was dry.
I haven't forgotten, Detective. What on earth could be so urgent that you have to drag me out of my cell at this hour?
You lied to me, I said flatly. Bezic didn't answer immediately. When he did speak, his words were slow.
I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to.
You told me you murdered my parents. You admitted your guilt to my face. But you didn't do it, did you? You didn't kill them. Why did you lie? Are you covering for someone? I could hear the tension vibrating through my voice. What are you trying to hide? Bezic spoke quietly.
How? He asked. How did you know?
That's not relevant, I snapped.
Have you found evidence that exonerates me?
Every word shook with desperate hope. Fuck. I couldn't escape his question. Not enough evidence to satisfy a court of law, I said truthfully. I heard him release an audible but unsurprised sigh. I lifted my chin. But I will find it. I promise you that. First, I need to know why you lied. What purpose was that supposed to serve? And if you lie to me again, I'll...
It was you, he said, interrupting. I lied because of you.
I blinked. What do you mean?
You lost your parents.
I didn't lose them, Mr. Bezic. They were murdered.
He sighed. You needed peace and closure. You needed to know that the right person had been punished. One look at your face told me that. I thought it would be better for you if you believed that justice had been served.
But if you didn't kill them, then justice has not been fucking served. Their killer is still out there.
Bezic's answer was gentle. I've been in prison for 25 centuries, and will probably be here until the day I die. Nobody is going to find who really killed your parents, not after all this time.
What he was saying didn't compute. You were trying to be kind to me by telling me you murdered my mum and dad.
I suppose I was. It seemed the right thing to do.
I shook my head in disbelief. It wasn't. My hand tightened around the phone. Tell me, I said. Tell me what really happened.
Sometimes the lie is easier to cope with than the truth, Detective.
Tell me, I repeated. Please.
A moment passed. Fine. I spent the day in London. I got back to Barchapel that evening. I walked home. I heard the news the next day when I went to work, and I was arrested 3 days later. That's it. That's all there is.
No, my voice was flat. That's not all there is. Your fingerprints were found at the scene.
I was round there a lot. I liked your mum. She was a friend with my girlfriend at the time.
Miranda. I pinched off a headache. Their blood was found on your clothes.
He sounded sad. I don't know why that was. I couldn't explain it. I still can't.
What about Miranda? I demanded. And Patrick? Why did they believe you were innocent when nobody else did? He didn't answer. Samuel?
There was a sigh. I saw them when I got off the bus. They were together. Miranda looked upset. So did Patrick, for that matter. I followed them. They were walking quickly towards the cottage where your parents lived. Miranda spotted me and gave me a hug and told me to go home. I sucked in a breath.
Are you saying that you think they're the ones who—
No, they didn't kill your parents.
How do you know?
I just know. Neither of them is a killer. I believed it then and I believe it now. They didn't do it. I don't know who did, but I know it wasn't them.
But—
The guard is waving at me. I think we have to wrap this up, Detective.
God damn it.
Thank you, he said. I shook my head.
For what?
You're the first person in a long time who has believed that I'm innocent. You've no idea what that means to me, especially because it's you. I'm so sorry, Em. I'm sorry for what you had to go through.
You're in prison for a crime you didn't commit.
Them's the breaks, he said, sounding like a man who'd long since accepted his fate. There was a loud beep. Your time is up, Jenkins said. I hope you got what you needed.
Not even close.
Well, prison routines are more important than you might think. If you want to continue your conversation, I could arrange a visit for tomorrow. But it's late now, and—
Fine,
I said. I'd returned to London for a couple of hours so I could see Beswick and find out more. I had to look him in the eye and go through what happened in more detail. There had to be something, some clue that would help. I certainly couldn't leave things the way they were.
2:00?
That would give me time to check in with Boateng, work on Julie and Patrick's murders, and meet with Miranda James again. Could she be my parents' killer? Did Patrick Lacey help her? It seemed barely credible, but it was a question I had to ask. Very well, Jenkins said curtly. Good night. And then the phone went dead. Went dead. Went dead. Went dead. Went dead. Went dead. Chapter 17. I remained where I was for several minutes. The air was far cooler now, but I didn't feel cold. I didn't really feel anything. The damned crow continued to hop around, poking at the ground. Don't you sleep? I asked it eventually. It paused in its search for a juicy worm and looked up at me.
What are you?
I asked. The bird dipped its head and returned its attention to the ground. A long, drawn-out whisper broke the silence. Emma. I jerked. Little Emma. I grabbed my crossbow.
Who is that?
I demanded.
Who's there?
The crow squawked. It flapped up into the air, sailing over my head and out to the road beyond. Emma. Fucking hell. Where was that coming from? One minute it seemed to be from beyond the cottage. The next it was over by the copse of woods.
I have a crossbow, I called out, and I will use it.
I held it up, pointing its tip from one corner of the garden to another. From over the hedgerow there was a loud caw. It was followed immediately by a low, mocking laugh. An involuntary shudder ran down my spine. The crow cawed again. Was it the damned bird calling my name? No, that was stupid. My eyes narrowed.
Who's there? Who are you?
There was nothing but silence. I held myself very still. I possessed supernatural hearing. It wasn't as good as a werewolf's, but that didn't mean I couldn't rely on it. I sniffed the air and smelled nothing but dewy earth and the faint scent of honeysuckle. I squinted through the gloom, but I couldn't see anything beyond the shadows. I walked to one side of the garden, beyond the wall of the cottage, then I walked to the other. Nothing. No more freaky whispers. No sign of any living being. Even the crow had vanished. I gritted my teeth and waited for several moments. There were no more strange sounds. I was alone, and, I had to admit, I was scared. Eventually, with the crossbow in front of me and ready to fire at any moment, I left. I was on edge all the way back to the burden bush. I jumped at every shadow and constantly looked over my shoulder. I'd felt like this before in those initial days and weeks after my boyfriend Jeremy had killed me. I'd felt this sort of fear. Given what I'd learned about my supernatural abilities, I hadn't expected to feel this way again. And yet,
Here I was again. Hello, darkness, my old friend. My tension eased a fraction once the pub came into sight. The streets were quieter than before. While there was still a heavy police presence, the patrolling uniformed officers were obviously there to reassure the Barchapel residents and visitors rather than question them. I recognised several faces and nodded as I passed. I was tempted to drop in on Boateng at the station and see if there had been any developments, but I was certain from the police officers' grim expressions that nothing useful had been found. At this point, I'd only get in the way, not to mention that my presence would cement my lack of usefulness now the investigation pointed towards a human suspect. I swung round the corner towards the pub's low entrance. As I drew closer, I realised that someone was there. My hand tightened on the crossbow and then relaxed. "Albion," I said, "isn't it a little late for you to be out on a school night?" The teenager didn't smile. "It's Al, not Albion." He pushed himself away from the wall and walked towards me. His hands were in his pockets, but his body betrayed his tension. "And I'm not a kid. It's not that late." "There have been 2 brutal murders here in less than a week. You shouldn't be out on the streets on your own." "I can look after myself." "It's not safe," I reiterated. He glared at me. "I don't care." I chose not to pursue it. He was clearly here for a reason. The quicker I let him say what was on his mind, the quicker he'd go home. "What do you want?" I asked, doing my best to keep my tone friendly. Unfortunately, my apprehension after the incident at the cottage got in the way, and I sounded more stern than I'd intended. Albion stopped in front of me, inches from my face. Interesting. He didn't strike me as the type to attempt an intimidating stance, but here he was, squaring up to me. I knew he'd clocked the crossbow. It was hard not to notice it, but its presence didn't deter him. "I want you to stay away from my mum." I raised my eyebrows. "I can't do that, Al. I've got questions that only she can answer." His expression darkened. "She's done more than enough for you already. She's frailer than she looks, and she gets sick when... He couldn't finish his sentence. "She gets sick." I dropped my shoulders, using my body language to convey that I wasn't a threat. "I'm sorry to hear she's not well," I said carefully. "And I can understand that you want to protect her." "You don't understand," he burst out. "You don't understand at all." His cheeks flushed red. His determination to warn me off only stirred my curiosity further. "Then explain it to me," I said. "I'm more than prepared to listen." "Just fucking stay away from her, all right? You should be worrying about the murders happening now, not those from before. I'm sorry about what happened, but you can't change the past. Asking questions about it only makes things worse." "How? How does it do that?" His mouth twisted. "Stay away from us. Stay away from my mum." He shoved past me and marched off. I watched him go. Then the images of Julie and Patrick's corpses flashed before me. I sighed and trailed after him. Nothing untoward would happen to Albion and James. Not tonight, and not on my watch. I followed Albion all the way home, keeping out of his line of sight to avoid another confrontation. When he reached the manor doorway at the top of the long driveway, I considered striding up to speak to Miranda, but the house was in darkness. It was too late to start questioning her again. Instead, I waited until Albion was safely inside, then turned on my heel and headed back to the pub. I pretended that the light wind whistling through the trees and the dancing shadows didn't terrify me in the slightest. Enough of this. I needed to get some sleep so I could start afresh tomorrow. When I got to my room, I made a point of checking every nook and cranny. Nothing and nobody was in the wardrobe. There was nothing hiding behind the shower curtain and no monster underneath the bed. I peered out of the window, but this room looked onto the street rather than the back garden, and there was nobody out there. It was fine. I was safe. I didn't know why I was allowing myself to get so damned jumpy. It wasn't as if I should be afraid of dying. I brushed my teeth, splashed water on my face, and climbed into bed. Everything would look better in the daylight. I was sure of it. I must have been more tired than I'd realised, because I fell asleep almost instantly. When I woke up again, it was still dark. I stretched out, deciding that it wasn't the urge to pee that had woken me, but the unfamiliar surroundings and my unsettled thoughts. I checked the time, satisfied that there were hours to go before dawn, and closed my eyes again. And that was when I heard the creak outside my door. My eyes flew open. This was an old building. There were all sorts of creaks and groans. It was probably nothing. Then I heard it again. I reached down to the side of my bed, my fingers grasping the cold metal shaft of my trusty crossbow. With my heart beating faster, I checked it was loaded and thumbed off the safety before pointing it at the door. Breathing. I could hear someone breathing on the other side. In a flash, my fear was replaced by rage. Hadn't I enough to deal with already? Who was the fucker who thought he could come here in the middle of the damn night and try to kill me again? I set my mouth into a grim line. Whoever he was, he'd regret the day he thought he could come up against me. I would end this, once and for all. I didn't even care that it was illegal for me to fire my crossbow at a human. I would send a bolt into his damned heart. The doorknob started to twist, so it wasn't some random insomniac wandering around out there. I narrowed my gaze. I was ready. The door was locked, but if that bastard tried to force it open, or even if he gave up and walked away, I would have him. There was the sound of something jangling, followed by the unmistakable scratch of a key entering the lock. So someone at the burden bush was involved. I shouldn't have assumed the staff were innocent. Nobody else could have got hold of a key to my room. I tensed and waited. The doorknob turned again, and this time it worked. The door opened a mere crack at first. Whoever was out there was doing a good job of keeping quiet, but they weren't quiet enough. I squinted and took aim. As the door opened wider, I pressed down the trigger and fired. I heard a muffled grunt. I dropped the crossbow, and it fell to the floor with a heavy thud. Then I rushed forward, the blood draining from my face. "Lucas, you fucking idiot!" His pained black eyes glinted at me through the darkness. "Well, D'Artagnan," he managed, "your aim has certainly improved since the last time you tried to shoot me." I got him onto the bed and turned on the light so I could see the damage. The bolt was protruding from his chest, less than 2 inches from his heart. I hissed, "You idiot! Why didn't you tell me you were coming early?" He smiled crookedly. "I wanted to surprise you." "You certainly did that," I huffed. "I had visions of you waking up in the morning with me beside you. I should have known better." He could say that again. "How did you get inside the pub at this hour? And how did you get a key to this room?" He groaned slightly when I undid his shirt so I could examine the wound. "I called ahead." "And they gave you a key?" My voice was rising. "At 3 o'clock in the fucking morning?" "Well," he demurred, "I think they were afraid of what I'd do if they didn't. I am the lord of all vampires, after all." "Even more reason not to give you access to my room." I unpeeled his shirt from his arms, exposing his skin. Lucas winced. "Somebody met me at the front door because of who I am. Then I used my special powers of vampiric persuasion to get a spare key to your room because of what I am." "It shouldn't be that easy," I growled, thinking about the boot prints in the wardrobe in my last room and the strong hands that had encircled my neck. "I agree. They really ought to beef up their security, especially with all these murders." I gave him a long look. Lucas shrugged and then grimaced when the action clearly brought him more pain. Good. He damn well deserved it. "I could have killed you, Lucas." "Fortunately," he managed, "you didn't. Can you take the bolt out?" "I don't know. We should probably go to hospital." "Not a chance. I have a reputation to uphold." I gritted my teeth. "This is not the time to worry about your ego." "Take out the bolt, Emma." I cursed. "Fine." I grasped its shaft. "Brace yourself. On a count of 3. Lucas nodded. 3. Got it." 1. I yanked on the bolt, pulling it free from his flesh. "I knew you were going to do that," he muttered. Then his eyes rolled back in his head. and he passed out, passed out, passed out, passed out.
Chapter 18. The bedsheets were heavily stained with Lucas's blood. Between the scorch marks from my resurrection in the first room and the bloodstains in this room, I doubted whether the burden bush would ever welcome me back as a guest. I gazed out of the window, watching the sun climb. Everything about this trip was a clusterfuck. Everything. I'm sorry. I glanced round at Lucas. He was pale but conscious. It was just as well he possessed supernatural healing powers, because without them he'd be strapped to a hospital gurney, or worse. He didn't seem to have any internal damage, and I'd bound his chest up as best I could with the materials I had to hand. He was a lucky boy. Things could have been far worse.
I didn't think it through properly. I was so focused on getting my work done quickly and getting to you so I could help that I underestimated how you'd react if I surprised you.
I had the feeling that Lucas didn't apologise very often, if ever. That didn't mean he shouldn't be grovelling at my feet right now. I don't like surprises, I told him.
I get that.
You should have known how I would react.
Yes.
If I'd killed you,
it would have been my own fault.
He splayed out his hands in a gesture of humility.
I won't do anything like this again. Next time you're murdered, I'll keep out of the way.
You'd better. I paused. I'm glad you're here, Lucas, even if I do wish you'd waited a few hours and arrived in daylight. The corners of his mouth lifted up slightly.
Would this be a good time to ask you to kiss me better?
I looked at his handsome face, with his inky black hair falling across his forehead in loose curls and his glittering black eyes, and I knew that, despite the nature of his arrival, I truly was glad that he was here. Later, I promised. I've got a lot to do this morning, and I checked my watch. I have to head to London before 2. I wagged a finger at him. Another reason why you should have contacted me beforehand. Lucas's brow furrowed.
Why do you have to go to London? Are you finished here?
I let out a mild snort. Not by a long shot. There's still a killer loose in Barchapel, and if you count me, he's murdered 3 people in a week. That's horrific by any standards. He's not the only thing I'm dealing with, though. I have to get to HMP Galloway and speak to Samuel Beswick again.
Lucas stilled. Why do you have to speak to that bastard? Hasn't he already done enough?
Actually, I told him, it turns out he's not done anything at all. I outlined what I'd discovered. Lucas stared at me.
You're sure?
I nodded. Pretty much. He ran a hand through his hair.
Bloody hell, he whispered. He's been in prison for how long?
25 years. And whoever really did kill my parents is running free.
They didn't just kill your parents, Emma. They killed you too. The only difference is that you're the Phoenix.
I met his eyes. I might be getting somewhere with that. I told him about Miranda. Lucas pushed himself up.
What are we waiting for? Let's go speak to her and find out what she has to say.
You're in no fit state to go anywhere.
I'm fine, he dismissed.
You look half dead.
I'm a vampire.
That's no excuse. You need to rest. He glared at me.
We need to hear what she knows, and what she's done.
He waved his hands, as much to indicate that he felt fine as to emphasise his point.
This woman knows about you, and she knows about your parents. We're going to talk to her now. We need to hear this.
We? I asked softly. Lucas's expression was serious.
We're in this together. You're not alone anymore, Emma. Your fight is mine.
I watched him for a moment or two. Okay, I said finally. Let's go. We took Lucas's car to Miranda James's house. I reckoned that Albion would have already left for school, but I was still slightly nervous that he would be home. Given his reaction to me, it was definitely for the best if I avoided him. When the front door opened and Miranda peered out, her face smiling, I relaxed slightly. I was expecting you earlier, she told me. Then her gaze drifted to Lucas. She jerked. You're a vampire. In his blood-red ruffled shirt and tight black trousers, Lucas looked about as out of place in a village like Barchapel as it was possible to be.
He bowed towards Miranda, although his expression remained cool.
Lord Lucas Horvath,
he said. She blinked at him. Are you all right? You don't seem particularly well.
I am very well, thank you.
Her brow furrowed, but apparently decided not to push it. That was probably wise. I sneaked a look at Lucas. He was still far too pale, and he was holding himself stiffly. He was in more pain than he was letting on. I hope you don't mind having Lucas here as well, I said, watching Miranda carefully. I want him with me. He can be trusted. Miranda gazed at him. I have heard of this man. I don't care who he is or what title he holds. What I have to say, I only say to you. Lucas took a step forward. I tensed, concerned that he would try his vampiric calming technique on Miranda. I doubted that would go down well. Instead, he met her gaze head-on and spoke softly. It was like a steel hand, cloaked in velvet.
What Emma says is true. Under normal circumstances, you would be wise not to trust me. I am a vampire, and I look out for the interests of me and my own kind. But things are different where Emma is concerned. I will wait out here if that is truly what you wish, but I assure you that anything you say concerning Emma's past or her heritage will not pass my lips. Her life is mine.
I blinked. Her life is mine? What did that even mean? Miranda reached across, and her fingers lightly touched the back of Lucas's hand. She closed her eyes briefly and inhaled, then she opened her eyes again. I see, she said quietly. She looked at me again. You are fortunate indeed. She dropped her hand. If he is going to hear this, I expect a vow of silence from both of you. To be honest, Emma, if you were anyone else, I wouldn't tell this story, but I think you need to hear it. It's time it was told. I was confused about what had passed between her and Lucas, but now wasn't the time to question it. Instead, I gazed at her clear expression. It went beyond all my morals as a detective to keep information to myself, but this was about me, not my job. I won't say anything to anyone, I agreed.
You have my word also, Lucas murmured. I will keep your secrets.
They're not my secrets. Miranda pointed at me. They are hers. A shiver ran through me. I didn't make any attempt to suppress it. This was what I'd come to Barchapel for. I was finally, hopefully, going to get the answers I craved.
If you feel more comfortable, Lucas suggested, we can talk somewhere more neutral. I understand if vampires make you nervous.
Miranda laughed briefly. I'm not nervous, and I'm not afraid of you. I'm perfectly comfortable. She stepped back and gestured inside. I have no problems with a vampire inside my home. You might not have, I said, remaining where I was, but your son might. He came to see me last night. Albion did. She grimaced. He must have sneaked out. I'm sure I wasn't this much trouble when I was a teenager. There's a killer loose in Barchapel. He really shouldn't be out on his own, especially at night. Yes. Miranda dropped her eyes. I heard about Julie McIntosh. For the life of me, I can't imagine why someone would want to kill her.
Something about this village seems to invite horrific murders, Lucas said.
Miranda looked sad. Yes, I suppose it does. We walked inside, passing underneath Boris the spider and his elaborate web, and sat in the kitchen. There was no sign of the crow, which oddly disappointed me. Rather than remark on the bird's absence, I drew out my phone and made a show of starting to record before placing it on the table between us. Miranda only smiled. Nettle tea? She inquired. No, thank you. Blood? Lucas raised an eyebrow. Miranda shrugged. I have often wondered what it would feel like to be supped on, and you look as if you could do with some sustenance. Maybe we should get to the interview, I said hastily. I want to pick up where we left off yesterday. Fine by me. She leaned back in her chair. Go ahead. Why doesn't Albion want me to talk to you? I could tell it wasn't the question she'd been expecting. and I was glad that I'd thrown her slightly off balance. "He likes to think he's protecting me," she said quietly, "but that boy worries too much."
"He mentioned an illness."
Miranda scowled. "My health is not what it used to be, but I'm perfectly fine."
"Miranda,"
she sighed. "All right already. You asked yesterday if I was a soup." She raised her eyebrows at Lucas. "I'm sure he can confirm that I'm not." I didn't need to look at Lucas to know she was speaking the truth. "However," Miranda continued, "I am not without some power." "Indeed. I bet this power had a whole lot more to it than tarot cards and crystals and dancing in a forest in the moonlight."
"Go on."
She lifted up her chin. "I am a druid." I started.
"As in flowing capes and dancing round Stonehenge at the solstice?"
"Hardly. As in venerating nature and appreciating Mother Earth for what she has done for us all." Lucas leaned in, his shoulder brushing against mine. "Are you talking about magic?"
"Magic doesn't exist,"
I said without thinking. Miranda snorted. "Of course it exists. If you can't see the magic inherent in this world, then you're a fool. You're more steeped in it than most, so you have more reason to believe in it than most." She nodded at Lucas. "So does he. Where do vampires come from if not from magic? You might not use that specific word, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist."
"Okay, perhaps she had a point."
"And the phoenix?" I asked.
"Is that magic? Am I?"
She met my eyes. "You know you are." She drew in a breath. "Everything in this world is connected. Our ties to Mother Nature and her magic are far stronger than most people realize. But that doesn't mean such magic doesn't have a cost. Vampires gain strength and greater longevity, but the payoff is that they have to drink blood to survive, and," she added with a knowing glint in her eyes, "they are feared and despised more than they are admired and respected. Wielding strong magic as a druid brings on bouts of sickness. I dabbled too much when I invoked the power that helped you. As a result, I have to suffer the consequences. I pay homage to nature to stave off the worst of the effects." Her expression grew stony. "Do not misunderstand me. It was a bargain I made freely and would make again given the chance." "If druids exist," Lucas asked, "why don't we know more about them?" "You'd be surprised at what's out there that you're unaware of," she said enigmatically. Then she gave herself a tiny shake as if she'd already said too much. "As druids, we rarely speak of our powers. Our kind will not be trapped in a city like yours has been." She shuddered at the thought. "There are not many of us, and we protect ourselves by appearing to be harmless and eccentric. If some people wish to call us crazy, that is up to them. There are far worse things than whispers and name-calling." She smiled faintly. "It helps that the magic we invoke tends to be small-scale." She looked at me. "But not always."
"Tell me,"
I said.
"Tell me what happened."
Miranda didn't insult me by pretending she didn't know what I meant. "Sammy was in London visiting friends. Your parents invited me round for a drink. Patrick came with me to their house because he was supposed to be fixing something in the kitchen for your dad. Instead of Bloody Marys in the garden, however, all we found was blood. Real blood." She paused. "And 3 dead bodies." Lucas jerked, but I was perfectly still.
"When?"
I asked.
"What time? And what day?"
"Just before 8 o'clock on the evening of August the 23rd, 1995. You were still warm." Her voice took on a distant note. "It must have only just happened. If we'd been slightly earlier—" She shook her head.
"Why didn't you call the police?"
"Because you would have stayed dead," she answered. She pushed back her chair, and the legs scraped along the floor. She stood up and walked to the window. "You have to understand that I was young. I didn't fully appreciate that magic is all about give and take." She gave a quiet, musical laugh. "I knew there were consequences, but I didn't understand what they could be.
I was young and ambitious and thought I could change the world. And, she whispered, there was so much blood. I didn't know what I was doing, but I was egotistical enough to think I could help you all. Underneath the table, Lucas entwined his fingers with mine. What did you do? I asked. My voice trembled. She turned to me. I persuaded Patrick to delay calling the police and help me collect the herbs I needed. I think the poor man was in shock, but he went along with me. We got fresh sage for mental clarity, protection and immortality, mugwort to ward off evil, and witch hazel for cleansing. The sage and witch hazel were easy to get hold of, but the mugwort was more complicated. There was only one place I knew of where it grew, and Patrick would never have found it on his own. We left the cottage together to gather it from a clearing in the woods to the west. By the time we were on our way back to the cottage, Sammy had got off the bus from London and seen us. Back then, he listened to more village gossip than he should have done, and he probably thought that Patrick and I were up to no good. He should have trusted me and gone home, but instead he followed us almost all the way to your parents' cottage before I realised he was there. When I noticed him, I told him to go. I knew he wouldn't cope with seeing what had happened to you and your family. He was too sensitive. So I hugged him, and I told him to leave. She sighed. That hug was his undoing. The blood, I said suddenly. You had my parents' blood on your clothes. Miranda nodded. Not a lot, and it was so dark that Sammy didn't notice the stains. But yes, there was blood on me. And on Patrick. We burned our clothes afterwards, and I thought that would be enough. It didn't occur to me that the blood would transfer from me to Sammy. The police took his clothing and examined it. She shrugged helplessly. They found what they thought they needed to prove his guilt. She allowed a beat of silence before murmuring, I wasn't the only one who paid the price for the magic I invoked that night. I squeezed Lucas's hand. His skin felt even hotter than normal, but I was so glad of his touch. It grounded me. I wasn't alone. What then? I asked. What happened when you got back to the cottage? I bound all 3 herbs together and asked Mother Earth for help, Miranda said. I drew her power from the ground and filled the air with her kindness. I thought perhaps I could reverse time somehow, or heal old wounds. It was only when the herbs burned that I knew. I could choose only one of you. Your parents would have chosen you, so I did the same. I drew on all my power and all the magic the earth could offer me, and I sent it towards your body. My mouth was dry. And then? She smiled slightly. And then nothing. I expected explosions, light, something. I'd felt the power go through me, but it seemed it had gone nowhere. I didn't know that I called the phoenix upon you. That came much, much later. She lifted her shoulders resignedly. When it seemed that my attempt had failed, Patrick wanted to call the police, but I stopped him. I was worried what would happen if people found out what I'd been doing. I told him we had to leave and let someone else find the bodies. We argued about it, but eventually he agreed. He went back the next morning on his own, though, I said. Didn't he? Miranda nodded. He couldn't leave it alone. He thought he would pretend he'd gone round to do the work in the kitchen that day and then run to the police about what he'd seen. But what he saw was you, alive and well and screaming your head off. And the rest is a matter of record, she said simply. You could have still gone to the police. You could have told them you were there the night before, and... I did, Miranda said tiredly. I spoke to them until I was blue in the face. But I was Sammy's girlfriend, and they didn't believe me. They thought I was trying to protect him. They were never going to believe that I'd performed a magic spell and brought you back to life. And Patrick was so afraid of what we'd done and of the power we'd invoked, he couldn't say anything. She looked at me. It destroyed him in the end, you know, though I doubt he could have said anything that would have changed the police's minds. They were sure that Sammy was guilty, and they thought they had all the evidence they needed. Miranda sat down on the chair.
She was far paler than before, and sweat was beading her brow. Her hand shook as she reached for a glass, and she changed her mind. The power and energy it took to do what I did meant that I became very ill afterwards. Even now, just talking about it brings some of the illness back. It's not an easy thing to play with life and death. She jerked forward, her gaze suddenly burning into mine like coal fire. You are not a child now. You have a terrible gift that a lot of people have paid for. Do not waste what you have. Do not waste what you are. She paused. And please, do not tell anyone what I have told you. Druids don't need to be hunted down for what little magic we possess like the... She halted in mid-sentence and amended her words. We don't need to be hunted down. Life is hard enough as it is. I nodded. I wouldn't say anything, but I still had one more question. You said you didn't know who killed my parents. Was that the truth? Miranda's body seemed to fold in on itself. It was. Her words were barely audible. I have no idea who could have done that to them, or to a child like you, like you, like you, like you, like you. Chapter 19. Lucas and I didn't speak until we were back in his car. I noted the way his hands were shaking and took the keys from him, telling him I would drive. I half expected an argument, but he simply nodded. His eyes met mine. Do you believe her? He asked. I turned my head and stared out of the window at the dark trees. Yeah, I do. I licked my lips. Do you? Her story appears credible. I curled my hands into fists, my fingernails digging into my palms. I'm the Phoenix because of her. I'm alive because of her. All this time and... I shook my head, unable to finish my sentence. I hadn't acquired my Phoenix power because of genetics, or because I was special or heroic or deserving. I was the Phoenix because of blind, dumb luck. If Miranda hadn't happened upon the murders at the cottage, I'd have been worm meat for the last 25 years. Part of me wished she'd saved my mother or my father instead. Part of me wanted to run inside the house and fall to my knees in gratitude for the life that I'd been given. My whole world was churning. I didn't know what to think or feel. What about this druid stuff? I asked, needing something concrete to focus on. If she can really wield that sort of power, and there are others like her. British history is littered with references to druids. It stands to reason that some still exist. Lucas paused. I've heard rumours, but I didn't pay them much attention. Druids weren't on my radar, and had no cause to be. If that woman is to be believed, exerting any large blast of power has far-reaching consequences that most druids would want to avoid. And if nature is so important to them, you can understand why they maintain such secrecy. They'd be labelled as soups and forced to move to London with the rest of us. They'd be subject to soup law. But they're essentially human, I objected. Miranda James is human. So were alleged witches, Lucas said quietly. It didn't stop them from being burnt at the stake for hundreds of years. He had a point. If people like Miranda James can have that sort of power hidden in plain sight, then who else is out there? I asked. What else is out there? It's a good question, he said grimly. Let's not forget that we didn't know that a phoenix could exist until very recently. I swallowed, my brain suddenly conjuring up all manner of monsters. This was why the British government was so keen to keep track of all existing soups. It was down to fear that had as much to do with conjecture as reality. I glanced over at Lucas. Damn it, he didn't look well at all. There was a sheen of sweat on his forehead, and his complexion was wan. You're sick. That crossbow bolt did a lot of damage. I'm fine. I don't think you are. I gestured to his chest. Show me. It's bandaged up, Emma. There's nothing to see. I folded my arms and glared. Lucas sighed, then lifted up his shirt. I sucked in a breath at the damp, blood-stained bandages. You're still bleeding. A lot.
I have excellent healing powers. In a few hours I'll be dancing and skipping and solving any nasty murders that come my way.
I gave him a long look, and he pulled a face.
All right, he admitted. I might be in more pain than I initially let on. I'm trying to be brave so that you think I'm a valiant hero. I'm here to help you, not the other way around.
A ghost of a smile crossed my face. You are helping me, more than you know. I brushed my fingers lightly against his chest. I have to get to London, no matter what. If we leave now, there's time for me to take you to Soho. Your vamps can look after you while I go and see Samuel Bezic.
I don't need to be looked after. I need a bit of rest.
That's settled then, I said, satisfied. Rest it is, in London. I turned on the engine.
Nobody else would order me around like that, Lucas growled.
And? What's your point?
He leaned his head towards mine. I like being told what to do when it comes from you, he said in a low voice. Despite his words, there was a note of warning. Lucas would only take my so-called orders so far. Regardless of our romantic ties, he was still Lord Horvath. Do you have to speak to Bezic? He asked. You already know his side of the story. Honestly, Emma, I think it's better if we both stay here. I'll rest up in your room so I'm close by if you need me. In fact, if I could find someone willing to donate some blood to my worthy cause, I'll heal even more quickly, and then I'll be of more use to you.
You won't find someone like that in Barchapel, I told him, pretending I'd already forgotten Miranda's offer of her own blood. And I have to see Samuel Bezic. He's been in prison for 1/4 of a century for my parents' murders. I owe him a face-to-face meeting. It's the least I can do. My phone started to ring. I checked the screen, frowning at the withheld number. Hang on, I said. This might be important. I pressed the answer button. This is DC Bellamy.
Good morning, Detective.
A trickle of unease ran through me when I recognised that voice. Mr. Jenkins, I said. How are things up at Galloway?
I'm afraid they could be better.
It wasn't a trickle of unease I was feeling now. It was a damned flood. What? I asked. What is it?
If I were you, I would cancel that trip to see us.
Why?
Lucas's phone dinged with a message. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him glance down at the screen and blanch. I have some bad news, Jenkins said. Samuel Bezic was attacked at breakfast this morning. For no reason that I can yet determine, one of the other prisoners decided to try and kill him, first with his food tray and then with some sort of shank.
The blood drained from my face. Is he all right? Is Samuel Bezic all right?
He's not dead, if that's what you're asking. Not yet, anyway. But he's been transferred to the nearest hospital and he's in intensive care. It's not looking good. I'm sorry to be the bearer of such news. We don't often have incidents of this nature in Galloway. The prison officers here are adept at picking up on any trouble and preventing it before it starts. We also...
I shut out Jenkins' litany of excuses. He droned on in my ear, while bile rose in my mouth. I dropped the phone. No. Fuck. No.
That's the prison, isn't it? Lucas asked. My contact there has been in touch. I'm so sorry, Emma.
His voice sounded as if it were coming from far away. I blinked rapidly and tried to focus. I couldn't understand why this had happened now. Before my first visit to Samuel Bezic, I'd checked his prison record, and there had been no indication of any trouble. In fact, to all intents and purposes, he'd been a model prisoner. So why get involved in a fight now? What had changed? It didn't make sense. My mind whirled. Focus, Emma. You need to deal with this. Lucas reached for me and squeezed my hand.
Are you okay?
I nodded stiffly, then picked up the phone again and interrupted Jenkins' babble. My tone was hard and cold, but this was not the time to play nice. Tell me about the prisoner who attacked him. Who went for Samuel Bezic?
His name is Frederick Paris, a nasty piece of work. He's been in and out of prison since he was a teenager. He is currently serving a life sentence for a double murder.
Has Paris given any reason why he attacked Samuel Bezic?
He said, and I quote, "The cockroach was looking at me funny." I clenched my teeth.
What previous contact was there between Bezic and Paris?
I could almost hear his shrug. Nothing on record. The guards tell me that Bezic usually avoided the likes of Paris.
So what you're saying is that Frederick Paris approached him, not the other way around?
It looks that way. But as you know, Samuel Bezic is in prison for violent crimes of his own. I'm told that it was your parents' murders that brought him here in the first place. He may well have provoked Paris.
A strangled sound emerged involuntarily from my throat. Jenkins was obviously trying to underplay the attack on Bezic and imply that he'd had it coming to him. Never mind that such a thing should never have happened in the first place. Archibald Jenkins had a PR role to play, and he didn't want me to cause problems. I hesitated, considering the best way to proceed. "I should inform you," I said eventually, "that I'm pursuing a line of investigation that seems to exonerate Samuel Bezic from the murder of my parents. It's looking increasingly likely that he's an innocent man who should never have been jailed." A beat passed.
"Goodness, that's... are you sure?" Jenkins stammered.
"Pretty much. I expect that it won't be long before the miscarriage of justice against Mr. Bezic is revealed to the world. It will be unfortunate if he doesn't recover from this attack before then. You know what the tabloid press are like." I counted to 5 in my head, giving the assistant governor time to absorb the impact of my words. "I don't suppose it will be possible to obtain a video of the attack. I assume it was caught on camera."
"We don't usually..." Jenkins sighed. "Very well."
"And all other information you have about Paris," I said briskly. "Visitors, phone calls, letters, other interactions he's had that you know of, that sort of thing."
"We can probably manage that," he said reluctantly.
I smiled grimly. It was the least he could do.
Excellent. I'll expect to receive the records by email within the hour.
I hung up. It wasn't much of a win, but it would do for now. Poor Samuel Bezic. Those were 3 words I'd never imagined thinking a week ago.
I'm so sorry, Lucas repeated.
Yeah. I glanced at him, feeling nauseous. Me too. We headed back to the burden bush. I splashed cold water on my face as the morning's revelations spun round and round my mind. Lucas climbed onto the bed, and I glanced at him while I patted my skin dry. His eyes were closed, and he still had an unhealthy pallor. I shouldn't ask the question, but I knew I'd have to.
I can feel you staring at me, D'Artagnan, Lucas said. Why don't you say what's on your mind?
You look really ill.
That's not what you were thinking. Spit it out.
I shifted my weight from foot to foot. Lucas opened one eye and looked at me.
You think I had something to do with what happened to Bezic?
It wasn't a question. I could feel my cheeks reddening. I glanced down at my shoes and back up at him. Did you? You have access to the prison. You've already proved that. You were too busy to answer my calls yesterday. You showed up here earlier than expected. You have the means to get to someone inside, and... I swallowed, thinking about the expression on his face when he gazed up at the high walls of HMP Galloway. A motive, I finished in a whisper. Something indecipherable flashed in his eyes.
You're right,
he agreed. The tightness in my chest grew.
I do have the means, and yes, I probably do have the motive too.
His mouth flattened.
Don't you get it yet, Emma? You're mine now. Your burdens are mine. Your pain is mine.
I remained very still. I don't belong to you, Lucas. I'm my own person. I'm not yours. I'm not a thing. He didn't remove his eyes from mine.
You know what I meant when I said that. The words are crude, but the sentiment is true.
He touched a hand to the centre of his broad chest.
You're in here. You're a part of me, just as I hope I'm a part of you. I don't travel to the English countryside for anyone, you know.
He drew in a ragged breath.
It's early days in our relationship, and we're still finding our way around each other. But you know this feels right. I can see it in your eyes when you look at me. You feel what I feel." His voice deepened to a growl. "I know you don't trust me yet, and I can understand why. Life hasn't always dealt you the easiest of hands. However, I might be a vampire, but I'm not a villain."
"I don't think that you're a—"
I protested. Lucas held up his hands. "It's okay, Emma. I get it. I don't like it, but I get it. And I admit that if I'd thought for one moment that ending Samuel Bezic is what you truly wanted, then yes, I probably would have done it. I could have arranged it in a heartbeat. But if I had done it, he wouldn't be in a hospital bed. He'd be in a coffin."
I dug my fingernails into the palms of my hand.
"I also know you, Emma," Lucas continued. "You're in the police. It's hardly a secret that you believe in the human legal system. If I did anything that caused harm to Samuel Bezic, you'd never speak to me again."
He managed to smile,
and I couldn't have that.
He reached for my hand.
"Sooner or later, you'll trust me. In the meantime, I can be patient. And, for what it's worth, I didn't answer your calls because I was trying to finish my work quickly to get here to support you. The fact that you accuse me of murder after almost murdering me yourself—"
He winked.
"Well, I'll let that slide, because I'm a good guy."
I stared at him. "I'm sorry, Lucas."
"I told you already. It's all right. I get it."
He raised his eyebrows.
"You didn't stew about it, and you didn't allow your suspicions to grow while you stayed silent. You asked me for the truth. Right now, that's enough."
His voice took on an edge of self-mockery.
"I'm not saying I'll always be so relaxed about such accusations, but for the moment I'm prepared to let it go. And you know why?"
I licked my lips. "Why?"
"Because sooner or later you'll trust me, body and soul."
He closed his eyes again.
"You're right about one thing, though."
"What's that?"
"I really don't feel very well. Now that we're not heading to London, do you mind if I have a nap?"
I moved closer to him. "I think we should go back. You need proper care."
"You need to be here. That means I do, too."
I drew a deep breath into my lungs. "Take some blood first, then. You need it."
"From you? D'Artagnan, much as I love you, your blood tastes foul. I'd rather not. And you won't endear yourself to anyone in Barchapel if you go looking for a willing donor. You were right before. I just need some rest."
"London isn't that far." He squeezed my hand.
"A bit of sleep," he murmured, "and I'll be fine." He paused. "And some peace and quiet will give me time to consider what reparations you need to make to my ego. Right now, I'm thinking thigh-high leather boots and whipped cream might do the trick."
My shoulders dropped. "I'm willing to consider those options."
Lucas's mouth curved upwards. "I'm very pleased to hear it, D'Artagnan. Very pleased. Be pleased. Be pleased. Be pleased. Be pleased."
Chapter 20. Barchapel was doing unpleasant things to my psyche. The more time I spent here delving into my past and uncovering the real truth about what had happened to my parents, the less sure I was becoming of myself. The guilt I felt at accusing Lucas of arranging to have Samuel Bezic killed on my behalf gnawed at me, even though he'd understood my mistrust came from a dark place that had little to do with him. The problem was that someone had attacked Bezic, and the timing of that attack couldn't be ignored. It was time to get to the bottom of all this. Woman up, Emma. Woman up. Until the information from Jenkins came through, any thoughts I had would be nothing but conjecture. But I couldn't simply sit around twiddling my thumbs. The attack on Samuel Bezic had happened for a reason, and I reckoned that reason was because of what I'd uncovered. The timing was too strange otherwise. I was getting close to the truth. After checking through the old files that DCI Barnes had sent, and confirming that Miranda James had made repeated statements declaring that Samuel Bezic was innocent, I made a decision. I left Lucas to sleep and headed out of the room, squared my shoulders, and marched to the Barchapel police station with quick, determined steps.
DCI Boateng wouldn't be as easy to manipulate as Jenkins, but I was sure I could persuade him to give me access to what I needed. It helped that, when I appeared at the door, Rothsey ushered me through without hesitation.
"We've been through this."
Boateng spoke firmly, although his expression was kind. I noticed the heavy bags under his eyes. I could only imagine the pressure he was under to solve a hideous double murder.
"Despite Patrick Lacey's involvement, his murder and that of your parents are not connected. They can't be."
"I'm not saying they're connected," I persisted. "But I'd like to investigate Lacey a little more. All I want to do is visit his home and take a look around. You won't even know I've been there."
Boateng gave me a lone look. "We've been through his house with a fine-tooth comb. It was one of the first things we did after his death. I'm sure you're aware of normal procedure, even though you work in Supernatural Squad."
His mention of my position in Soup Squad was deliberate, to remind me that now they no longer suspected a Soup of being involved, I didn't have a legitimate interest in either killing. All I could do was appeal to his better nature. If a human murderer is trying to pin a series of brutal crimes on a Soup, it's important that I remain involved, even if only slightly. All I'm asking for is a little forbearance. His gaze narrowed slightly.
"I heard on the grapevine that a certain vampire is in town. Does his presence have anything to do with these new suppositions?"
"Not in the slightest. As I've already told you, Samuel Bezic was viciously attacked and—"
He held up his hands. "You don't need to repeat yourself."
He shook his head.
"Very well. You can look around Lacey's home, but you're not to remove anything. Do you understand me?"
I nodded vigorously. "Yes, of course."
"I'll send Robert Rothsey with you."
"I don't need a babysitter. You don't need to waste valuable manpower."
Boateng blinked patiently. "He's not your babysitter. He's going to join you so that he can learn the value of avoiding a wild goose chase."
DCI Boateng was dubious, but I was convinced that Patrick Lacey was no random victim. His murder had something to do with what had happened to my parents. I knew better than to belabour the point, however. "Thank you," I said simply. "I appreciate it."
Boateng grunted. "Don't make me regret this."
"Of course not. Have you found any suspects?" I wasn't sure whether he would tell me, but I had to ask the question. His mouth twisted.
"Unfortunately, I'm beginning to feel like we're also on a wild goose chase."
I nibbled my bottom lip. "There is something else I should probably mention."
Boateng looked wary. "Go on."
I drew in a deep breath and told him about the strange voice I'd heard in the garden of my parents' cottage.
"It could have been kids," he said. "By now the whole village knows who you are, and the teenagers here are bored enough to play tricks on you."
"I don't think it was kids."
"What are you saying? Do you think Patrick Lacey and Julie McIntosh's murderer is stalking you because you didn't die like they did?"
It was a reasonable conjecture, although I had little proof to back it up. "I don't have any theories," I said honestly, "but I thought I should bring it up."
Boateng rubbed a hand tiredly over his head. "I'll get someone to look round the place as soon as there's time. It's the best I can do."
Whoever had whispered at me was long gone, but there was nothing I could say except, "Okay, thanks again."
Boateng waved at me. Yeah. Be careful, Emma. Jumping to conclusions is tempting, but you have to go where the evidence leads. We need facts, not daydreams."
I dipped my head in acknowledgement. Noted. As the local Bobby, Rothsey knew exactly where Patrick Lacey's house was. He had, he informed me, been to it on several occasions to deal with Lacey's various indiscretions. "Patrick Lacey needed help," I said, "not jail time." Rothsey snorted derisively. He still possessed the self-assurance of the young, where right was right and wrong was wrong. He didn't know what I did about Lacey's past.
"You could say that about anyone who's committed any crime. He was a victim of a brutal murder, but that doesn't make him an angel."
No, but committing a crime didn't make him any less of a person either. I could well imagine Lacey's knowledge of Samuel Bezic's innocence had eaten away at him. No wonder he'd been so angry. I felt fucking furious. Rothsey cut the police tape on Patrick Lacey's door and opened it. It was the height of summer, yet the interior of the house felt chilly and desolate as I walked inside. I wasn't sure what I was looking for, but I was certain that I'd know when I found it, if I found it. The walls of every room had been whitewashed. This was interior design by someone who couldn't care less about interior design. There were odd personal touches here and there, including a few interesting ornaments based on fantasy characters that had probably been bought from somewhere like the Forbidden Planet. Whether Lacey had bought them for himself or they'd been given to him, I didn't know. I flicked through the stacks of books in the living room and the first-floor spare bedroom. He'd been a prolific reader with eclectic tastes. From the massive bottles in the kitchen, it appeared he'd also been a prolific drinker. I gazed at the opened bottles of whiskey and vodka and tequila and rum and thought of the shaking young man who'd been interviewed 25 years ago. Consequences upon consequences. I sighed. The bed in Lacey's bedroom was unmade, the sheets marked with sweat stains. Although he remained silent, Rothsey's nose wrinkled in disgust. I went to the heavy old wardrobe in the corner, opened it, and gazed at the clothes hanging there, before squinting down at its clawed legs. I gave the wardrobe a shake. It was surprisingly wobbly for such a large piece of furniture, as if it were not balanced properly. Perhaps something was wedged underneath it. I prepared to drag it out from its corner so I could check. Rothsey immediately hopped over to my side. "What do you need?" As a result of my supernatural strength, I was more than strong enough to pull the wardrobe away from the wall. Given how Soups made Rothsey nervous, however, it would probably be better if he believed I was a normal human with normal muscles. Give me a hand with this, will you?" He nodded eagerly, and together we shoved the heavy wardrobe a foot forward. I looked behind it and spotted a wad of folded paper that had been setting the wardrobe off balance. I opened it up. If I'd been expecting a fabulous clue that would lead me to Lacey's murderer, I would have been sorely disappointed. It was nothing more than an old electricity bill. It looked like Boateng was right, and there was nothing to be found here. I left the wardrobe where it was and got down on all fours to check underneath the bed. There was nothing but dust bunnies. I got up again and opened the top drawer in the bedside cabinet to reveal a dog-eared paperback, a balled-up tissue, and several condoms still in their foil packets. I pursed my lips and closed the drawer. Then I opened it again. "What is it?" Rothsey asked. My hands encased in latex gloves, I picked up one of the condoms and held it up so Rothsey could see it. "So?" he asked. "Patrick Lacey was having sex." Rothsey smirked. "Yeah, it beggars belief that someone would agree to shag the likes of him." I sent him a nasty glare, and he looked down. "Sorry," he muttered. Then his head shot up again. "Wait," he said. "If Patrick Lacey was having sex, who was it with? Was it a recent one-night stand thing, or something more serious?" "Ask around," I told him. "Find out who it was." "If it was serious, somebody would have said something by now. We've spoken to almost everyone in Barchapel, and nobody mentioned Lacey being in any kind of relationship." "Maybe you weren't asking the right questions," I said thoughtfully. "Patrick Lacey was the village bad boy. Maybe he was involved with someone who wanted their relationship kept a secret because of his reputation." Rothsey looked dubious. I didn't care. "Just find out who it might have been." Painfully aware that Lucas was ill because of my actions, I left Rothsey and went back to the Burden Bush. With any luck, Jenkins would have already sent through the information and CCTV footage I needed. Maybe, I pondered, I should go and visit Julie's house. She'd had some sort of relationship with Samuel Bezic, so she also had a connection to that time, even though it was more tenuous than Patrick Lacey's. I'd wait to see what information Jenkins uncovered first, and then approach Boateng again. As I crossed the street and rounded the corner, the familiar shape of the Burden Bush came into sight. I picked up speed, anxious to check on Lucas. Then I froze in mid-step and tilted my head. I'd heard something. What was it? I listened harder. I was sure that it was muffled and it was coming from some distance away, but it definitely sounded like a scream. Not a playful scream or a joyous one, but a scream filled with fear. I didn't waste any time. I spun round and sprinted towards where the noise had come from, reaching for my crossbow and undoing the straps as I ran. The scream sounded like it had come from somewhere in the vicinity of my parents' old cottage. I flew down the road, my feet pounding against the tarmac. Run, Emma. Move faster. The buildings around me became a blur as I focused on whatever was ahead. I swerved round several parked cars, ignored the gaping pedestrians, and thundered on until the last of the houses gave way to fields and trees. The road veered left, but the dirt track heading to the cottage was on my right. I made a beeline for it, puffs of dirt clouding up from my feet. The gate was closed, but I vaulted over it into the overgrown garden. I whipped my head around, ignoring the lengthening shadows and searching for any signs of human movement. I heard a scuffle from somewhere around the back. My heart rate slowed. I lifted the tip of the crossbow and squinted to aim. Come out, whoever you are. There was a rustle of leaves. I held my breath, and then I jerked the crossbow upwards and away. Bloody hell, Chloe! What do you think you're doing? My burst of anger evaporated as soon as I registered her pale face and trembling body. Has it gone? She asked shakily. Has what gone? I've not seen anything. I took on a more urgent tone. What is it? What did you see? She put her hand to her mouth and looked around, her gaze fearful. This Chloe was 1,000,000 miles away from the brash teenager I'd encountered on the train. A bear, she whispered. I saw a bear. A bear. A bear. A bear. Chapter 21. I knew that she wasn't lying. She was too scared for that. I drew her away from the cottage and walked with her back towards Barchapel. We stopped when we reached a small bench. Let's sit down and take a moment, I said. Get your breath back. My stomach was churning. I'd been so sure when I gazed at the marks on the earth at Roselands that the theory of some kind of soup bear was completely wrong. Chloe perched on the edge of the narrow wooden bench, prepared to flee at the slightest hint of danger. That wasn't a bad thing. We all need decent survival instincts, and fleeing is far more sensible than fighting in most circumstances. I needed to get her to start talking quickly before the logical part of her brain kicked in and she started questioning herself. I wanted the details before self-doubt took over. I need you to tell me everything. It's best if we go to the police station and— No, she interrupted, shaking her head fearfully. Not there. Please, can't I just tell you here? If she felt more comfortable here, that was fine by me. I slid out my phone. I'm going to record this. It's only so that I don't miss anything or have to ask you again, okay? She nodded. Start from the beginning, I advised. What happened? I was at Roselands, she said. At my expression, she amended. I heard about what happened yesterday and went there to take a look. She wasn't the only Barchapel resident with a morbid curiosity about the latest death. Okay. She bit her lip. Do you know who it was? Do you know who was killed there? I heard someone say they thought it was Julie McIntosh. She looked at me anxiously. Is that right? Yes, I said, unwilling to hedge around the dark truth. It was her. Chloe looked down at her lap. She was always nice to me. Most adults aren't. I see them looking at me as if I'm scum, but Julie wasn't like that. She didn't cross the street to get away from me. She used to say hello and ask me how I was doing. For all Chloe's swaggering front, she was incredibly sensitive. I'm sorry, I said. I was talking to her on my first night here, and she was nice to me, too. She twisted her fingers together. Was it a bear? Did a bear kill Patrick Lacey, too? I don't know about that. I smiled at her, trying to reassure her. What happened? After you went to Roselands? Chloe shrugged. There wasn't much to see, and after a while it felt kind of stupid, you know? Other people were there and everyone was gawking at the park and gossiping about what had happened. She shuddered. I thought about going home, but then I overheard what a few people were saying. She raised faintly accusing eyes. You didn't tell me who you really are. I told you my name. Yeah, but you didn't tell me you were that Emma. When I was at Roselands, I heard Mary, who runs the corner shop, talking about you. She said this village was cursed and that you coming back proves it. Chloe scowled. I offered to take you to the cottage. You should have told me that it was you, that it was your parents who were murdered there. She crossed her arms. You should have told me. Do you remember what I said? That everyone has their own darkness and difficulties. Her gaze dropped again. Yeah, she mumbled. But I thought you meant Albion, not you. My voice was gentle. I was talking about everyone. Me, Albion, you, Mary at the corner shop, the Queen. I let a beat pass. Kim Kardashian? Did you say Kim Kardashian because you're trying to get down with the kids? I smiled slightly. Did it work? No. But a tiny smile flashed across her face before she grew morose again. Anyway, she said, after I heard that about you, I thought I'd go to the cottage. I've been loads of times before. It used to be a dare to visit it in the dark. I was never scared. I don't believe in ghosts. Good for you, I told her. She looked pleased, then her tone changed. It's different when you know the people who were involved. After I knew it was you, her gaze shifted away. I don't know. I just wanted to see it again. I can't explain. You don't have to. I'm sorry that happened to you. Thank you, Chloe. She sniffed. I'm not always a bitch and a bully. Sometimes I can be nice. I bet that you're nice most of the time. She shrugged. No, not really. She said it matter-of-factly, but I suspected that there was a whole lot more going on underneath her blithe answer. So what happened? I asked gently. What happened when you got to the cottage? A car drove by, music blaring out of its windows. Chloe jumped at the sound and I put a hand on her shoulder. I wanted to try and get inside, but it was locked. Someone had been there, though. There was a new lock. I went round the back to see if I could break one of the windows and climb in. That's when I heard the voice. I stilled. Go on. It sounded like a man. He was laughing. A lot, she added darkly. I thought he was another pig. Your lot are everywhere. I didn't want to get in trouble for hanging around the cottage, so I tried to hide. But I stepped on some broken glass and he heard me. Her body shuddered. He came after me. Chloe's eyes widened in fear again as she relived the experience. There was nowhere to go. I climbed up onto the cottage roof and then... Take your time, Chloe. There's no rush. She nodded jerkily and took a moment to regain her composure before speaking again. I saw him, and he wasn't a man at all. I'm not lying, she whispered. I promise I'm not. He was covered in black hair from head to toe, like all over. She gestured with her hands. He had a long nose, and his ears. She shook her head. He was a bear. He looked like a bear anyway. He looked up and saw me, and his mouth opened like he was going to bite. He started trying to climb up after me, and he had these claws, and... Her words were coming thick and fast, running into each other as her panic returned. And he had this look in his eye. I knew he was about to kill me. I don't know why, I just knew. She gulped back a sob. It's okay, you're safe now. Have a break for a few minutes and gather your thoughts. She shook her head, determined to get to the end of the story. The bear jumped and swung at me, but he missed. He looked like he was going to try again, but I screamed again as loud as I could, and... She gulped again. Shh, take a breath. I'm not lying, she said again. Yeah. I gazed at her as the heavy dullness in my chest returned. I know. In the end, DCI Boateng came to us rather than the other way around. It was easier than trying to persuade Chloe to go to the station. I watched him as he listened to her story, his face growing darker with every word. Despite his obvious unhappiness, he was good with her. He didn't treat her like a child or patronise her, and the extra detail he managed to coax out of her could prove invaluable. You said you heard laughing, but you heard a voice too, Boateng said gently. Close your eyes, Chloe. Remember that voice. What accent was it? English, she answered instantly. Definitely English.
London? Scouse? Geordie? She shook her head.
From round here.
Boateng's gaze remained firmly fixed on Chloe, but I could see him tense.
You're sure?
She nodded. It wasn't just his voice. He was complaining about the cheese bugs.
His brow creased in confusion, while a sudden memory came unbidden into my mind. My mum warning me to leave the cheese bugs in peace, and that they didn't want me to build them a house. Woodlice. Cheesebug was a local term for woodlice. I swallowed and nodded. It wasn't a term I'd heard anyone use outside Kent.
What else did he say? If you can remember the exact words he used.
I can remember.
There was a touch of defiance in Chloe's tone, and I was surprised at how relieved I felt upon hearing it. She wasn't cowed, not by a long shot.
He said that she would rue the fucking day she dared to return from the dead.
A single shot of pure ice ran all the way from my neck to the base of my spine.
Did he sound like he was talking to himself?
Boateng asked, while I clenched and unclenched my fists and tried to remember to breathe.
Or was he talking to someone else?
Chloe tilted up her chin and met his eyes.
I didn't see anyone else, she said. I only saw the bear, and there was only one voice.
She dropped to a whisper.
But I think there were two of them.
Boateng and I walked in grim silence towards the cottage, with several police officers following behind us. It wasn't until we reached the gate of the cottage that he turned to me.
Does she know about you? About what you can do?
My response was swift.
No, sir.
Boateng ran a hand over his head.
So you were right. Our killer is taking it personally that he strangled you and you came back to life.
It appears that way.
A sombre satisfaction settled in my chest at the thought that I'd pissed off the bastard. He'd succeeded in murdering Patrick Lacey and Julie McIntosh, but he'd made a serious error of judgment when he targeted me.
He knows you're a soup,
Boateng said.
He does.
He might not be working alone.
He might not be.
And it sounds like he's a soup himself, despite what we thought earlier.
Indeed.
I bit down hard on the inside of my cheek.
But what kind of soup is yet to be determined. One of my colleagues emailed me a file with a list of supernatural beings that might fit the profile of our killer.
I paused.
Or killers. I've not looked through it yet. I was sure that he was human, so I didn't consider it a priority.
It's a priority now.
Yes, it was.
I'll check the file as soon as I get back to my laptop.
Boateng paused for a beat before speaking again.
You could be in grave danger, Emma.
I can look after myself.
His expression was dubious.
There can be worse things than death, you know.
I shifted my weight from foot to foot.
I'll be careful.
I drew in a breath and held it for a moment.
It could be a good thing if he's targeting me. It'll keep him away from anyone else.
Boateng's mouth flattened. A police van appeared from the other end of the road. The road here was so narrow that the hedges on either side skimmed its sides. I glanced through the windscreen, mildly amused that Barry and Larry appeared to be sucking in their stomachs and wincing at the constricted approach. When they pulled up alongside us and wound down the window, Barry popped his head out.
I hate country lanes,
Larry finished. They grinned at each other for a moment before sobering up as they gazed at the cottage beyond the hedge.
What are we expecting to find here?
Hopefully no more dead bodies. I shuddered.
We think our killer was here.
I didn't want to mention anything to do with supernatural bears. It would be better if they approached the scene cold so they could keep an open mind. I considered telling them that there might be two killers and decided against that too. I wanted Barry and Larry to come to their own conclusions. None of the evidence so far had pointed towards two murderers. Fortunately, Boateng appeared to agree with me.
We'll suit up and check the area to make sure it's safe and secure, he said. Then we'll give you free rein. Anything you find could be useful.
Both men nodded. I cleared my throat.
I've been here a couple of times over the past few days. It's likely that you'll come across evidence of my presence both inside and outside the cottage.
Boateng gave me a sharp look, although he didn't say anything.
Noted, Barry said with a quick smile. We'll take samples from you so we don't get mixed up. In the meantime, you'll still need to follow precautions. We've got disposable suits and booties in the back.
While he retrieved the gear, I sent a quick text message to Lucas to let him know that I was delayed, but that I'd return soon. I didn't want to call if he was sleeping, but I was growing anxious about how he was doing. It was my fault he was injured. If his wounds were serious, I'd never forgive myself. When he didn't reply immediately, I pulled a face. Then I spotted PC Rothsey hovering at the back of the assembled police officers and hailed him. He gave me a boyish grin, clearly delighted to be singled out.
What's going on? I only just got here and heard something had happened.
His eyes were wide and he was breathing heavily, either because of excitement or because he'd run all the way here.
What's happened? What can I do?
He thrust a takeaway coffee at me.
And would you like a coffee while you work?
I shook my head, indicating that he should keep the coffee for himself.
I need to ask you a big favour, I said to him. Lord Horvath is at the Bird and Bush. It would be really helpful if you could nip over there and check that he's all right. He's, not feeling very well.
Barry appeared in front of me and passed over a bundle of disposable clothing. I thanked him as I watched Rothsey's face fall.
But he's a vampire.
He's perfectly safe, I said. He's not a monster. I'm worried about him, that's all. I have to stay here, but I'd really appreciate it if you could make sure he's okay.
Rothsey glanced over my head and towards the cottage.
But
I doubt you'll miss any of the action here, Robert, Boateng said dryly. Forensic examination isn't exactly a thrilling process. Help DC Bellamy out. It won't take long. Rothsey's shoulders dropped, and I felt a flash of guilt.
Fine,
he muttered. He turned round and trotted off in the opposite direction.
You did me a favour there,
Boateng said, pulling a white suit over his clothes.
Rothsey is as keen as mustard, but he's a little over-enthusiastic and tends to get in the way.
I raised my eyebrows.
Is that why you keep sending him to babysit me?
2 birds, Boateng said. 1 stone. There was a sudden loud call from over our heads. I stiffened and glanced up. That damned crow. Again.
Besides,
Boateng continued,
it'll do him good to come face to face with the vampire and realise that they're not the evil beings he thinks they are.
You're quite enlightened compared to a lot of police detectives I meet, I commented.
Boateng shrugged. I worked with the Met for a while when I was younger. The Supes were more civilised, law-abiding and helpful than a lot of people I came across. He gave me a brief smile, and I had the feeling that he was including me in that statement. I smiled back, then hastily pulled on my own disposable suit. Unfortunately, if Chloe was right about the bear she'd seen, we might be about to disprove Boateng's notion. Chapter 22. It didn't take long to establish that whoever or whatever had tried to attack Chloe was long gone. Apart from ourselves, the only movement in the cottage garden came from the buzzing insects and Vel, whose beady, corvid eyes watched us with interest. I did my best to ignore the crow and followed Boateng to the back of the building, taking care not to tread on anything that might be evidence. This time there were no obvious footprints, but that didn't mean there weren't clues for the forensic team to find. I thought again about the possibility that there were 2 killers rather than 1. What if one was a Supe in the form of a bear and one was human?
So, Boateng said, according to Chloe, she entered through the gate. She tried the door, but the padlock barred her way, so she came round here looking for a window.
I spotted the shards of green glass scattered on the ground, half hidden by the overgrown weeds. They looked as if they'd come from an old beer bottle, perhaps several of them. I pointed them out to Boateng, and he nodded.
Her story is holding up so far.
He stopped walking and angled his head towards the cottage roof.
Look, he said grimly.
I followed his gaze. Clinging to the edge of one of the roof tiles was a small scrap of pink fabric that looked to be the same material as Chloe's T-shirt. We exchanged glances.
We'll comb this entire area, Larry said, but there's a lot of rubbish that's been left by other visitors. It might take us a while to establish if there's any trace of our killer. There's only a few more hours of daylight, but we'll get as much done today as we can. Do you want the interior of the cottage checked as well? Barry inquired. We need to be thorough. We don't have many leads, and this is currently a live scene. Boateng glanced at me. Interesting that the killer came here in particular.
Uh-huh.
I shuffled my feet.
My friend Laura was inside the cottage earlier. She must have attached the new padlock and bolt to the front door. I'll give her a call and see if she left a spare key anywhere.
Okay. We'll need her fingerprints and hair samples so we can discount her as well as you.
I licked my lips. She works in pathology, and she was taking samples from inside the cottage for further study. I'm sure she was careful, sir.
I should ask why she was taking samples, Boateng said. But to be honest, I'd rather not know.
I shrugged awkwardly and moved away while I made the call. The phone rang several times before Laura answered. She sounded anxious. What's happened, Emma? You've not died again, have you? Nope. I've been alive for almost a whole 48 hours. Go me. That's not funny. No, it wasn't. But Laura usually had more of a breezy sense of humour about these things. I won't keep you long, I said hastily. I'm sure you've got your hands full in Maidstone with the post-mortem. I just wanted to ask if you left a spare key to the cottage anywhere. Pardon? I watched Barry and Larry directing the other officers and forensic assistants. They might look like a crime-busting duo from a 1980s cop show, but they certainly knew what they were doing. Did you leave a key for the new lock and bolt you put on the door to my parents' cottage? There was a beat of silence. I didn't have anything to do with the new lock. I probably could have arranged one if I'd had time. I'm sorry, Emma. It wasn't me. I took a step backwards and looked at the cottage door. The new padlock glinted in the late afternoon sun. If Laura hadn't put the lock on, then who had? A tremor of trepidation flickered in the pit of my stomach. We don't have a key for that lock, I called over to Boateng.
We'll use bolt cutters,
he called back. I swallowed and nodded. One of the officers rummaged around in a bag and pulled out a hefty-looking tool. Listen, Emma, Laura said. I've almost finished the post-mortem here. There are a few things you should know. She didn't sound upbeat. Far from it. Go on. We've been comparing Julie McIntosh's wounds to those on Patrick Lacey. They're virtually identical. They were definitely made by the same attacker. That was hardly a surprise. It did make the theory of two killers seem less likely, however, so that was something to be thankful about. I nodded, distracted by the officer striding over to the cottage door with the bolt cutter in his hand. Their flesh and skin was ripped in the same manner, and they have the same curious lack of blood. Initially, some sort of serrated knife was suspected, but I've examined both bodies and I'm convinced that neither victim was attacked with a weapon. She paused. Unless you count teeth as a weapon. The wounds are remarkably similar to those made by wild animals. You're saying that they were probably killed by a soup, I said. My voice was flat, but given what Chloe had described, Laura's findings weren't a revelation. Not now. It looks that way. I found traces of saliva. I'm running DNA testing now, and I've requested the results be fast-tracked, but you know what it's like. It could be a whole day before we get any results. Yeah, I knew. This wasn't Hollywood. No matter how much pressure was put onto laboratories, it wasn't easy to get answers quickly. There's more, Laura said. The anxious churn in my stomach flickered back to life. The police officer had succeeded in snapping the padlock on the cottage door. The door creaked open, and he stood back so Larry could enter. I had a bit of time during my break to look through some of the files on your parents' murder. The investigation done on their bodies was thorough. Although the murder weapon was never discovered, I would agree that it was probably some kind of kitchen knife. The thing is, Emma, that although you were alive to all intents and purposes, you were examined as well. The evidence taken from you didn't match up with the other findings. I didn't move. Okay. First of all, there's the sulphur residue from your resurrection. It was decided that Samuel Bezic tried to burn down the cottage and failed. The forensic team at the time commented on the amount of residue on your skin, but couldn't explain why there was so much of it. I couldn't possibly have imagined the truth.
There's more, isn't there?
I'm afraid so. Laura took a deep breath.
Saliva was found on your skin too.
I frowned. Larry reappeared at the cottage door, framed in the dimming light, holding something in his gloved hands. I squinted at it. It looked like a bunch of papers bound in a file. I stared harder. It looked familiar.
Various tests were done on the saliva at the time, Laura told me. It didn't come from you or from your parents, and it wasn't a match for Samuel Bezic either.
Larry's head turned towards me. His face was pale. When he caught me looking at him, he quickly turned away as if he were afraid to meet my eyes.
Emma, Laura said, I might have made a mistake. This might be a case of cross-contamination, and the tests that I've been able to run are only basic. I'm going from the report written 25 years ago. I can't do a full DNA workup. That has to be completed by the lab. Laura, I said, tell me what you found.
I looked again at the wad of papers in Larry's hands. Something was written on the front of the file in large, clumsy letters. R.I. I tilted my head to get a better look. She sighed.
The initial markers detected in the saliva found on Patrick Lacey and Julie McIntosh are identical to the markers in the saliva that was found on your skin when you were 5 years old.
Blood thudded dully in my ears. I stared at the words written on the papers. R.I.P. E.B. Rest in peace, Emma Bellamy.
Oh,
I whispered. Oh.
I found the files in the kitchen, Larry said. I've seen enough of these in my time to know that they're ours. We've checked the serial number.
Boateng's arms were folded tightly across his chest.
It matches the file on Patrick Lacey's murder that I gave to you.
The one that was stolen from my room at the Bird and Bush?
Yes.
Barry's moustache quivered.
We'll need to do tests to be sure, but the writing on the front appears to have been done with blood.
I met Boateng's eyes.
What's the bet that the blood is a match for either Julie McIntosh or Patrick Lacey?
I said grimly. He didn't blink.
Why? If we assume that EB stands for Emma Bellamy, then why go to this trouble? Why target you? Why leave the file here of all places?
Because the same person who killed my parents 25 years ago killed Patrick and Julie as well.
Boateng shook his head.
That's not possible.
Of course it is, sir.
Emma, Samuel Bezic killed your parents, and he's still locked away at HMP Galloway.
Actually, I said distantly, he's not. He's in hospital, in intensive care. He didn't kill my parents. He was convicted of their murder, but he's innocent.
Larry, Barry and Boateng all stared at me. It was Larry who spoke first.
In the kitchen, there's a large scorch mark. It's almost exactly the same as the one we found in your room at the Bird and Bush.
Uh-huh.
I lifted up my head, daring Harris Boateng to challenge me.
New evidence has come to light about what happened.
I pointed to myself, indicating that I was the damned evidence.
And it changes everything.
Emma, I understand that emotions are running high and that this must be traumatic for you,
Boateng began. Then his voice faltered. A moment later, a familiar arm curled round my waist and pulled me close. I briefly closed my eyes. Thank goodness.
Good evening,
Lucas said. Barry and Larry stepped back in perfectly synchronized movements, but Lucas continued to smile pleasantly. He was still pale, but he was clearly much better.
I am Lord Lucas Horvath.
He turned to me, and his black eyes softened.
I was told I might find you here.
His grip around my waist tightened for a moment, then he released me. DCI Boateng recovered the fastest.
It's nice to finally meet you, Lord Horvath.
He reached out to shake Lucas's hand, and Barry and Larry stared in horror. Barry's eyes went to Lucas's fangs, while Larry turned his head to check my neck. I shouldn't have been disappointed in their reactions, but I was.
Maybe it's best if we talk in private,
I said to Boateng. Barry and Larry couldn't get away quickly enough. I glared at the other police officers and technicians who were staring open-mouthed at Lucas. Yes, vampires didn't usually come to places like Barchapel, but for goodness sake, this was ridiculous. Lucas started to move away as well, but I grabbed his hand, indicating that he should stay. Then I inhaled deeply and told both DCI Boateng and Lucas all that I'd learned. Lucas already knew most of it, but even he looked shocked at Laura's discoveries. Boateng's usually stoic composure also appeared shaky. The only thing I didn't tell him was the role that Miranda had played. She'd demanded secrecy, and it was the least I could do for her. Boateng rubbed his hand over his head several times. "Well," he murmured, "well." Shivering, I thought briefly of the large hand that had encircled my throat and strangled me so deftly. I shook the image out of my head. Whoever he was, or whoever they were, their time was running out. "What this means," I said, "is that our pool of suspects is smaller than it was before. Assuming that there is only one suspect, he has to be over 40, and he was here in Barchapel 25 years ago, as well as being here now. I've got all the statements taken from local people. If we match up the historical statements to the ones from this week, we might come up with something. The bastard responsible knows that I can't die, but I reckon he has no clue how the process works." I nodded at the bloodied papers. "He thinks he's targeting me. He's taunting me. He has been all along. But he also thinks he holds all the cards, and in that he's very wrong." Boateng didn't look convinced.
"I'll go back and look through the statements. Emma, I was wrong before when I said you could be in serious danger. You are in serious danger, especially if there are 2 murderers."
Lucas stiffened by my side.
"That's as may be, but unless Emma wants to leave Barchapel—"
"I don't," I interrupted loudly.
Lucas smiled. "Then I will be by her side at all times. She's more powerful than you could ever realize, DCI Boateng. And so am I."
With that, he bared his fangs for all to see.
"This fucker might be able to take on one of us, but together, we're unstoppable. Stoppable. Stoppable. Stoppable."
Chapter 23. The examination of the cottage and its garden was going to take considerable time, and I had a lot of files and emails to go through. Lucas and I left Boateng and the rest of his team and walked back towards the burden bush. We trailed down the road as it curved back into Barchapel. Lucas's phone rang, but he declined the call without even looking at the caller ID. Instead, his arm went round my waist, as if he were afraid I'd suddenly disappear. "Thank you for coming to find me," I said. "How are you feeling?"
"Much better, although I'm not sure you should have sent that young copper to check on me. He was too terrified to come up to my room, so he phoned up. When I went downstairs to talk to him, he stayed several meters away from me."
Lucas snorted mildly.
"I reckon he thinks that vampirism is contagious."
I thought about Barry and Larry's reactions. PC Rothsey wasn't the only one who let his fear of soups get the better of him. I should probably be glad that he wasn't wearing that daft garlic necklace any longer. "I don't know how you put up with that sort of thing all the time."
"You get used to it," Lucas said with an ambivalent shrug. "But sometimes it's good to remain amongst my own kind. There are plenty of reasons to be angry and frustrated that we're ghettoized in Soho, but there are also reasons to be thankful for it too."
"It's not fair."
"No," he agreed. "But as you know, life is far from fair."
Samuel Bezick's thin face flashed into my mind, and a sadness washed over me. "No," I said quietly. "It's not." I glanced at him. "I really am sorry, you know," I told him, "about stabbing you in the heart." Lucas's phone started ringing again. Again he declined the call.
"You stabbed me in the heart long before you shot me with a silver arrow," he told me with a chuckle. He stopped walking and turned towards me, reaching for my hands. His black hair fell loosely across his forehead and curled down towards his eyes. I wet my lips, and his gaze followed the movement. "I should have been here in Barchapel from the very beginning. I'm with you in this, Emma. I'm with you in everything. Sooner or later, you'll realize that." He took my hand and placed it palm side down over his heart. then put his own hand over mine. I closed my eyes, feeling his heartbeat underneath my fingertips. "I never thought I could feel like this," Lucas murmured. "I used to be made of steel. Now it feels like I'm made of marshmallow." His voice hardened. "And if that fucking murdering bastard tries anything again..." I reached up on my tiptoes and planted a kiss on his mouth. I wanted the murdering bastard to try again. It would be the best way to catch him. For the third time, the ringtone on Lucas's phone pealed out. "You should probably get that," I told him. Lucas drew the phone out of his pocket and dropped it on the ground, then raised his heel and slammed it down, smashing the screen. The ringing stopped, and a moment later the screen went completely dead.
Was that wise?"
"This isn't the time to be distracted." His black eyes were serious. "I'm here completely for you, Emma. 100%. Scarlett can more than handle whatever's happening in London without me."
"Lucas," I began, "you have other responsibilities."
"You're the only one I care about right now," he growled. "Don't argue with me on this." I gave him a small smile, then I reached up to kiss him once more. There was a loud shriek from overhead. Lucas jerked. "What the—" I glowered at the crow. Warning me of impending death was one thing. Interrupting my kiss with Lucas was something else.
"Bloody bird,"
I muttered. Vel shrieked again. She flapped her wings with what appeared to be considerable vehemence.
"What?"
I flapped my arms back at her.
"What is it?"
She threw back her head and cawed. Lucas raised a single eyebrow. "Are you trying to have a conversation with a bird?" I pulled a face.
"It's not just any bird."
She flapped her wings again, then flew over our heads and disappeared beyond a tree. My brow creased. I dropped Lucas's hands and marched after her. "What is it, D'Artagnan?" He caught up to me. "You're not seriously following a bird, are you?"
"It's heading to Roselands. That's where Julie McIntosh was found."
I picked up speed and soon reached the iron fence surrounding the park. I vaulted over it. I was some distance away from the spots where Julie had been killed and where we'd discovered the boot marks and the paw prints. Vel was sitting on top of a bush between both points, preening her feathers. "Do not go running off," Lucas warned blackly, coming up behind me. "It's not safe for you around here, remember?" I glanced at him.
"Sorry, but you don't have to run after me, not with your wound."
"It's fine." He pulled up his shirt, indicating the mark on his skin. He was right. It was healing with supernatural swiftness. I enjoyed a quick lascivious gulp at his torso before he dropped his shirt, then turned back and gazed between the two spots. Nobody else was in the park. The crime scene tape cordoning off the area had been removed, but clearly no one had any desire to come here to appreciate the scenery. I swung my head from left to right and pursed my lips.
"Lucas,"
I said slowly,
"can you go and stand over there?"
I pointed to where Julie's body had been found. He swept out a bow. "As my lady commands." He strode over. "Here."
"A bit to the right."
He sidestepped, and I nodded.
"Right there. Don't move."
I twisted and headed for the soft earth where the prints had been. There was a clear line of vision between where I was and where Lucas was standing. I flipped my gaze to the park gate. It wasn't far from where he was standing, probably only 20 metres away, but I was 60 metres away.
"She must have seen the killer,"
I whispered. "But she didn't try to run away. She didn't try to escape." Patrick Lacey hadn't attempted to run until his last moments either, and despite his inebriated state, he would have seen the killer coming too. "What are you thinking?" Lucas called. I walked towards him.
"The murderer might be capable of shifting into a bear within a breath," I said, "but until he does that, there's nothing about him that's even vaguely threatening. Julie McIntosh was a sensible person, but she didn't try to run away. She didn't see him as a threat until it was too late. He's not someone to be afraid of, not on the surface. And like Patrick, Julie was attacked head-on. There wasn't a second killer hiding in the bushes behind her while she was distracted by someone else."
I sucked on my bottom lip thoughtfully. Vel squawked and rose into the air before vanishing once more.
I watched her go. Let's get back to the bird and bush. There are several things I need to check. I sat cross-legged on the bed and started with the information that Lisa had emailed through. You don't kill 3 people, then take a break for 25 years before suddenly killing again without a good reason, I said to Lucas. Nothing about that makes sense.
Maybe he was in prison and was only released recently,
he suggested. It was a plausible theory. And maybe, I said, he was in Galloway and knew Frederick Paris. So when he decided he wanted Samuel Beswick out of the way, he contacted Paris and told him to attack. I considered another option. Or maybe he was never in prison at all. My tone grew grimmer. Maybe he never stopped killing.
Lucas's eyes grew sharp. You think there have been other victims?
Lisa told me about a hit and run up in Scotland where a mother and toddler were killed. On the face of it, it sounded like an accident, and the victims didn't fit the profile of victims like Julie or Patrick. I opened up my laptop and logged in. But there were black fibres found in the other vehicle. The bear Chloe saw had black fur.
Lucas rubbed his chin. Not to mention that the murder of a child fits with what happened to you. You were a child when he first killed you.
My mouth tightened. Indeed. I tapped on the keyboard and brought up Lisa's email. Here, I said, scanning through the details. My stomach flipped. It happened on a rural road. Nobody witnessed the crash. In fact, nobody noticed anything was amiss for several hours. By the time they did, the car was nothing but a burnt-out mess, and both bodies had been incinerated beyond recognition. They were only identified through dental records. The coroner couldn't identify whether the crash or the fire had killed them.
Lucas scratched his chin. What if it was neither of those things? What if something else, someone else, killed them and used the car crash and fire to cover it up?
I clicked and brought up several photos of the other car. Lucas sat down beside me and looked at them.
How did they know it was a hit and run?
According to what Lisa found, this other car, I tapped the screen, was caught by a speed trap camera a few miles away, just after the estimated time that the fire started. There was a large dent on its front bonnet, and yet it still clocked a speed of 104 miles per hour. We both leaned in, trying to make out the driver's face. Lucas clicked his tongue.
It's too dark, he muttered. I can't see anything.
I stared at the blurry outline. And it's no real proof of anything. It might have nothing to do with the Barchapel killer. I picked up my phone and dialed Lisa. It rang several times, but she didn't answer. Cursing, I sent an email instead, asking her to look for other similar deaths, not merely from the last couple of years, but from the last 25. You're sure you've never heard of a soup that can turn itself into a bear? Lucas shook his head.
No, not even a whisper.
Lisa also did some research on bear-related soups and sent through a few suggestions. I found her other email and opened up the attached document.
Enchanted teddy bears? Lucas scoffed.
Keep an open mind, I told him.
There are limits.
I know, but... I stopped talking and gazed at the screen.
Bugbear.
Lucas sounded grim as he read the same words that I was reading.
Not just an annoying habit, but a supernatural creature that feeds on children.
We both looked at each other. Our killer doesn't only kill children, I said quietly.
True,
Lucas conceded. He returned his attention to the screen.
This email is almost 2 days old. Why haven't you looked at it before now?
I've been busy with other leads, I said, shamefaced. And the theory that a bear suit was involved no longer seemed viable. I told him about the overly obvious footprints in the park. It seemed more likely it was a human deliberately trying to look like a soup.
Lucas grunted. It wouldn't be the first time.
His irises seemed to grow even blacker.
There is another possibility, of course.
What?
The first victim here was Patrick Lacey, Lucas said. And Patrick Lacey is on record as being the person who found you next to your parents' bodies. That's an immediate connection between you and him.
My brow creased. I wasn't aware of that connection to begin with, I said, but the killer wouldn't have known that.
Lucas nodded, warming to his subject. Neither of us have heard of any kind of soup with bear-like characteristics. If such a supernatural creature does exist, they've taken great pains to hide their existence. He paused. Until now, that is. They made no attempt to conceal what they were when they killed Lacey and McIntosh. Quite the opposite, in fact. He pointed at me. You're the only Soup Squad detective in the country. At least you were until last week. If someone wanted to draw you out, all they would have to do is commit a soup-related crime. After what happened at the Talismanic Bank last month, you and your abilities are an open secret.
Perhaps the killer merely overplayed their hand with the footprints at the park,
I said thoughtfully. Or it was a double bluff. He wanted to separate you from the official police investigation and ensure his real identity as a soup was kept secret. You were getting close to the truth, so he used some clever misdirection to mislead you. Let's face it, the only time he messed up was today when that teenager stumbled across him.
I met his eyes. You really think that all this is about me? That Patrick Lacey and Julie McIntosh were murdered because of me?
Nausea rose from the pit of my belly. You were murdered too, Lucas reminded me gently. Twice, if we include when you were a child, as well as what happened with that bastard hiding in the wardrobe. Think about the voice you heard at the cottage and what was written on that police file. You got away 25 years ago because you became the Phoenix and resurrected in fire and brimstone. Whoever killed you is pissed off about that and wants revenge.
My fingers reached for my throat. What if it was a test? I whispered. What if my second murder here was to test to see if I would be reborn again? I was strangled, not slashed or bitten like Patrick and Julie.
Lucas paced up and down the small room. What's the end game? He muttered. You can't die, and the killer knows that. So what are they trying to achieve?
Julie's friendly face flashed into my mind. Fear. My voice was barely audible. Chaos. Confusion. They want to punish me for living. My fingers smoothed the rumpled duvet cover. And they're doing a good job. I gazed at Lucas. But you're wrong about one thing. The bastard hasn't made one mistake. He's made two. Lucas gave me a questioning look.
What's the second?
There was one unopened email remaining in my inbox. Samuel Bezic, I said. Chapter 24. Archibald Jenkins was running scared. To have a prisoner under his care who might be about to be declared innocent of all charges at the same time that he was almost killed had encouraged him to send through any information that he could get hold of. He wanted to be seen as cooperating fully with the police and to absolve himself of any culpability in the attack on Samuel Bezic. I checked the timestamp on the email. As of 2 hours ago, I said, Bezic was still alive. Frederick Paris, the prisoner who attacked him, is no longer talking. I tapped on the first file, opening up a list of people who'd visited Paris over the last year. Margaret Paris, his mother. Linda Adkins, his fiancée. Simon Gato, his solicitor. I gazed at the photos taken when they'd been in the visitors' holding area at Galloway. None of them looked familiar, and none of their names matched witness statements or interviews from Barchapel. Fuck. I muttered a vexed curse under my breath. Jenkins had attached links to hours upon hours of CCTV footage. It would take half a lifetime to go through it all. I gritted my teeth. I had to start somewhere. I opened up the first clip, which was of the attack itself. The video was a wide shot, the lens looking down at the prison cafeteria from overhead. I located Samuel Bezic sitting in one corner of the room, then I pressed play and held my breath as another figure stood up and approached him. There, that was Frederick Paris. I pointed him out to Lucas, and we both watched as, almost in slow motion, he grabbed Bezic by the scruff of the neck and smacked him round the head with his food tray. Then he spun Bezic round and jabbed him in the stomach several times with the homemade weapon. I rewound and watched again.
There's no provocation, Lucas said, No obvious reason for the attack. Not on the video, anyway.
I shook my head grimly. No. Almost as soon as Paris started stabbing Bezic, prison guards ran towards him and hauled him off. They pinned him to the ground, face down. I watched the attack twice more, then wound the clip back. 4 minutes before he was attacked, Samuel Bezic sat down with his food in front of him. Frederick Paris was already in place. He didn't even glance in Bezic's direction until he started moving towards him. I stared at Paris hard and drew in a sharp breath. "Look," I said. I played it again as Lucas leaned in closer. 30 seconds after Samuel Bezic sat down, another prisoner passed by Paris. It was fleeting and easy to miss, but the passing prisoner tapped Paris on the shoulder. It was a sign or an order. Either way, I had to know who that other prisoner was. I grabbed my phone. This time Archibald Jenkins answered on the second ring. "How is he?" I barked without bothering to say hello. "Last I checked, Samuel Bezic was still in a critical condition, but he's fighting. He might pull through." I breathed out while Jenkins continued. "I assume you got my email, Detective. I've sent through everything that I can. I don't have access to Frederick Paris's personal correspondence yet. There are rules and procedures and—" "Never mind about that," I interrupted. "I'm watching the footage of the attack. A couple of minutes before Paris goes to stab Samuel Bezic, another prisoner touches his shoulder. I need to know who he is as a matter of urgency." I took a screenshot of the man. "I'm emailing you his image right now." Jenkins sighed audibly but didn't complain. A moment later, his voice came on the line again. "I know who that is," he said. "His name is Oliver Tigman. He shares a cell with Paris. He's on remand for aggravated assault." On remand? That meant he was yet to be sentenced and was awaiting trial. "Bail?" I asked. "Applied for and refused, although Tigman spends a lot of time telling everyone that he's innocent and that he'll soon be cleared of all charges." "Uh-huh. Attacking another prisoner wouldn't be a good look for him then. If he'd been the one to instigate Bezic's stabbing, it was no wonder he'd found someone else to do his dirty work." "Send me through what you have on Tigman and information about his recent visitors." "DC Bellamy, I can't do this for every single prisoner in our care." I remained calm. "I'm not asking you to do it for every single prisoner. I'm asking you to do it for Oliver Tigman, immediately." There was a hiss from Jenkins. "Give me 15 minutes. I smiled humorlessly. "Thank you." Then I hung up. "Will Jenkins come through?" Lucas asked. "He'd better." In the end, it took Archibald Jenkins 17 minutes. He'd only managed to get hold of 2 documents, the first detailing the charges against Oliver Tigman and the second listing his recent visitors. Unfortunately, there was only one name, someone called Gwyn Evans. He was listed as a paralegal with Tigman's solicitor. Gwyn Evans was a Welsh name, something unusual in these parts. I would have recognised it immediately if I'd come across it in Barchapel. Frustrated, I grabbed a nearby pillow and threw it across the room. For fuck's sake! I'd been so sure I was onto something with Tigman. I reached for another pillow. Fuck! Lucas's hand shot out to stop me. "Wait," he said. There was an odd note in his voice. "Wait." "What?" My head snapped towards his. "I've heard that name before," Lucas said. "I'm sure of it." He gazed at me. "There are some benefits to being older than I look. Gwyn Evans was the last human male to be executed in this country." I didn't understand. "That must have been decades ago." "The 60s, Lucas said. "He was hanged at the same time as another man who'd committed the same crime. I'm sure of it. He's definitely already dead. The name could be a coincidence, but—" I'd already scrolled down to the photo of Evans. "It's not a coincidence." I stared at the image, my jaw hanging open. "I've met that man before." "In Barchapel?" "No." I closed my mouth and swallowed. "On the train. He was sitting opposite me on the train on the way here. He—" Oh, God. My voice dropped to a whisper as I recalled the conversation. "He complained about the kids in the next carriage. He said it was a bugbear of his that the train guards were never around to deal with them. Fury flashed through me, although whether it was at the man for being so brazen or at myself for not noticing what he'd said, I wasn't sure. He called the kids, including Chloe, cockroaches, and Frederick Paris called Samuel Bezic a cockroach. When he was asked why he'd stabbed him, he said it was because the cockroach was looking at him funny. I slammed my palm against the screen. How many paralegals do you know of pensionable age? Gwyn Evans, whoever the fuck he is, or whatever he's capable of, has been taunting me from the very beginning. I've had all the answers for days and didn't realise it. He's probably found it hilarious that he's thrown all these clues at me and I've not connected the dots. Lucas squeezed my knee. You've connected them now. He gazed at Evan's photo. You said before that he had to be someone who didn't look threatening. Nobody is scared of a frail-looking pensioner. I smiled grimly. But he's not frail. Assuming we're on the right track, whatever a bugbear really is, it's got strength and power. Enough to kill someone like Patrick Lacey, and enough to kill someone like me. Gwyn Evans is obviously a false name that he took deliberately because of who he is. Maybe even because of what I am. Gwyn Evans, back from the dead, just like me. Lucas gave me a long, dark look. I doubt he's using that name now, I said. But he's still in Barchapel, no matter what name he's going by. The surge of adrenaline I'd felt was replaced by cold, vicious clarity. This was the man who'd murdered my parents. I'm going to get you, I promised his photo. And soon. Boateng wasn't answering his phone. I bit out a curse. He's probably still at the cottage. It'll take us 10 minutes to get back there. Less. I pulled back my shoulders. There are loads of police officers there. One of them is bound to have seen the old man somewhere. One of them will have interviewed him and will know where he's staying. Another thought occurred to me. He might even have dropped in for a drink at the bar downstairs. Lucas's black eyes glittered with barely suppressed rage. Before or after he hid in your wardrobe and strangled you? My mouth tightened. I didn't see him on the CCTV footage, but we already know how smart he thinks he is. Not smart enough, Lucas said. We don't know his real name, I cautioned, and he's not in custody. He will be. I reached for my crossbow, checking it was loaded and ready. Either that, I said calmly, or he'll be dead. He's some kind of soup. I held up my weapon. That means I'm legally permitted to use this against him. Something flickered in Lucas's expression. Be careful, he said. You can't tell me he doesn't deserve to die. He killed your parents. He killed you. He's definitely killed at least 2 others, if not more. This man, soup or not, is pure evil. Lucas brushed a loose curl away from my face. But don't forget who you are either. He can't kill you in the physical sense, not permanently anyway. He dropped his hand to my chest. Don't let him kill who you are inside. I know you, Emma, and you are not a killer. I spoke quietly. I've killed before. Only when you had to and there was no other choice. I lifted my chin. There's a first time for everything. Emma. Lucas removed his hand. D'Artagnan. He sighed. You're a better woman than I am a man. You walked away from Samuel Bezic. That was different, I said quietly. He was in prison. It was easier to walk away. Lucas didn't look away. No, it wasn't. My thumb lightly stroked the shaft of the crossbow. Miranda James told me not to waste what I have, or to waste what I am. I won't shoot unless I have to. Lucas's mouth curled up at the edges. I know. He took my hand. Let's find ourselves a murderer. A murderer. A murderer. A murderer. Chapter 25. We started in the bar of the Bird and Bush. It was busy, although the hum of conversation was far more muted than the last time I'd had a drink in there. The locals were obviously finding it difficult to come to terms with Julie's killing. After all, she'd been a regular there. My gaze drifted to the spot by the bar where I'd spoken to her,
Then I looked away again. It was at that point I realised how many sets of eyes were upon us. The bartender had frozen in the act of pouring a beer. The family in the corner, who were eating hearty meals of homemade pie and chips, stared at us with their mouths open. And Bill, who had introduced me to Julie and was still wearing his flat cap, was glowering.
"It's me they're worried about," Lucas said in a low voice. "Not you."
It was difficult to ignore the stares and the rumbles of discontent. I switched my crossbow to my left hand and slid my right hand into Lucas's, entwining our fingers. Then I cleared my throat. Enough already. "My name is Detective Constable Emma Bellamy," I said, raising my voice to make sure that everyone heard me. "But most of you already know that. I work in Supernatural Squad in the Metropolitan Police. This is Lord Lucas Horvath. He's my boyfriend, and he's also the leader of the London Vampires. Don't worry, he's not here to drink your blood." Lucas smiled, making sure to open his mouth wide so nobody could fail to spot his brilliant white, perfectly sharp fangs.
"But I will if anyone offers themselves up."
There was more than one audible gasp. "I live in London now," I said, quickly bringing the focus back to what was important. "But I was born here. I spent the first 5 years of my life in Barchapel. My parents were murdered here, and now a killer is stalking these streets again." I hesitated. I had to tread carefully here. I couldn't be seen to outwardly determine someone's guilt. That was the job of a court of law, not me. And I couldn't do anything which might encourage any sort of vigilantism. "We are urgently seeking a man who we believe can help us with our inquiries. I have a photo of him. We need to urgently find this man so that the killer can be brought to justice and we can make sure that Barchapel is safe again." I dropped Lucas's hand and held up my phone, displaying the image of Gwyn Evans. "This is the man we're looking for. We believe he has vital information which can help us find Julian Patrick's killer." I'd been expecting some sort of reaction, but nobody moved and nobody said anything. I spoke a little louder and waved my phone. "Does anyone know this man?" Bill slid off his bar stool and removed his cap. "How long is the vampire staying here?" he asked, with a long look at Lucas.
"As long as it takes," Lucas replied smoothly. "I know you're afraid of me, but it's not me you should be afraid of. I'm here to help. The killer is a supernatural creature, although we don't yet know what kind. He's not a vampire, and he's not a werewolf, but he has powers, and he's more than prepared to kill. He's already murdered 2 of your people. As I said, I'm not the person you need to be afraid of." From behind the bar, the bartender coughed. Everyone looked at him, myself and Lucas included. "Could I have your autograph?" I only just managed to avoid rolling my eyes. "If any of you can tell us who this man is and where we can find him," Lucas said, "you can have whatever you want." Bill muttered something and marched towards us. His expression was set, and for a moment I was genuinely unsure what he was going to do. Then he stopped and looked hard at the photo on my phone screen. "Is he the one who killed Julie?" "He can help us with our inquiries into her murder," I said firmly, "and Patrick's." Bill threw me an irritated look, obviously well aware what helping with inquiries actually meant. "I've seen him," he said. "I don't know his name, but I know where he's staying." The air around me seemed to still. "Where?" "The campsite out by Lowe's Green Farm," Bill replied. "He's pitched a tent there." Lucas brushed against me almost imperceptibly, and I remembered to breathe again. "Thank you," I said. I swung my gaze round the room. "The man who murdered Julie McIntosh and Patrick Lacey is not to be underestimated. Don't walk around Barchapel on your own. The killer is incredibly dangerous." Bill placed the cap back on his head. "He's not the only one," he muttered, disdain dripping from his voice. He turned and returned to his stool. I opened my mouth to say something else. "Leave it," Lucas murmured. "We've got more important things to worry about." I closed my mouth. Yeah. I shook my head resignedly, and we departed. I need a better PR team, Lucas said once we were outside.
My hackles were still raised. How do you change the hearts and minds of an entire nation? He dipped his head and kissed me briefly.
Capturing a serial killer might be a good start. Besides, the barman is a fan.
I clicked my tongue. Yeah. It was either adulation or dread where Soups were concerned, and nothing in between. Much as I want to head to that campsite immediately, we can't go all vigilante. I must speak to Boateng first. This is his investigation, and he needs to know what we've found out. Personal as this is, I'm still a serving police officer.
Lucas glanced up at the sky. It's already dusk. Boateng won't be at the cottage for much longer.
Then let's hurry. We jogged round the back of the bird and bush and down the road out of Barchapel. We'd barely gone 50 metres when a familiar figure waved from the other side of the street.
"Detective!"
PC Rossi started jumping up and down.
"I was on my way to find you."
He flicked a look at Lucas and flinched. Rossi wasn't much of an actor. He'd have to work on that if he wanted to become a better police officer. You couldn't allow your personal feelings to interfere with your work. I smiled faintly. That was advice I needed to remember sometimes too.
"I'll wait here," Lucas said. "It's probably easiest."
I grimaced, but didn't disagree, then crossed the road to see what Rossi wanted. Hopefully not much. "What is it?" He beamed at me.
"I did what you asked, DC Bellamy. I found out who Patrick Lacey was sleeping with."
To be honest, I'd all but forgotten about that line of inquiry. "Oh, good work."
"Miranda James," Rossi declared. "It appears they were having some kind of clandestine affair."
I wrinkled my nose. "Are you sure?" It seemed unlikely. Why wouldn't Miranda have mentioned it? Considering the other things she'd admitted, a relationship with a single man with whom she already had a complicated history hardly seemed a big deal.
"Well," Rossi said, his manner suddenly awkward, "that's what I've been told. This is a small place. No matter how hard you try to keep secrets, the truth always comes out sooner or later."
"Indeed. Thanks for that." I nodded at him. "I appreciate your efforts."
"No problem."
He gazed at me, as if expecting me to turn and head straight for Miranda James's house. "I'm looking for DCI Boateng," I said. "I expect he's still overseeing the examinations at the cottage."
Rossi blinked. "Yeah, as far as I know."
I smiled. "Good." I thought of something else and took out my phone. I showed Rossi the photo of Gwyn Evans. "Have you seen this man?" PC Rossi blinked.
"No. Who is it?"
Then his eyes went wide.
"Is it—"
"I'm almost certain it is."
"Shit."
His Adam's apple jerked in his throat.
"Shit."
He looked down at my crossbow.
"Shit," he said again.
Uh-huh. Rossi was desperate to be a hero, and he was naive enough to go looking for Evans on his own. Unfortunately, that was only likely to get him killed. "Come with us to Boateng," I told him. "You won't want to miss any of this." Rossi looked nervously at Lucas. "Actually," I said, irritated, "scratch that. Head to the station and see if you can contact Boateng from there. Tell him we're on our way to see him. Then muster the troops. Every police officer within a 20-mile radius needs to be ready." That was what Boateng would do, so I hoped he wouldn't mind me taking the initiative.
"Okay."
Rossi seemed relieved. He started running towards Barchapel Police Station. I exhaled a long breath and returned to Lucas.
"What was all that about?"
he asked. I tutted. "Nothing, really. Apparently Miranda James was sleeping with Patrick Lacey before he died."
"Why wouldn't she have mentioned that before?"
I shrugged. "I have no idea. She was about the only person who was sad about what happened to him. Maybe she was embarrassed, or she didn't want her son to know what she was up to."
"Humans are weird,"
Lucas commented. I couldn't argue with that. "Yeah." We picked up the pace again. The sun was already sinking into the hills beyond the village, but the last thing I had time for was enjoying the view. I was within touching distance of the man who'd murdered my parents. Justice would finally be served. I could hardly wait. We were passing the park where Julie McIntosh had died when my phone buzzed. I took it out, assuming it was Boateng. It was an unknown number, but he might have borrowed someone else's phone. But it wasn't Boateng's voice on the other end of the line.
DC Bellamy, help us!
I stopped moving. Albion?
Someone's here! Someone's after us! I can't...
His words were drowned out by a series of loud squawks. I heard a high-pitched scream that was cut off abruptly.
Help us!
Albion yelled.
Help us!
The blood drained from my face. The phone went dead. I shared a single horrified glance with Lucas. From his expression, he'd heard every word of the call. I spun around.
They're at the other side of the village, I said. We have to get there. Now. Now. Now.
Chapter 26. We flew down the road. There were still plenty of people out and about who stopped to stare at us. I didn't know whether it was because of our running speed or because Lucas was a vampire, and I didn't care. The killer was at Miranda James's house. She was there, and so was Albion. I had to stop him. It was time to bring the bastard down before we lost any more innocent lives.
Will the car be faster?
Lucas called as we sprinted. I thought about the long driveway leading up to the house.
Yes.
He nodded and veered off to the Bird and Bush car park. We threw ourselves inside his car, and the tyres squealed as Lucas reversed, put the car into gear, and took off.
Left,
I instructed. I didn't bother with a seatbelt. I simply clung on and prayed we'd reach Miranda and Albion in time. Lucas swerved round a badly parked car. In less than a minute we were passing the village boundary. I wasn't sure how much attention Lucas had paid to the route on his first trip out to Miranda's grand house. After all, he'd been at death's door at the time.
There's a small road to the right, not far from here, I said. It's easy to miss, even in daylight.
Fortunately, I have excellent night vision,
Lucas said. He slammed on the brakes and spun the wheel.
And I remember where it is.
I nodded, my chest tight with anxiety.
Here we go.
Lucas accelerated again, and we sped up Miranda James's drive. The shadows from the trees loomed over us, and I tightened my grip on the crossbow in my lap. I had to be ready for whatever was about to happen. I had to be prepared to... I let out a brief scream of warning. Standing in the centre of the driveway on the crest of the curve were two figures. They were waiting for us. Lucas braked hard. I was yanked forward by the force and braced myself with one hand against the dashboard. Then there was an almighty crash from the roof of the car. Someone, or something, was up there. I leapt out, just in time to see a large dark shadow bound off the top of Lucas's car and disappear into the trees. I raised my crossbow, ready to fire, but it was already too late. I hissed. Lucas got out of the car and stared towards the disappearing shape.
If that wound is still bothering you, I said, you need to say so now.
Don't worry about me, he replied. I'm more than ready for this.
I nodded and turned to face the figures ahead of us. One was cloaked and hooded, the other was Miranda James. She was struggling desperately to break free.
Don't come any closer,
ordered the hooded man. It was the elderly bloke from the train. I was sure of it.
Unless you want Miss James here to breathe her last.
He chuckled amiably. My insides tightened. He was laughing. This was nothing more than a joke to him.
He's trying to bait us,
Lucas muttered. I gritted my teeth. It's working. I took my eyes from him for a moment to scan the trees. Chloe had been right all along. There were two of the bastards. It seemed like the one in the trees was a soup, while the man in front of us was human. I didn't know if it was an equal partnership or how the relationship between them worked, but I'd figure it out.
What do you want?
I called out. Another laugh echoed towards us.
You know what I want, little Emma.
I lowered the crossbow.
I'm right here. Let Miranda go, and I'll come to you.
Why? So I can kill you? We both know that won't work.
Careful, Emma, Lucas warned in a low tone. I nodded to let him know I'd heard him.
Well, if you're not going to kill me, I said, what do you want with me?
This time there was no derisive laugh.
I should have thought that was obvious. I want to see you suffer in every way it is possible to suffer.
Without warning, the dark shadow flew from the trees and leapt at Lucas. I cried out and lunged towards him. I caught a glimpse of dark fur and swiping claws before Lucas smashed his fist into the creature's nose. There was a sudden brief hiss, then it pulled back and bounded towards Miranda and her captor. "Wait!" I yelled. I couldn't stand and watch the damned beast slash Miranda James's throat while I did nothing. I started forward as it threw itself at the pair of them. Miranda screamed. The beast's body hung in the air, suspended for a brief moment, before it vanished. "What the fuck?" Lucas stared. So did I. I swung my head from left to right. Where did it go? "Was that Miranda?" I whispered urgently. "Did she use her druid powers to vaporize it?" "I don't think so," Lucas replied. "For one thing, she doesn't have that kind of power. For another, she seems as shocked at its disappearance as we are." The man was still holding her tightly, but she was no longer trying to wrestle free. Her jaw was hanging open, and she looked astonished. "Neat trick, huh?" her captor said to her. I swallowed. Wherever the damned bugbear monster had gone, that man was in control of everything. I had to find a way to gain a foothold or two. "Impressive, Mr. Evans," I called. "Is that what I should call you? Gwyn Evans? Is that what your pensioner's rail card says?" He drew back his hood, and I breathed in sharply. It was him. He smirked. "It took you long enough, detective." He sniffed. "And here was me thinking that the Metropolitan Police were truly scraping the barrel when they hired you. Maybe you're not completely stupid after all. No, my name isn't Gwyn Evans. I won't bother asking where you got that name from. Frankly, I don't really care." "I need to call you something." He paused, tilting his head as he considered. "Call me Lazarus," he said eventually, "because, like you, I have returned from the dead." He grinned broadly, in a manner of speaking. "We have something in common, then. Why don't you let Miranda go and we can share our experiences?" Lazarus rolled his eyes. "What's the obsession with this woman? She's nothing. He didn't get the chance to finish his sentence. Taking advantage of his distraction, Miranda raised her elbow and slammed it into his stomach. Lazarus automatically released his hold on her. A split second later, she began to run down the driveway toward Lucas and me. I didn't hesitate. I sprinted towards her so I could bring her to safety. Alas, I didn't even get close. Without warning, the creature reappeared and barreled towards Miranda, slamming into her body and bringing her down to the cold ground. She let out a sharp cry as her head bounced off the driveway. The beast opened its jaws. I kept running, sure that it was about to tear out her throat, but Lazarus spoke first, his voice ringing out crystal clear. "We still need her." He pointed at me. "Halt!" I had no choice. If I went any closer, Miranda's life would be forfeit. Now I could see the monster more clearly. It did indeed look like a bear, a nightmarish bear that had sprung from the jaws of hell. Its fur was as black as Lucas's hair. It had a long snout and curling whiskers. It huffed loudly. For a moment I thought it was going to ignore Lazarus, but then it stepped forward and angled its massive body between me and Miranda. She moaned. She was still conscious. That was something. "It came from him," Lucas murmured at my back. "That beast came from Lazarus himself. One minute it wasn't there, and the next it sprang up as if it had emerged from his shoulder blades. It absorbs itself into his body. That's how it works. That's how it's stayed hidden until now." "So it's a part of him. They're one creature." Lazarus laughed again. He'd heard every word of our conversation. "Oh no, detective. We are entirely separate, I can assure you of that. This is what a bugbear does, you see. It latches on to a human host and conceals itself until it is necessary to emerge. Ours is an entirely symbiotic relationship. I kill for him, and he kills for me." He smiled broadly, evidently taking great pleasure in explaining. "We've been together for 1/4 of a century.
You and your parents were our first." His face twisted into a snarl. "Or at least you were supposed to be."
He strode down the driveway until he drew level with the bugbear. For one chilling second it looked at him, and he looked at it. Their mutual trust, desires, and ferocious bloodlust were unmistakable.
"You don't know what it's like," Lazarus said, gazing at me. "You plan for something, you put your heart and soul into it, and you consider every outcome and every possibility. And then, one person, one child," he spat in disgust, "ruins it all."
It was clear he believed that all this was my fault, as if I were responsible for murder rather than him. Next to me, Lucas growled, but I gave my head a tiny shake. Not yet. I wanted to hear what Lazarus had to say, and I wanted to ensure that Miranda and Albion, wherever the boy might be, would be safe. "So you're upset because I didn't stay dead?" I said softly.
"Upset? Upset? What do you think this is? Who do you think I am?"
Lazarus rolled his eyes expressively.
"Upset? Upset is what happens when someone bumps into you or your car has a prang. You ruined me for years."
He gestured at the bugbear. In response, it lifted its head and its slitted gaze seared into me.
"We didn't know what you saw, what you remembered, or whether the police were after us. If you'd said something to the police at the time, maybe poor Sammy Bezic wouldn't have been arrested. Maybe I would have been." He sniffed. "You have a lot to answer for, Detective. It took us years to regain our equilibrium. You were the one that got away."
He sounded as if he were throwing a tantrum. It was a strange look for such an elderly man.
"But not now. You won't get away again. We might not manage to kill you, but we can kill everyone you've ever cared about. We can make you suffer."
I shifted my weight slightly. It wasn't the old man who worried me. He was full of pointless bluster and bruised ego because I'd not stayed dead when I was 5 years old. But he wasn't strong, and he didn't appear to have any weapons. My concern was the bugbear, which could kill Miranda James with one swift flash of its teeth. I didn't know what else it might be capable of, or how much power was contained within that dark, furry body. I had to draw it away from Miranda and towards Lucas and me, but I didn't know how. Stalling for more time as I worked out the angles, I spoke again. "You lured me here to Barchapel, didn't you? You deliberately went for Patrick Lacey because of his connection to me. You made sure that everyone knew a suit was involved in his killing so that I would hear about it." Lazarus swept out a dramatic bow.
"Indeed. We heard the rumours about you and what you could do. As soon as there was a whisper about a female detective in London who could resurrect, I knew it had to be little Emma Bellamy. I knew it was time to finish what I'd started."
Lucas inched towards me and ducked his head to speak in a voice that was barely audible even to my ears.
"There's 2 of us and 2 of them. The bear is the danger. We hit it from the same time from both sides."
I moved my hand and imperceptibly brushed my fingertips against Lucas's arm. I was still worried about Miranda. She was too close to the bugbear, and she was no longer in any fit state to scramble away to safety. We had to time this perfectly to keep her safe. "You killed me at the Burden Bush because you wanted to check that you were the right person," I called to Lazarus, hoping to keep him distracted.
"And all it took was 12 hours.
He splayed out his hands, mimicking a strangling motion.
"And a little squeeze."
"Why did you go after Julie?"
"Who's Julie? Do you mean the woman in the park?"
Lazarus shrugged.
"I suppose I wanted to make sure that you were still interested, and she happened to be there when I needed her. I saw an opportunity and took it. She died quickly. It was unexpected, really. I've been studying death for a long time, yet there is always still more to learn."
He was still trying to bait me by describing Julie's passing as if it were nothing more than a curiosity. I tightened my jaw. No matter how nauseous it made me feel, I had to keep him talking. "So why arrange for the attack on Samuel Bezic? Why go to all the trouble of engaging someone inside the prison to attack him? I squinted. The bugbear needed Lazarus. If we went after his human host, who was the weaker and easier target, we might distract the beast from Miranda. Lazarus smiled crookedly. I've picked up several interesting contacts over the years. I could have got to Bezic at any time, but I wanted to wait until you realized that he didn't kill you or your parents. You're with the police. You're supposed to put away the bad guys and protect the good guys. I wanted you to appreciate how pointless the justice system is. An innocent man is imprisoned for a brutal murder, and, just as the truth is revealed, he dies. He sighed, as if deeply contented. You have to admit that the timing is delicious. I wanted to knock his smarmy confidence. If you hadn't organised the attack on Bezic, I wouldn't have worked out who you are. Lazarus laughed again. I don't care what you think you've worked out. The end result will still be the same. I covered my mouth with my hand and coughed. Not Bear. Him, I muttered to Lucas. He jerked his head in understanding, then moved his hand to my back and pressed 3 fingers into my spine. The bugbear's head raised slightly, its ears twisting. Lucas shifted. He was now pressing 2 fingers. A strange expression flitted across Lazarus's face. Satisfaction, maybe. Lucas switched to 1 finger, and I tensed, ready to move. Then there was a yell from beyond the trees to my right, and someone barreled out. Albion. Oh, shit. As the boy threw himself at the bugbear, Lucas and I wasted no more time. The beast snarled, heaving itself up onto 2 legs rather than 4, and swiped at Albion. I sprinted over, grabbed the boy by the scruff of his neck, and threw him to the side. Lucas continued towards Lazarus. A breath later, I joined him. There was a roar of frustration from the beast. I held my breath as Lucas reached the old man, hooked 1 arm round his neck, and bared his fangs, ready to sink them into his neck. The bugbear huffed, and I heard its paws thump as it spun round, abandoning Albion and Miranda in favour of protecting its host. As I turned to face it, I lifted up my crossbow and fired. A single bolt flew out, smacking into the bugbear and embedding itself in the centre of its heavy body. But the damn beast didn't stop or slow down. I started to reload the crossbow, and then the bugbear was upon me. I was thrown backwards, and my spine hit the ground. Sharp pains spasmed through me. I thrust the crossbow upwards, using it both as a barrier to protect me from the bugbear's glistening teeth and as a weapon. I fired again. This time the shot tore through the bugbear's throat at point-blank range, but it still had no effect. It snapped its jaws and lowered its face to mine. Uh-oh. You can kill me, I said, but you know I'll come right back again. You'll always lose. I couldn't tell whether the bugbear understood me or not, but Lazarus certainly did. To me, he croaked. Kill the vampire, not her. The bugbear sprang upwards, abandoning me. I jumped to my feet as it threw itself at Lucas. Its claws ripped into his skin in a desperate bid to get him to drop Lazarus. Lucas released the old man and jerked right to throw off the bugbear, but it clung on. I saw its mouth open wide as Lucas fought it, smashing his fist into its face. The beast yanked itself away and shook out its fur. Then it went for Lucas again. Reloading the crossbow, I darted to Lazarus. A moment later, I held the weapon up and pointed it at his chest. Call it off, I ordered. Call it off, or I will shoot you where you stand. The bugbear huffed, its jaws and sharp teeth snapping at Lucas's throat. Lucas was preternaturally strong, but I knew that the bugbear was stronger. Lazarus spread out his arms and closed his eyes. Then shoot me, he whispered. I glanced at Lucas and the bugbear again. The strain on Lucas's face was obvious. He was using all his strength to hold the monster off, but its teeth were edging closer and closer. In seconds, all this would be over. I sucked in a breath, and then I fired. The bolt hit Lazarus in his chest. For a moment he looked surprised. Then he smiled and sank to his knees.
The bugbear howled once and immediately abandoned Lucas. It knocked me out of the way as it heaved itself to Lazarus, leaping at him and disappearing inside his frail body, almost as if it had been swallowed up. It was too late. Lazarus let out a single shuddering sigh and fell, and fell, and fell, and fell, and fell. Chapter 27. DCI Boateng wasted no time in setting up spotlights and establishing a perimeter.
"Is this bugbear creature still inside him?"
he asked, pointing at Lazarus's corpse. "It has to be, sir." I stared at the body. I'd shaken it and turned it over and examined the skin. There was no blemish or mark or pulsating lump that indicated where the bugbear had gone, but it was in there somewhere. This wasn't over yet. "It disappeared inside him a moment before he died, but I don't know anything about bugbears, so I don't know if it died when he did. I don't know if it's concealing itself inside Lazarus's body until it gathers enough strength to attack us again. There's been no sign of it since just before Lazarus hit the ground." Angry frustration bit at me. Whether it's still alive in there or not, I should have stopped it before it merged back so we could know for sure. Boateng looked at me.
"You saved Miranda and Albion James,"
he said quietly. He glanced at the flashing blue lights on the ambulance where they were being checked over before being taken to the hospital.
"That's down to you. You got the guy. You've done a good day's work, Emma."
It didn't feel that way. Until we know what's happened to that damned bugbear, this isn't over.
"The body will be monitored at all times. If that parasite is still in there and it tries to come out, we'll know about it."
He gave me a meaningful look.
"You killed a man. You know the drill. I need to ask for your badge."
"I shot that bugbear several times with silver bolts, and it didn't even flinch," I said. "It's a soup, and a fucking powerful one at that. I can follow police protocol and head off to wait until I've been debriefed and cleared, but this is a soup crime, and we're dealing with a soup murderer that might still be lurking inside that corpse. A dozen of your officers won't be a match for it." Boateng grimaced.
"Should we—"
He hesitated, unwilling to say the words out loud. "Should we cut him open and see what's in there?" I asked grimly. It was not an appealing thought, but needs must. "I reckon so, but not here. We need to do it in a closed environment where we have full control and there's no risk that it will escape." I glanced at Lucas. He was watching me with concerned eyes. I managed to smile, and he smiled back briefly.
"This Lazarus fellow was on the same train as you from London?"
Boateng asked. I returned my attention to him and nodded. "He was sitting opposite me all the way to Appledore. No doubt he killed Patrick Lacey, came to London to make sure I learned about that murder, and then came to Barchapel to check it out. He was making sure that I did what he wanted." My mouth turned down. "And laughing at me too."
"You got him in the end," Boateng repeated. "That's what counts."
He sighed heavily and rubbed his hand over his head.
"Public safety takes priority over protocol. If you tell me you're okay to continue, you can remain on duty until we know for sure that the bugbear has been taken care of."
"I'm okay, sir." In truth, I was more than okay. I didn't know Lazarus's real identity, but I knew he was dead. The man who'd murdered my parents was gone from this world, and I couldn't be sad about that, not even for a moment. The ambulance transporting Miranda and Albion started up and carefully drove away. I watched it disappear down the driveway, then looked at Boateng again. "We need to check out the campsite. Who was Lazarus? What was his real name? Why didn't we pick up on him before? I know he was old and looked harmless, but he must have been interviewed. His presence must have been registered by someone."
"Believe me," Boateng said, "I'll be looking into that. There's already a team heading to the campsite. By the time dawn breaks, we'll know everything there is to know about Lazarus, including whether there's a monster hiding inside his dead body."
Rothsey trotted up. He stopped when he reached us and stared down at Lazarus's corpse. He scratched his neck.
"There's an armour-plated vehicle on its way to transport him to Maidstone."
Good. Laura was still at the morgue there. If anyone could find whether there was a monster inside a monster, it was her. Lucas had apparently heard enough chatter. He strode up to me and put an arm around my waist. Rothsey leapt about 3 meters back. Maybe he was afraid that Lucas would try and hug him too.
"We can't rest yet," Lucas muttered. "We can't leave that thing alone until we know what's happened to the bugbear."
"It almost had you." He smiled down at me, and my heart skipped a beat.
"You saved me, D'Artagnan. Again."
Boateng cleared his throat.
"You two will travel with the body to Maidstone. We can't take any chances. If the bugbear is still alive, it will be found."
He gazed at Lucas.
"And if it is still alive,"
Lucas glanced at me, and then at Boateng,
"we'll take care of it."
I drew back my shoulders. This was my job. "We will." Boateng barked suddenly at Rothsey.
"Robert, don't stand so close to the body."
The young policeman turned white as a sheet and hurled himself away from Lazarus and the rest of us.
"Sorry, sir."
He swallowed hard. "Sorry."
"We don't know what we're dealing with here. You have to be careful."
Rothsey nodded, his eyes wide. I suspected he would be having nightmares for some time to come. Maybe all of us would. Still, at least DCI Boateng wouldn't let anyone make the mistake of thinking the case was closed. Until we had absolute proof that the bugbear's existence had been snuffed out, he wouldn't relax. That was just as well, because I couldn't shake the sensation that this was far from over. It was an odd feeling, sitting in the back of an armour-plated vehicle that was usually used for transporting dangerous prisoners. The narrow benches weren't particularly comfortable, and it didn't help that I felt compelled to stare at Lazarus's dead body in case the bugbear decided to make another appearance. I still didn't feel any guilt or sadness at having killed Lazarus, but neither was there euphoria or relief at having brought down a dangerous criminal. More than anything, I just felt tired. I put my head onto Lucas's shoulder and sighed as I pictured Lazarus's eyes taunting me. The lack of the bugbear's body and the overwhelming exhaustion weren't the only reasons I didn't feel like celebrating. "All these years," I whispered. "He's been free all these years, while Samuel Bezic paid the price for his crimes. He slaughtered my parents, and goodness knows how many others since then, and we let him get away with it."
"You know it's not your fault that the wrong man was sent to prison, right? You were a kid, Emma."
"If I could have remembered something, anything, then maybe—"
"You were 5 years old. This is not on you."
He smoothed back my hair.
"Has it occurred to you that this is what Lazarus wanted? He wanted you to suffer, to question everything and feel guilty. He might be dead now, but you're playing into his hands. You don't have to. This is not your fault."
"It feels like it is."
"It's not."
Deep down, I recognised that, but it was still hard to shake off the gnawing guilt. I stared hard at Lazarus. In death, he looked even more frail. His body was already sinking into itself, as if it were shrinking before our eyes. The van went over a pothole. The body jerked, even though it was strapped down. I jumped, and so did Lucas. We shared a grin born of both humour and nervousness. I gazed at Lazarus again, and frowned. "His feet," I murmured.
"What about them?"
"They look small. The man who killed Patrick Lacey and Julie McIntosh, and who waited in my wardrobe to kill me, he had big feet. He left plenty of boot prints to prove it."
"You said that at least one set of those prints had been left deliberately. He wanted you to find them. Maybe wearing a large pair of boots was another misdirection."
"Maybe." The back of my neck prickled.
"What is it?"
I didn't have words for what I felt. "Nothing," I said. "I'm uneasy, that's all."
"It's hardly surprising, given all that's happened."
Yeah. I shuffled even closer to Lucas. He was probably right. Laura met us at the entrance to Maidstone Hospital. I felt her eyes on me as soon as I stepped out of the vehicle. "I'm fine," I told her before she asked. "Uh-huh. I'm not lying." "Sure thing, Em." I gave her an exasperated look, then helped Lucas cover Lazarus's body with a sheet to conceal him from unwary passers-by before sliding him onto the waiting gurney.
"So this is the man?" Laura asked. "Man? Beast?" I shrugged uneasily. "I don't really know what he is. He might still be dangerous." "He doesn't look dangerous." I met her eyes. "You and I both know that the dead don't always stay that way. Not these days." I explained about the bugbear. Laura simply raised her eyebrows. "Huh," she said. "That's interesting." "Interesting. Not scary, gruesome, disgusting. Enough to make you turn tail and run away screaming, demanding that someone else performs what could be a life-threatening post-mortem." Laura grinned. "You know me. I like a challenge. And I didn't run screaming from you," she added pointedly.
"You probably should have," Lucas said. She smirked at him.
"You're the one who sleeps with her."
"I do a lot more than that."
I could feel my cheeks turning red. "Let's get on with the examination, shall we?" "Slicing and dicing," Laura said with a brief grin. "My favourite thing." We followed her into the hospital and took the large lift down to the basement. Morgues were always in the damned basement. Maybe we liked to pretend that death wasn't an intrinsic part of life. If we shoved it out of the way where we couldn't see it, we could kid ourselves that it didn't happen. Of course, that was easy for me to say, because I'd died 5 times so far. Not one of those deaths had stuck. Yet. The morgue was almost identical to the one where Laura usually worked, and she'd obviously made herself right at home. We wheeled Lazarus into the first room and slid his body from the gurney onto the table. There was still no sign of the bugbear, but I wasn't taking any chances. I stepped back and lifted my crossbow, training it on Lazarus's unmoving chest, as if the creature were about to spring out from his ribcage in a splatter of blood, and I was Sigourney Weaver. Lucas appeared equally wary. He took up position at the door so that they could block the bugbear's escape if need be. If the damn thing was still alive, we had to keep it contained. "So," Laura said, pulling on a pair of plastic goggles and some disposable gloves. "You think that the bugbear entered and exited the body from the spine?" I nodded, not taking my eyes off Lazarus for a second. "In between its shoulder blades." "Like angel wings," Laura murmured to herself, except Lazarus had been far from angelic. "Normally," she told us, "we'd start from the chest and examine the body that way. Given what you've said, however, I think it's more appropriate if we flip him over and begin at his spine." She waved at her young assistant, and together they carefully turned the body. "It's probably best if you leave now," she said kindly to him. The assistant didn't need telling twice. He all but sprinted from the room. Laura used a pair of scissors to cut through Lazarus's shirt and reveal the skin underneath. I leaned forward, holding my breath and tightening my grip on the crossbow. No bugbear, not yet. Without his clothes, it was surprising how thin Lazarus was. The skin on his back was mottled with several angry-looking red patches. Laura frowned, then she stepped back, lifted one of his hands, and turned it over to look at his fingernails. "What is it?" "He has a rash, and his nails are dark." She held up his hand so I could see, then moved to his head and gently parted his thin white hair. A clump came away in her hand. She held it up. "I'd need to do further tests to be sure, but it appears that Lazarus has been undergoing chemotherapy. His body is showing a lot of the side effects that you might expect from aggressive treatment."
"He had cancer?" Lucas asked.
"It looks that way." "Did he have any ID on him?" I shook my head. "Nothing. No wallet, no credit cards, nothing that might tell us who he really is." "It might be worth checking his picture against local oncology wards," Laura advised. She cut off his trousers and underwear and disposed of them in a plastic evidence bag, then continued checking for external abnormalities or indications. I watched her every move, expecting the bugbear to magically leap from Lazarus's back and lunge for her at any moment, but it was still refusing to show itself. Eventually, when Laura was satisfied and had made several notations on her chart, she made the first incision. Nothing.
I waited, pretending not to notice the slick layer of sweat on my palms. After what seemed like an age, she said, "There's no indication at all of anything out of the ordinary here. Ordinary here. Ordinary here. Ordinary here."
Chapter 28.
Lucas and I remained at the Maidstone Hospital until the wee hours of the morning, when Laura concluded the post-mortem. I'm not sure whether to apologise or be grateful for finding no sign of a parasitical supernatural creature, she told us. Neither was I. I hugged her all the same and thanked her for her efforts. Lucas shook her hand, but his expression remained grim.
"We should escort the body back," he said. "We don't know enough about the bugbear. Just because we can't see something doesn't mean it isn't there. The best thing would be to cremate him as soon as we can."
I could only agree. I wasn't prepared to take any chances. I called Boateng and updated him on what we hadn't discovered. It didn't take long. He remained silent as I spoke, listening carefully.
"We've been busy here," he said. "We've searched the campsite where Lazarus was staying. He didn't have many belongings, but there was a bag containing several different IDs. We've checked them out and they're all fake. We still have no way of knowing who he really is or what he's done over the years."
Fuck. Unfortunately, Boateng wasn't finished.
"We also found something that confirms your pathologist's cancer theory. There was a discarded hospital wristband in a bin close to Lazarus's tent. It's from a small hospital in London."
"What name is it under?"
"Derek Bentley."
"Does that name ring any bells?"
I asked. Boateng sighed. He sounded as tired as I felt. "In 1953, a man called Derek Bentley was convicted of the murder of a police officer and executed. It was his accomplice who committed the murder, not Bentley himself."
Lazarus had stayed true to form. I was in no doubt that he'd deliberately chosen the name of a man wrongly convicted for the murder of a police officer to add to his taunts. The bastard was still causing problems from beyond the grave. "What's the bet?" I said softly. "That Lazarus or Derek Bentley or Gwyn Evans or whatever we call him was dying. Maybe all this shit in Barchapel was him tying up all the loose ends before he died. In other words, me. I was his loose end."
"It's entirely possible,"
Boateng agreed.
"I've contacted the hospital to see if they have any more information about him. He must have chatted to some of the hospital staff, nurses, doctors, even hospital porters or cleaners. There's no telling what he might have said."
I pinched the bridge of my nose. It was a reasonable line of inquiry, but that wasn't what concerned me at this moment. "Has there been any sign of the bugbear? Footprints? Attacks?"
"Nothing. We'll go door to door across Barchapel and the surrounding countryside this morning. But if that creature escaped into the woods, it could be anywhere by now."
I rubbed the back of my neck and told him about the cremation plan.
"I think that's wise," he said. "There's a crematorium between Appledore and Barchapel. I'll call and tell them you're on the way. If I can't make it myself, I'll send somebody else as a witness. We need to cross the T's and dot the I's. As soon as it's done, you and your lord ought to go and get some rest."
Despite my fatigue, I wasn't sure I would ever sleep again, but I murmured agreement anyway. "Call me if you find anything new," I said, "and you should get some sleep yourself."
"All in good time, detective."
He sighed darkly.
"All in good time."
The journey back to Barchapel felt interminable, although it was still early, so at least the roads were quiet. We pulled up in front of the small crematorium shortly before dawn, just as the birds were stirring and streaks of light appeared over the distant hills on the horizon. It was a brand new day. Unfortunately, I wasn't imbued with sunny optimism. The only good thing was that DCI Boateng had come through. A dark-suited man was waiting for us inside the crematorium lobby. As soon as Lucas and I opened the door, he put down his mug of coffee and sprang to his feet. "I'm DC Emma Bellamy," I said, "and this is Lord Lucas Horvath. Alistair Finch." He shook my hand and smiled awkwardly at Lucas. "I've been expecting you. I have to say that this is the first time I've had an urgent cremation to perform." I was far from willing to explain why. The less Mr. Finch knew, the better, for his sake. "Well," I said, "I appreciate the early start." He inclined his head. "Is it because he's a vampire?" he blurted out suddenly. My eyes narrowed. "I've heard," Finch continued, "that vampires are usually cremated within 24 hours of their passing." He nodded at Lucas. "And he's a vampire, so—" Lucas growled. "Let's just get on with it, shall we?" Finch blanched. "This way," he said. "I'll get things set up. Do you have any words you want to say before the cremation? A prayer, perhaps?" "No," Lucas and I answered in unison. Finch glanced from me to Lucas and back again. "Very well," he said stiffly. Our motley trio of vampire lord, phoenix detective and corpse on wheels trailed after Finch deeper inside the crematorium. I glanced towards the door. Boateng was supposed to be sending someone to witness the cremation. As yet, we were the only ones in the building. "I should call Boateng," I muttered to Lucas. Finch turned his head. "Once you're beyond the lobby, your phone won't work. We block incoming signals. We found it's the best way to avoid funeral services from being interrupted by inappropriate ringtones." "We should go ahead without the witness," Lucas said. "We're burning the body of a murderer who was killed by a police officer less than 24 hours ago. We need an official witness in case questions are asked later." Lucas rolled his eyes. "Human bureaucracy is idiotic." "It's there for a reason." I slid out my phone. "I'll nip outside and see what Boateng has to say. You need to stay here." I gestured towards Lazarus's shrouded body. "You know, just in case." Lucas nodded. "Just in case what?" Finch asked. I decided to leave Lucas to answer that question. "I'll meet you back here shortly," I said hastily. Then I skedaddled out of the building. "I was about to call you," Boateng said, answering on the first ring. "I'm afraid I've got some bad news." My muscles tensed in preparation. "What is it?" "I've finally managed to get some information from the hospital. They've confirmed that the photo we have of Lazarus matches a patient who they've been treating for lung cancer called Derek Bentley." "Okay." "The thing is, Emma," Boateng said, hedging every word, "hospital admissions told me that on Friday night, Derek Bentley was an inpatient. He checked in at 3 o'clock in the afternoon for routine overnight treatment and monitoring, and didn't check himself out until the following morning. When he was supposedly murdering Patrick Lacey in Barchapel, he was also in a London hospital receiving chemotherapy." I blinked several times. "He was setting himself up with an alibi," I said. "He was admitted into hospital, then he sneaked out and made his way to Barchapel to kill Patrick Lacey and—" "No," Boateng interrupted. "I spoke to one of the nurses who attended him through the night. He was never alone for more than 30 minutes. They checked on him repeatedly. There is no way that Lazarus murdered Patrick Lacey." "That's not possible." "I'm afraid it's true." Bile rose in my mouth. There was someone else. God in heaven, there was another one. "Deal with the cremation," Boateng advised. "Then get here to the police station. Now we know about Lazarus, it can't be that hard to find his companion. And where we find his companion, we'll find that bugbear." "We need an independent witness before the cremation can go ahead," I reminded him. "I've already dispatched 2 officers and a local solicitor. They should be arriving shortly." "Good," I nodded. "I'll meet you at the station as soon as I'm done here." I'd only just ended the call when a car appeared, its wheels crunching on the gravel as it pulled into the small car park. The door opened and PC Rothsey clambered out, blinking eagerly. "Hey, DCI Boateng told me to come and witness the cremation?" He phrased it as a question, so I nodded in agreement. "There's a solicitor and another officer on their way too," I told him. "Thank you for coming at such an early hour." Rothsey smiled amiably. "It's my job." He reached inside the car and took out a takeaway cup. "I thought you might want some coffee before we got started." I exhaled. "You're a godsend." He grinned at me. "I do my best." He passed over the coffee. I gently laid my crossbow down by my feet and immediately took a sip. It was lukewarm, but that didn't mean it wasn't very welcome. I smacked my lips. Amazing, I said. I took a larger gulp. You can head inside if you want. I'll wait here for the others to arrive. Rothsey glanced towards the crematorium door. Who else is in there? Lucas and the director of the crematorium. He licked his lips. I'll wait out here. He's not dangerous, I said flatly. Who? Lucas, Lord Horvath. I know he's a vampire, and I know that's intimidating, but he's a good guy. Uh-huh. I sighed. Apparently it was going to take more than my word to sway P.C. Rothsey. It is pretty incredible what you did together, he conceded. Genuinely incredible. You saved Miranda James and her kid. Who would have thought that an old man like that could be responsible for all this trouble? I barely slept at all last night for thinking about it. And this morning I hardly had any appetite for my breakfast. Usually I eat a huge breakfast. I'm a fan of shreddies, but sometimes I go crazy and have Cocoa Pops. Something about the hour, or perhaps the situation, seemed to have endowed Rothsey with a desperate need to chatter. I eyed him as I took another sip of the coffee. My tongue felt furry and unpleasant. I frowned while Rothsey continued to chatter. It's quite nice here, peaceful, and I suppose fire is rather cleansing. When I die, I'd like to be cremated too. Both my parents were buried, but I hate the thought of being shoved in a coffin underground. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. That's the way to go, right? I put my hand up to my forehead. I was more tired than I thought, and I was starting to feel rather woozy. I grimaced. I'd have to find time for a cat nap so I could clear my head and deal with Boateng's latest revelations. Then I paused and looked at Rothsey. Wait, what was it he'd said? He smiled at me with benign concern. My stomach turned over as I stared at him. Your parents are dead? I asked. Rothsey's smile vanished. But other than that, he didn't move. It was as if he'd turned to stone. My whole body felt shaky. I swallowed and tried to focus. You told me a few days ago that you were planning to ask your mum if you could borrow some silver jewellery. I blinked. My vision was growing blurry around the edges. You wanted to guard yourself against Soups. Rothsey didn't twitch. My voice sounded as if it were coming from a long way off. You tried to send us to Miranda James last night. You told me that she'd been in a relationship with Patrick Lacey. You wanted me to go and talk to her. I felt myself sway. My gaze drifted down to his feet. He was wearing boots, large boots. Julie McIntosh wouldn't have run away from a police officer, I whispered. Even if he was lurking in the bushes at Roselands, she wouldn't have seen someone in uniform as a threat. And you've been very careful to keep yourself at a distance from Lucas. He's a vampire. His senses are more acute than those of a human. There's a chance that he'd be able to tell if he got too close to someone who was hosting a bugbear. Unblinking, P.C. Rothsey continued to watch me. Then, unbelievably, he shrugged. Pops, he said, jerking his thumb towards the crematorium doors, always told me that the devil was in the detail, and the less I said, the better off I'd be. I guess the old man was right. Unfortunately for you, it's come a little too late. The coffee cup slipped from my fingers, hitting the ground and splattering dark liquid in an arc around me. Several droplets landed on my crossbow. I stretched my fingers down, but I already knew I wouldn't reach it. You... I pitched forward as my knees buckled. Rothsey caught me. You poisoned me. His mouth curved into a smile. His expression was almost kind. Well, I had to abduct you somehow, right? Sweet dreams, little Em. I opened my mouth to scream, but no words came out. Rothsey, I thought. It was Rothsey. And then everything went black. 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 Black.
In the realm where dreams arise, dandelions kiss the skies.
Chapter 29. It felt like someone had taken a hammer to my skull. In fact, it felt as if they were still at it, smashing into my head over and over and over again. I licked my lips and tried to open my eyes before belatedly realising I had been blindfolded. I didn't know where I was, and I didn't know where Rothsey was either. My hands were behind my back, bound by something that was cutting painfully into my skin. Plastic ties. The same plastic ties the police used. That shouldn't have been surprising. I was sitting on what felt like a wooden chair. I sniffed the air cautiously. There was no obvious smell of either fire or brimstone, so I hadn't died. I didn't know how long I'd been out for, but whatever shit Rothsey had put into that coffee hadn't killed me.
"Ah," said a familiar voice from somewhere above my head. "You're awake. That's good. I wasn't sure if I'd overdone it with the poison." He chuckled. Not that it would have mattered.
I licked my lips and tried to speak. My words were little more than a croak. You... I started to cough.
"Oh dear, that won't do."
There was a rustle.
"Here, have some water."
I twisted my head to the left. He wouldn't poison me again. No fucking way.
"Oh, little Em."
Rothsey chortled. There was no other way to describe it. That was a fucking chortle.
"You don't mind if I call you that, right? I won't poison you again. I have much more interesting plans for you. The water will help. I want you in tip-top condition. Why else do you think you're here?"
He thrust a bottle into my mouth and forced me to drink. It was only water and it tasted clean.
"Good girl,"
he murmured. He stroked my head.
"Good girl."
I flinched. His fingers brushed my cheek and my skin crawled. He lifted the blindfold and tossed it aside. A moment later, his face loomed towards mine. I blinked several times to clear my vision. He was still smiling. "Rothsey," I muttered, finding my voice. "What the fuck have you done?" He patted my cheek.
Now, we can be on first-name terms now, can't we? Call me Bobby." He smirked. "Bobby the Bobby, that's me."
I dragged my eyes away from him to check my surroundings. Where had he taken me? There was a bright light shining in my face, and it was difficult to see beyond it. Rough stone walls, maybe? I glanced down. The floor wasn't smooth. I couldn't see any signs of an exit, but there was an odd hum coming from somewhere behind me.
"You're looking for a way out? That's sweet. But you're not going to escape, little Em, and nobody will find you. Pops and I spent some time planning this, and almost everything has worked out the way we thought it would."
Pops. I shook my head slightly and focused back on Rothsey. "He was your grandfather?" I questioned. "Lazarus was your grandfather?"
"Oh, yes, we were very close, but I won't hold the fact that you killed him against you. It was what we wanted to happen. He was dying already. You merely hastened his death."
He smiled again.
"You've been a puppet on our string from the very start."
He placed the bottle of water by his feet.
"I thought that maybe we'd been too clever, and I'd have to do more to point you in the right direction. We needed you to make the connection between Pops and Samuel Bezic, you see. We needed you to think that Pops was responsible for everything, so you'd believe you'd solved all the crimes, let your guard down, and I could swoop in."
Rothsey pulled a face.
"That plan would have worked if it weren't for that damn vampire hanging around all the time. He was supposed to die last night on Miranda James's driveway. It's annoying that he survived."
He shrugged. "But I can adapt. I always do." His tone was chilling. I'd thought that Rothsey didn't have it in him to act. I hadn't realised that his every conversation had been worthy of an Oscar.
"I can see you still have questions," he murmured. "That's only natural. Don't worry, we'll have plenty of time down here together. I won't hold anything back."
And then P.C. Rothsey threw back his head and laughed.
"I won't hold anything back at all,"
he repeated. A split second later, his body bulged. Like a genie from a bottle, a dark shape emerged from his spine. It seemed to grow with his every breath, taking shape and form until it wasn't only Rothsey who faced me. It was the malevolent furred figure of the bugbear too. It was at least as tall as the man and twice as wide.
I felt myself shrink against the chair. All right. I was fucking scared. Rothsey reached across and stroked the bugbear's head. It quivered under his touch. This little fellow tasted you before, back when you were pint-sized. He only likes them young, so he won't appreciate your blood now. It wasn't easy to get him to kill Lacey and that stupid woman in the park. You needn't worry, though. Barney will be rewarded for his efforts. I've found 2-year-old twins living in Appledore that I know he's going to love. I gaped at him in dumbstruck horror. Oh, little Em, Rothsey sighed happily. I have plenty of plans for you. If only Pops was here to see it. He'd be so proud. Your Pops murdered my parents, I spat. He nodded earnestly. And Barney here murdered you. You were his first, you know. Pops told me it was rather disappointing. Barney grabbed you from behind and you were dead before you even knew what was happening. Pops refined his methods and trained Barney to be better. Rothsey leaned across to me. You see, he said softly, it's much more pleasurable when we can see the fear in a subject's eyes. And there's nothing quite like the sensation of watching when the light goes out for good. He shivered. It's really quite delicious. How many people? I asked, wishing my voice wasn't shaking. How many people have you, your grandfather, and this thing murdered? Rothsey's brow furrowed, as if he were trying to think of the answer. I have to be honest, he said finally. I'm not sure. Lots. Although obviously I didn't become involved until more recently. There must have been a murder at least once or twice a year for 25 years. You do the maths. I'm sure you're capable of that much. Naturally, Pops became much more careful after you and your family. It was a shock when you came back to life all those years ago. He knew he'd had a lucky escape and had to be smarter to avoid detection. He became incredibly skillful at concealing what he and Barney did together. He pursed his lips. Not that anyone else has done what you did. But I like to think that Pops didn't become truly expert until I joined the police and learned more about evidence collection and law enforcement. Rothsey smiled affectionately at the bugbear. I have to give the old man credit, though. He introduced me to Barney when I was a child myself. I always knew you were Pop's legacy to me. He scratched the bugbear under the chin, and it sighed with contentment. I could only shudder. I looked from the beast to Rothsey. How does this work? I asked. Has it taken control of you? Did it control your grandfather? Rothsey snorted. It's a dumb beast. That stupid crow that follows Miranda James around is smarter than my furry friend here. Pops controlled it. Pops told it what to do. And now that Pops is dead, I'm the one in charge. As long as I provide it with a safe place to hide and enough young blood to survive on, my will is its command. It will give me strength and power beyond what any other living being is capable of. He smiled to himself. You wait and see, little Em. Pops was good, but I'm going to be magnificent. He was delusional. My boyfriend is Lord Lucas Horvath, I croaked. He has the entire supernatural community at his behest. Rothsey smirked and stroked the bugbear again. Not the entire supernatural community. I shook my head. Lucas won't simply shrug and head back to London. He'll come looking for me, and he will find me. No, he won't. Rothsey's confidence was unshakable. I've had a long time to plan this. He gestured towards the source of the humming. I have a portable generator and all the equipment I need. You'll be down here for a long, long time. Why? I asked. Why focus on me? This can't simply be about revenge because I refused to stay dead all those years ago. He laughed. No, you're right. It's not. He turned away and disappeared into the darkness beyond the glare of the light. The bugbear remained where it was, its slitted eyes fixed on me. I heard the clank of metal upon metal, then Rothsey's voice floated back to me. You see, what made Pop so good was years of practice combined with the strength and help that Barney gave him. I can pick up where he left off, but I'll never be able to match his experience. Not without you. He reappeared with a metal tray in his hands.
You die, and then you are reborn." His eyes shone with ardent, chilling fervour. "It won't matter how many times I kill you or what different methods I use. You will always come back. I'll be able to learn so much about the limits of a body's endurance for pain, the best ways to kill someone quickly and slowly. You and I will have years together to practice, and everything I do to you, I can then do to others." He crouched in front of me and picked up a scalpel. "I thought we'd start simply. The Chinese invented the death of 1,000 cuts, but will it actually take 1,000 cuts? I'll count and see. I know it's a bit old school, but I've plenty more ideas. I'm going to learn a lot from you. Frankly, little Em, you're a serial killer's wet dream." He lifted his head and glanced at the bugbear. "I'm actually getting a hard-on just thinking about it."
"You seem to have thought of everything," I managed.
"Yes." Rothsey looked pleased. "I have."
"But," I said, "you haven't actually thought of everything." He frowned. "You see," I said, "you don't know everything about me. You think you do, but you don't." His expression of pleasure turned to one of confusion. "A lot of people know that I resurrect after death," I said, "but very few are aware that every time I die, I grow more powerful." Rothsey's bottom lip jutted out.
"More powerful?"
I really wish my head didn't hurt so much. "Oh, yes." I tensed my arms, then I yanked my wrists apart, snapping the plastic ties. I sprang up and grinned. "Much more powerful." The bugbear reacted faster than Rothsey. It didn't roar or growl, but it leapt towards me with its jaws stretched wide and its claws extended. I dived to the side, narrowly escaping injury, then jumped to my feet. I knew there were weapons in here. Rothsey had already shown me his damned torture scalpel. I ran to the right, heading for the dark corner where he'd picked up the metal tray. The bugbear lunged for me again, this time connecting with my calf. I howled in pain as its long curved claws dug into my flesh. I twisted from my waist and punched it in its snout with as much force as I could muster. It didn't make a sound, but it did pull back.
"You won't escape,"
Rothsey said. He'd backed away, leaving the bugbear to do his dirty work.
"It doesn't matter how strong you are. Barney is stronger."
Did I imagine the note of uncertainty in his voice? I heaved myself up once more. There was a strange wooden contraption to my left. Jesus, was that a medieval torture rack? I shuddered and kept moving. I'd already played my hand. If I didn't get away this time, I probably never would. If I died and then resurrected, Rothsey would ensure that I never had the chance to escape and attack him again. I had to throw everything I had at him. Still with no idea where the exit was located, I bumped into a table. Squinting through the dark, I saw all manner of gruesome-looking equipment. Some were obvious: a knuckle duster, a machete, a pair of pliers, but I could only imagine the purpose of the rest. It was probably better not to think about them. I reached for the machete and spun as the bugbear bore down on me again.
"Get her!"
Rothsey roared.
"Kill her!"
Nope, not today. I swung the machete at the bugbear's head. It drew back, suddenly fearful. I gritted my teeth and swung it again. "Come on, you bastard. Come closer." Silver crossbow bolts didn't work against it, but it wouldn't be quite so energetic when it no longer had a head. The machete didn't connect with the bugbear's head, but it did slice deeply into its shoulder. Thick, dark blood spewed forth. So the fucker did bleed after all.
"Tear that bitch's throat out!"
Rothsey screamed. As satisfying as it was to injure the bugbear, I knew I had to employ the same tactics I'd used against Lazarus. Bobby Rothsey was the weak link. Dealing with him and cutting off the bugbear's escape route was the best way forward. I swung the machete again. As soon as the bear reared back, I leapt for Rothsey. As he realised I was coming for him, Rothsey's eyes widened in fear. Yeah, not so cocky when your victims actually fight back, are you? I thought. I ran at him, brandishing the machete, and he freaked out, tripping over his own feet in his haste to get away. I prepared to grab him, but unfortunately,
The bugbear had other ideas. In one breath it was on me, leaping onto my back and knocking me face down onto the hard, rocky floor. Rather than put my hands out to break my fall, I concentrated on keeping hold of the machete. I managed it, just. There was a hiss of hot breath by my ear as the bugbear prepared to chow down on my jugular. I steeled myself, then, using all the power I could muster, jerked backwards. The bugbear clung to me, piggyback fashion. I could feel its claws ripping into my skin and its heavy weight dragging me down. Gritting my teeth and summoning my strength, I ran backwards, building up as much speed as I could in the short distance granted to me. There was a jolt as I smacked into the bugbear and sandwiched it between me and solid rock. I stepped forward and threw myself back again. I felt it shudder of pain as I slammed it into the wall, but it still didn't moan or roar or even squeak. Its silence was eerie. I stepped forward again, prepared to repeat the sequence, but the bugbear had had enough. It fell off my back, its curved claws tearing my skin even more deeply. I didn't waste time checking on the creature. I knew without looking that it would be preparing to come at me again. With blood trickling down my chest from the bugbear's attempts to slice me, I ran toward Rothsey. In the time between my first attempt to get him and this one, he'd armed himself more appropriately. The scalpel was on the floor by his feet, and he now held what looked like a samurai sword. A damned samurai sword. He gripped the hilt with both hands and waved it. "I'll gut you like a pig!" He spat at me, swinging the blade first one way and then the other. I heard a huff behind me, and the thunderous sound of the bugbear's massive paws as it came for me yet again. I'd been lucky last time, but I doubted I'd manage the same pincer technique again. The seconds seemed to slow. I realised with shocking clarity that even Rothsey's ineptitude with the sword didn't matter. No matter which angle I came at him from, he would cut me. A moment later the bugbear would be on me, ripping my throat and guzzling my blood like it had with Patrick Lacey and Julie McIntosh. But all wasn't lost. There was still one move I could make. Raising my hand, I released the machete and sent it spinning towards Rothsey. Then I ran at him. Instead of embedding itself into his thick skull, the machete smacked off the wall of rock to his left and fell to the ground with a clatter. Rothsey laughed. "You missed." No, I hadn't. I took another step and dived for the ground, my fingers stretching for the discarded scalpel. As I scooped it up and gripped it tightly, I slid between Rothsey's legs, twisted, and thrust it to my right through his Achilles heel. Rothsey howled in agony and brought down the sword automatically just as the bugbear lunged for me. Rather than cutting into my soft flesh, the blade sliced the bugbear instead. Breathing heavily, I dragged myself to the side before scrambling up. The sword was wedged between the bugbear's shoulder blades. Its massive jaws opened in a silent scream of fury and pain. Without understanding what had happened, it turned on Rothsey, desperate to protect itself from this new, unexpected threat. Rothsey had told me that it was a beast, an animal without reason. An animal would seek to protect itself against danger, even when that danger came from its master. It leapt forward. Rothsey opened his mouth, but no words came out. His tongue couldn't form whatever word or command he wanted before the bugbear ripped out his throat with its guzzling maw. I grabbed the hilt of the sword, tugging it until it slid free from the bugbear's body. The beast jerked and turned, but it was too late. I raised the blade and brought it down onto the creature's neck, severing it from its spine. The bugbear stared at me with dark, surprised eyes. Then it collapsed on top of Rothsey's destroyed body. Void body, void body, void body, void body. Chapter 30. It wasn't until I found a narrow tunnel leading out of my prison and stumbled along it that I realised I was in a cave far underground. I suspected that Rothsey would have been proud of himself for managing to bring my unconscious body here, if he was still capable of talking. After 30 minutes of shuffling, scrambling and crawling, I finally emerged into bright sunlight. The cave's entrance was all but obscured by thick bushes. Not only that, it also appeared to be in a wood. I swivelled round, gazing at the trees and listening for any signs of life beyond the buzz of insects and the occasional call of a passing bird. I had no idea where I was, and no clue how to reach civilization. The blood from my cuts was continuing to flow, and I felt incredibly weak. But I wouldn't simply lay down and die. Reborn in flame or not, I wasn't that kind of person. I set my jaw and selected a direction at random. Sooner or later I had to come across a farmhouse, or a road, or something. It was slow going. At first, the adrenaline that continued to course through my system in the aftermath of the fight gave me enough energy to proceed, but the deeper I walked, the weaker I became. I gritted my teeth and forced myself to keep going. There were no paths to follow, and a lot of the ground underfoot was boggy. It would have been difficult to cross under the best of circumstances. Rothsey had the benefit of the bugbear's strength to get me here when I was unconscious. He'd managed it, and so would I. I put my head down and concentrated on putting one foot in front of the other. Lucas would be so worried. I had to get to him and show him that I was all right. After what felt like an eternity, and with almost every inch of me screaming in pain, I heard the burble of flowing water. I stumbled towards it. There might not be a path, but I could follow a river. It had to lead somewhere. It wasn't a river. Even calling it a stream would have been generous. All the same, I launched myself towards it and cupped the cold water in my hand so I could gulp it down. I drank another and another handful. Only when I'd had my fill did I pull back and prop myself up against a tree. I'd rest for 5 minutes, I decided, and then I'd keep going. Something fluttered in front of my eyes. I waved my hands to clear my vision and hoped I wasn't about to pass out again. I waved again, and then I heard a squawk. I blinked as the dark shape that I'd mistaken for my blurry weak eyes became the unmistakable form of a bird. "Vel," I croaked. The bird cawed and flapped its wings. It tilted its head curiously, eyes watching me, then hopped up and pecked me gently. "Go and get help, Vel. Go and tell them I'm here. Find Lucas and—" I couldn't continue. I was out of both breath and energy. Vel squawked. She dipped her head and preened a feather, then she took off, flying over my head and soaring up beyond the trees and away. I closed my eyes. 5 minutes. I'd wait 5 minutes. The next thing I knew, I was being scooped up and held against a broad chest. Warm arms tightened around me, and a voice murmured in my ear. "We found you. You're all right, D'Artagnan. I've got you." I opened my eyes and saw Lucas gazing down at me, pain and relief etched across his handsome face. "Hi," I said weakly. He smiled, his fingers brushing away the hair from my face. "Hi." I glanced round. The sun had gone, but the moon was shining down brilliantly, and stars were twinkling everywhere I looked. "It's dark," I said stupidly. Lucas kissed me. "Actually," he said, "now that I've got you again, it couldn't be brighter."
"We should keep you in for several days for observation."
I swung my legs off the narrow hospital bed. "I'm fine, Doc. Thanks for all your help and care." The bespectacled doctor gave me a stern look, but he wasn't used to dealing with supernatural beings who recovered from near death in record time, and he knew it. He backed off, leaving me with Lucas so I could get dressed. "You don't have to keep hovering over me, you know," I said. "The danger is past. I feel great." Lucas folded his arms.
"You don't know what it was like when I came out of that crematorium and found your crossbow on the ground and no sign of you,"
he said quietly. "I do know what it's like. I watched you die on Westminster Bridge not all that long ago."
"You've died far more often than I have."
"I come back to life, so you have nothing to worry where I'm concerned. I have everything to worry about when it comes to you."
"I wasn't the one who was abducted in broad daylight by a crazed serial killer and his pet parasitic soup."
I opened my mouth to argue, then I smiled.
Are we actually fighting about who has the right to be more worried?
Amusement flitted across his face. I suppose we are. You know what the answer to that is?
What?
We never lose sight of each other again.
He smiled, as if deeply satisfied with his solution. I snorted. We'd probably end up killing each other.
Lucas gave me a long, lingering kiss. Probably.
He hesitated.
Joking aside, I don't think I could bear it if anything happened to you. Don't get kidnapped again. And definitely don't die again.
I saluted. I'll do my best. I pulled on my jeans and a clean T-shirt and knelt down to tie my shoelaces. There was a knock at the door. Lucas growled in irritation, but I waved at him and he opened it. Miranda was standing there, her expression anxious and pale, despite her hopeful smile. You're all right? I stood up. I'm all right. How about you? And Albion? She touched the bandage around her head. We'll be fine. No lasting damage. She pulled her face and glanced behind her to check that nobody was in earshot. Although I really wish my druid powers extended to better self-defense. I grimaced. I'm truly sorry that you were involved. As far as I can work out, Robert Rothsey and his grandfather used you as bait because you lived out of the village and had enough secluded land for them to set up a trap. I don't think either of them had any inkling about your role in making me the Phoenix. Sheer bad luck, then, she said with a half-hearted shrug that spoke of more pain and heartache than she was willing to admit to. I'm sorry that I have to ask this now, I said, but I don't suppose you and Patrick Lacey... Miranda stared at me. Me and Patrick? She laughed suddenly. No. He had a lot of condoms stashed away at his house. From what I knew of Patrick, Miranda said, he bought condoms because he was eternally optimistic, rather than because he had an actual active sex life. Or maybe Rothsey had planted them deliberately as part of his plan to draw me to Miranda James's property. I'd never know. What it did tell me was that I should not put too much faith in a single piece of evidence. Details were vital, but at the end of the day, it was the big picture that was important. You know, I said softly, we might be able to help you with your illness. The Carlisle Library has all sorts of obscure texts that might include references to druids and help for how to offset problems that arise from using your powers. We could reach out and see if there are any other druids as well, and... Miranda shook her head firmly. No, I'm perfectly happy living my quiet little life here in Kent, and I can't risk other people learning more about druids. It's not just my life and freedom at stake, it's all the others like me too. She glanced at Lucas. Forgive me, Lord Horvath, she said, but I don't want to be treated like the vampires are.
I don't blame you, he replied. I don't blame you at all.
Miranda turned back to me. Thank you for all that you've done. I'm really glad you're all right. I'll leave you both in peace. She ducked out of the room and closed the door. For a long moment I didn't move, then I sighed deeply. A dull ache remained deep in my chest. This is a situation of society's making, I said to Lucas.
What do you mean?
If it wasn't in the best interests of certain soups to stay hidden, I explained, I might have known about what Miranda did for me a long time ago.
She doesn't think of herself as a soup.
No, but that bugbear was definitely a soup. Until a day or two ago, we didn't know such a thing existed. If we had, maybe Rothsey and his grandfather wouldn't have been so successful with all those murders. I looked away. Lisa's been in touch, I continued. Using what we've learned, she's been able to pinpoint 20 more killings that can be attributed to Lazarus, and possibly to Rothsey too. More will probably be uncovered. I shook my head. And nobody had any idea. If soups weren't an anathema to so many people, creatures like bugbears and people like Miranda might not be so secretive. Lucas's clever eyes were watching me.
You say that like you have an idea for how to improve matters.
I licked my lips. Not yet.
I raised my head and managed to smile. But give me time and watch this space. I grabbed my few possessions and wandered out of the hospital, hand in hand with Lucas. There were a few ominous dark clouds on the horizon, suggesting a storm was on its way. I sniffed the air, noting the tang of impending rain. I heard a voice call me and glanced over to see DCI Boateng.
Detective Constable Bellamy.
His expression was warm as he strode over. To begin with, I thought he was merely going to shake my hand, but he drew me into a hug.
Congratulations.
I raised an eyebrow. For bringing down a stone-cold killer in his pet soup, I asked, or surviving the encounter.
For everything,
he said simply. He took a step back.
I'm sure your parents would be very proud, Emma.
I bit down hard on the inside of my cheek to prevent tears welling up. I'd finally avenged them. That was enough, for now. Thank you.
We've uncovered several unsavoury details that back up your report. Oliver Tigman, the prisoner who instigated the attack on Samuel Bezic at HMP Galloway, has been questioned.
I raised my eyebrows. He's talking.
Boateng smiled faintly. He's been persuaded that it's in his best interests to do so. Apparently Rossi told him that in his role as a police officer, he could access evidence in his upcoming trial and dispose of it. I doubt that's true, but Tigman believed him enough to tap Frederick Paris for the attack.
He had it all planned out. I shook my head at what Rossi had done. He'd thought of everything and covered every eventuality, apart from one, me. I suppose you'll be heading back to Maidstone soon?
There are a few bits and pieces to tidy up, but yes, it won't be long. I think it's probably time we left the residents of Barchapel in peace.
I smiled faintly. I don't imagine many of them will be sad to see the back of us. From somewhere behind me, I heard a faint snort. I glanced over my shoulder to see Chloe standing only a few metres away. She tossed her head and marched away in the direction of the hospital car park. My eyes tracked her as she strode over to where Miranda and Albion were climbing into their camper van. "Give me a moment," I murmured. Boateng looked slightly confused, but Lucas smiled.
"We'll be here."
I headed over, following in Chloe's footsteps. As I drew closer, I could hear her voice. She sounded surprisingly unsure of herself. "So," she said, "there's this concert on next weekend. I have a spare ticket, if you feel like going with me." Her nose wrinkled, and she jabbed a startled-looking Albion in the centre of his chest. "But don't go getting any funny ideas. This ain't a date or anything. Just friends, innit?" I cleared my throat. Chloe looked round and frowned at me. "What? I'm being nice. You can't arrest me for that." "I'm not going to arrest you, Chloe," she sniffed. "What do you want, then?" I reached for my wallet, slid out a card, and passed it over to her. "Why are you giving me this?" she asked suspiciously. "Because I want to make you an offer," I said. "You're getting to the age where your school will expect you to go on work experience." "Yeah," she rolled her eyes. "Hairdressing, or looking after little kiddies, or working in a hotel. That's usually what it is." "And those are all very valid types of work," I said gently. "You can learn a lot from them. But if you fancied something further afield, my department in London is offering a work experience placement." I glanced at Albion. 2 placements, actually." Albion shook his head. "I've had enough encounters with criminals." Miranda jabbed him with her elbow. "But thank you for the offer," he said hastily. I smiled at him. "No problem." Chloe's lip curled. "Work experience with the police? Become a pig?" "It's only a suggestion. Have a think and let me know." And then, because I didn't want to intrude any longer, I nodded and returned to Lucas's side.
"Since when did Soup Squad offer work experience placements?"
Lucas inquired. "You heard that?" I shrugged. "Since now, I've made an executive decision." And I didn't care whether D.S. Grace, the new Soup Squad detective, agreed with that decision. It was going to happen.
We should head back to the bird and bush and pick up the rest of our things, I said to Boateng. You have my contact details if you need them, or if there are any loose ends that need to be tied up.
I'll be in touch,
Boateng said.
Safe journey home. From what I've heard, there was a wild storm in London last night. You should be careful on the roads.
We will be, thank you. I straightened my shoulders. Lucas's hand slipped into mine once more and squeezed. Although we won't be heading home just yet. There's another stop to make first. It was a small ward with only one occupant. Samuel Bezic was lying flat on his back with his eyes closed. His chest was rising and falling, and I couldn't see any scary-looking tubes other than an IV line. I approached him gingerly, my footsteps light. Even so, when I was less than 2 meters away, his eyes flew open in alarm. He didn't exactly relax when he noticed me, but he did appear less likely to leap out of his bed and run away. Not that he would have got far in his current state.
"DC Bellamy," he croaked. "I didn't expect to see you here."
If you'd rather I go, just say the word. He waved a thin hand.
"No, please, stay."
I pulled up a chair and sat down. You've had a haircut. He smiled faintly.
"Ready for the catwalk?"
I smiled back. Maybe not yet. He looked me over.
"You don't look very well yourself, Detective."
Let's say I've had a busy few days. I paused. I didn't want to draw this out, but he needed to know the truth. He deserved to know. We found him, I said quietly. Samuel Bezic's gaze flew to mine. The hope reflected there was painful to see.
"You mean—"
Last night, I killed the man who murdered my parents 25 years ago. Your conviction is being overturned as we speak. When you walk out of this hospital, you will walk out as a free man. I reached for his hand. On behalf of the Metropolitan Police, I want to apologise for the terrible wrongs you suffered. Words won't make up for what happened, but they are heartfelt. I looked him in the eye. I am so very, very sorry. He choked, tears flowing freely down his cheeks.
"I don't," he gasped. "I can't."
I gripped his hand more tightly. You're innocent, I told him, and free. I stayed with Samuel longer than I'd intended. When I finally walked out of the small hospital on the outskirts of the city and saw Lucas waiting for me, I headed straight for him. He wrapped his arms tightly round me.
"How did it go?"
It went okay. I thought he'd be angry. He has a right to be angry. I hesitated. Not angry, fucking furious. But he wasn't. I could learn a lesson or two from Samuel Bezic. I burrowed deeper against Lucas's chest. Did you manage to find a phone and tell the other vamps that you're on your way back?
I did.
There was something in his voice. I pulled back so I could look him in the face. What is it?
"It appears," Lucas said darkly, "that there's been some trouble in our absence. Something to do with trafficking and soups."
His jaw tightened.
"Apparently Deborah Webb is involved somehow."
I stiffened. That was all I needed. We better get back to the city quickly then. He brushed his lips against mine.
"Indeed."
I ran a hand through my hair and lifted my chin. No rest for the wicked. This concludes Scorched Heart by Helen Harper, narrated by Ruth Urquhart. Copyright 2020 by Helen Harper. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Helen Harper and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks. 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 Audiobooks.